Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are going to be doing another Q&A today. Hopefully we have some questions from people who have already been in the chat a little bit. Looks like not so much. That is okay, because we are also going to be going over three things. We are going to be going over changes to the Tinto Maps in South America. We are also going to be going over the Emperor Who Reshaped Ming video that dropped, which we haven't really taken a look at yet, and the population video, which we haven't taken a look at yet, and providing commentary. Also, if you wanted to support the channel, you can order Europa Universalis 5 through the Steam store, and if you order using our code, this will... Oh no! Oh wait. This will not give you a discount, but it will give us a pretty big cut of the money. Paradox is very generous with a 12% affiliate code, so 12% of the sale will be kicked my way, which is quite a lot. That's going to be a large chunk of my income for the year, probably, depending on how many people order with that. And so we are going to be plugging that, just generally speaking. Is it worth as Castile, Portugal to race for the Spice Islands as India? And India? I suspect that there's more content for colonizing India than I have seen. And specifically, we've seen some events as Portugal. Like, if you could get a foothold. At the same time, like... I don't think you want to go after India too quickly. Until you're, like, ready to, like, really beat them down. Because you don't want to just spread a bunch of institutions to them and have... There should be probably no half measures. You should really want to go in and abuse your technological advantage and really run over them, and so it's probably better to not race for it as fast as possible. One of the problems is you're going to have a difficult time logistically pulling an army all that way in that direction. Hey, Folkbear, thank you for the $5 Australian, I think. Thank you so very much. Sorry I could never get the checkout to work on the Paradox site, so this is to make up for a bit. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated, my guy. Hey, Arikia. Hey, George, how's it going? They should keep sharing these before release. It's edging me. I think they have a release schedule where they have a ton of these things coming out. Hey, Moa, how's it going? I recently bought the game with your code. Thank you so very much. Here are my questions. One. But that's not a question. How's the powerlifting going? I've not been really working out at all recently. I need to get back on it. Things have just been so hectic. I've been trying to push EU5 hours, like, really, really hard. And I've been kind of being lazy about the thing is, like, when I go to lift and I come back, like, at least 4 hours after I get back is just, like, dead time. I have such a hard time, like, doing anything after working out, because I, like, work out for, like, 2.5 hours or something, and then usually walk home, so, like, yeah. Does Micronesia have malaria? I think Micronesia... I don't know where exactly that is. On the current influencer version, there's an island that has malaria that's not supposed to, though. That's, like, off the coast of Castile, but that's gonna get ironed out. It's known. How big is the satisfaction drop from missing pop goods? Like, you think that Portugal double paper demand doesn't matter that much? Well, first of all, the double paper demand I think is actually just a positive modifier, but second of all, I think you could get like a 10% dip. I think it's like a total of like a 20-ish% band, maybe? Oh no, wait, I think you could get like a total 10% band just from prices. And I think if you just straight up don't have the goods, I don't know how much it can dip. The thing is usually you have a majority of the goods, and I've not seen the modifier be absolutely enormous, but that's also because usually you have a majority of the goods. And so very often you're missing a few goods and you're getting a few percent satisfaction malice. I think it's just on a per good basis. The paper thing is actually just probably most annoying in the early game. When you have a difficulty sourcing paper, when you're trying to get books, when you're trying to get libraries. Yeah. That's the Canaries Azores? Yeah, one of those is bugged out. It's not supposed to be, is my understanding. Really hope your hard work on the EU5 content pays off when it's released. I mean, when people keep using my code, it's kind of going to pay off even before release. I was trying to make a big push for it and also just like have a bunch of hours. I think I'm going to be able to get 100 or 1,000 hours before release. Thank you for the Q&As. It's easy to abuse Treaty of Tortilla, so you get all of America. The thing is, right now, I'm extremely confident that this gets fixed before release. Just, like, extremely confident. But right now, the AI just, like, kind of has, on the influencer build, has, like, 0 eco. And so they just can't really afford colonization, so you get to, like, turbo go for all of the colonization before they do. This is, like, not a lack of AI, it's, or, like, the thing is, like, we've seen different versions of the builds where the AI is much more active in colonization. I think you can use the Treaty of Tortillas to abuse the AI to get more. I also think, depending on where the line gets drawn, you can flip it and get most of America anyways. But as it stands right now, you can kind of just get most of America, but I'm fairly confident that's gonna change. And Castile's gonna get a lot better at ecoing up, which right now they just, like, can't do. Despiro, thank you for the follow. Big nice. The thing is like, right now, we've seen previous versions of the build where the AI, like, plays alright in a lot of different spots, but, like, they just don't have money, so they don't know how to evaluate stuff, and they don't know how to build up money. And it's because of, like, in my opinion, a lot of nerfs and changes, where you nerf and you change the AI to, or sorry, you nerf and change the eco, to restrict the player or something like this, and then you also restrict the AI, and so you have to readjust the AI, and so there's always going to be a lag between eco nerf changes that are made just in the whole and, like, where the AI is in terms of their ability to handle them. Have I seen OPB's video? I've not seen it. I've heard a little bit about it. He seems to have a very different take than Playmaker. I think Playmaker is just, like, super doomy. When he talks about the game, like, he almost, like 80% is, like, negative. I mean, I'm a little bit curious about OPB's take, but I've also seen and talked with OPB a little bit and seen kind of what he's saying about the game and this thing, so I would venture that he has a positive opinion and he likes some of the emergent systems, and he's more focused on the RP and the ability to simulate various, like, things, especially, like, in economics, and I think that those systems are, like, good. I also think that, like, something that's turbo under-focused on, or super under-focused on, you guys are gonna make fun of me for saying turbo too much, is that the map is absolutely insane. It is the most impressive thing about the game in terms of standing out from any other grand strategy game or any strategy game is the level of fidelity of the map in terms of, like, how every location is represented, how the research they did on, like, all the cultures that are there, the religions, this type of thing. And the map feels absolutely enormous. It's like 20 times the size of EU4. And, like, that's really, really hard to appreciate. It's like, the number of world maps on most games that you can fit into this game is, like, 30 or 40 or something like this. Like, in terms of all the different, like, locations. Like, if you play a Total War game, like, and you take all the locations, you can multiply that number by 30 or something like this, and you get the number of locations, in EU5. And that is just, like, unambiguously, like, the most impressive thing, and, like, no one talks about that, but once you get into game, you're like, oh, I see. Because you'll be playing in, like, one little region, and you won't zoom out for, like, forever, and then you zoom out, and you're like, holy shit, the map's big. Like, which, like, to be fair, it could be a lot to take in. Like, playing China is rough, because you start with, like, 1,000 locations. You can't disclose when you'll get a new version? I cannot. That's not the type of thing I'd be able to talk about. Will we get Vic 3 levels of depth? Eco depth? It's gonna be more complex than Vic 3, but not as deep. Fewer of the systems are tied down, like, to goods and pops. And as a result, there's less like emergent downstream behavior than there is in Vic3. So Vic3 has more depth. Like when you pull on a string in Vic3, it just affects everything. And when you pull on a string in EU5, sometimes it just stops somewhere. Because it doesn't affect something downstream. But there are more strings to pull in EU5, if that makes sense. Like an example of this is that construction doesn't take goods, it takes ducats. And the way that it eats goods while you're building is not like, it doesn't eat a finite amount of goods every time. And so as a consequence, like, the construction's effect on construction good prices, in terms of emergent effects, is less than you would experience in Vic3, but there's more things going on, if that makes sense. Hey, Dark Phrase, thank you for the thank you for the 110 try. We are trying. I bought the Steam for $36 from MENA region. Here's special thanks to Lotcart. Thank you so very much. MENA region, $36 for... I don't even know where MENA is. Where is that in the world? Oh, interesting. I've never seen the try, like, currency tag, I don't think, before. The economy is not as complex. For instance, wealth is not tracked at the pop level. Yeah. But, like, there's kind of more things going on. Because, like, there's, like, infrastructure, and it's more city buildery, whereas Vic3 is more macro-y. Does fake RGO count towards vertical integration? Does Poland... fake RGOs do not count towards vertical integration. Does Poland... Russia can trade overland with China with all trade upgrades? Probably. I've not tried this. I think that long-term trading via Navy is better. It might be the case that St. Petersburg to China is better than overland to China. Isn't the influencer guys you have even obsolete even now? Depends what you mean by obsolete. I mean, they're changing it. What they're doing is like more polish rather than system overhaul. So like, it's not like there's going to be massive differences, but stuff like balance and AI are going to get better. But it's not like we're going to randomly have like an entirely new system, or like I don't think they'll just add an extra estate or something like this. Could they just nerf the player without nerfing the AI? This is generally seen as like kind of bad game design. They can do that though. They could just make a modifier where the AI gets 50% more money or something like this. People generally don't like those modifiers, the AI cheating modifiers, and they prefer the AI to just... What people want out of AI is often an AI that plays like a human, but is slightly less intelligent than the player. That way they feel good for beating the AI. But at the same time, the AI doesn't do, like, some psychotic stuff. Never played Vic3, but they based the trade off of Vic3 now? No, Vic3 uses, like, this global market system, and this uses, like, a market-to-market system. The trade's a lot different. Is it possible EU4 players that still play EU4 enjoy a very particular type of gameplay, and then maybe new things are scary for them? This is, I think, true. Oh, we get to subscribe! We saw it! We saw it visually. Joe Pro, thank you for the 6 months. You been subscribed for 18 months. Wow. 6 months at... Oh, you've been subscribed 6 months consecutively. Joe Pro is one of the longest subs. Thank you so very much, my guy. We saw it. We saw it on the thing. Rather than just realizing it, what is it, like 30 minutes later or something like this. Because it doesn't play the noise. I don't know. I've fixed that, and then it somehow got broken again. I'm gonna loop. Does he have access again? I have access. I cannot stream it. Last week, hey, financial literacy. Last week you mentioned England GB had worse advances than both France and Castile, easily compared with France. Can you elaborate on this? So France has a lot of like tax efficiency modifiers. England has some too, but France has a much better ability to tax the peasants, and can super tax the peasants, as a result, and Great Britain has some things, like economically speaking, that it's doing well, where Great Britain's, like, some of its advantages are, like, interesting in that, it has very good levies, It's just that if levies get better, then suddenly Great Britain starts to look a little bit better. Great Britain's nice geographically. After playing our Great Britain run, it seemed fairly easy to get the personal union of France. And so, in terms of a flavor perspective, Great Britain's in an awesome spot. But there's like key texts that we're looking for that I think are just very good, which is extra max tax, extra tax efficiency, extra control, extra ability to propagate, military tactics, just like what is it? Infantry, artillery power type of things. To be fair, Great Britain has, I think, one heavy ship power, but maybe they have two. And discipline. And, like, these, to me, are, like, the really, really strong modifiers. And France just has more of those types of modifiers than other countries do. Or than England does, in my opinion. Have we played the Ottomans? We have played the Ottomans. If yes, what's the janissary mechanics like? You need slaves to function as janissaries, if I recall correctly. I think they have slave upkeep, so if you run out of slaves, like, your janissaries go away. There's janissary barracks that also utilize slaves. They're decent units. Ottomans just get an absolute ton of those, like, military bonuses. Just very, very strong. Ottomans easily have the strongest, like, bonuses in the game. Like, unambiguously. They just start out really small. Does tolerated allow manpower buildings or only accepted? I think it depends on the manpower building. But I believe you have to have a core for a lot of them. So, yeah, it's not even culture, because I think you have to have a core, so you could have the right, an accepted culture, but if you haven't integrated the territory, then you can't build a manpower building, I think. In EU4, your hometown is represented. In Vic 3, it's not. I hope it is in EU5. It's almost certainly, and if there's like 20 times as many provinces or locations. Hey, we have Hype Train. Holy snapples. The hardiest seaman. Thank you for the follow, Big Dice. Of course, I have, like, mixed feelings about Hype Trains, and every time I get one, I feel some kind of strange, because I think that I'm happy for the support. I think that Hype Trains are just kind of, generally speaking, like, exploitative of human psychology to, like, get people to try and, put in more money than they would otherwise. It's kind of like, I actually don't like how things are priced with, like, a 0.99 at the end, because it, like, obfuscates the value of things to the consumer. I think it's, like, bad for the consumer. And so you have to, I would rather have, like, flat, even prices. This is actually a gripe I have with, what is it, YouTube membership things, is that when setting my membership price, they force me to use a 99-cent thing. It's, like, really annoying. I'd rather just use an even $5. But thank you so very much for the support, everyone. How does disease resistance work? So, there is a, what disease resistance does is it makes it so that there is a ceiling beyond which, the disease cannot become entrenched in your society. So if you have, or in the location, so if you have 20 disease resistance in a location, the maximum amount of infected pops you can get is 80%. And what happens is when a disease spreads, you also generate a ton of disease resistance via herd immunity, and what will happen is the floor will come down and down and down as the infection rate comes up, and then eventually the infection rate hits the ceiling, and then the ceiling keeps coming down and down and down until the disease is eliminated. And so what it does is it lowers the floor where it starts and reduces the overall effect of disease by virtue of changing where the floor is at. Erica, thank you for the subscription with the Prime. Big nice. Thank you so very much. Wow. We do have the hype train going, which I have mixed feelings. The YouTubers are like, what's a hype train? What's that about? What's that nonsense? So, thank you so very much. I know you haven't done much with the trade companies so far, but do you think systems like that will be expanded on with further DLCs and how they interact with colonization? I would not be shocked if the first DLC was a colonization one. Doogie Spoonhands, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Man, I love that song Spoon Man with the spoon solo. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, so I think that, they'll I would not be shocked if the first, like, major DLC is colonization, and trade companies and colonization just gets a major, like, expansion in terms of mechanics. So... how is a triangle trade? I don't know how much it feels like a triangle, because there isn't a mechanic for making it so that you get a benefit from moving trade. So I was actually discussing this with Saffron in the Discord, or briefly, and there's no mechanic right now for making it so that a place that has a lot of imports or exports has a cheaper version of the other thing. So what I mean by that is ships from Europe carried a bunch of goods to Africa, right? And then they unload the goods, and now the ships are empty and carrying nothing. And so it is cheaper now to move slaves by virtue of them having already a bunch of ships there that had nothing in them. And so they grab the slaves, and then they head to the New World. And then they unload the slaves, and now they have empty ships. And so by virtue of the ships being there and being available and having nothing in them, it is cheaper to move the fabric and the cotton and these types of, and all the New World goods, it's cheaper to move this back to Europe. And there's no mechanic that's simulating the fact, like, of the, like, the fact that you have ships in places that are empty, and when you have one trade route finishing, and this makes it cheaper. And so what happens is that like, I think the triangle is, like, less present, and it's slightly present, because in Europe you produce a bunch of extra goods in kind of your home power base if you are the player, and then you overproduce these goods and you kind of export them everywhere, and to some extent they do go to Africa. But really it's like 2/3 of a triangle where the slaves are going to the New World and the goods are going back to Europe, and there's, like, less of a feeling of goods just getting sucked into Africa by virtue of, hey, we need to send the ships to Africa anyways, why don't we send goods along with them? And so there's no system for simulating that, and that is something that would be really cool that I would like to see. But it does feel like some triangle trade to some extent is going on in this type of thing. So I hope that answers the question. We'll just wait for Mayu and Taxes for EU5, too much eco depth. I think a lot of the Mayu and Taxes team ended up getting pulled onto EU5. So I don't even know if that... is that mod still supported? Hudson Bay Company, original Jamestown colony? Yep. Also, could I, as Biz, have a New World colony? Absolutely. Especially, I think if you want to go for the New World, just about any European, you can kind of just go after Granada with a Parliament CB. And this will be, like, a common play pattern. Unless they do something to get rid of it. I really appreciate how professional you are during all this, setting a high bar for the community. Professional? Thank you, I appreciate it. I assume you mean in the way I'm talking. Certainly you don't mean in the way I set up my Twitch. Because, we get notifications because people have subbed, and then we don't hear it because it's not set up properly. Because we've tried to set it up properly and failed multiple times, and then we just kind of... yeah. And so, sometimes people sub and then I just don't say anything. Which I feel bad about later. I will always say something later. Very specific question. Hey, Abby, thank you for the $5. Have you played Norway? They are my favorite. Economic seems difficult for them, and Navy and naval control seem important. I looked at Norway. We could maybe take a closer look at Norway. But Norway's resources, or we don't have updated Scandinavia map. Norway's resources are really, really bad, and they don't have a lot of pops, and I think it's going to be rough to play in Norway. Just in a general sense. Let's see if we can find the Scandinavia map. We've not gotten the feedback map for Scandinavia, but just briefly talking about Norway. First of all, mountains are really, really just turbo bad, and Norway is mostly mountain. Sparse is also probably not as bad as wood. Maybe it's kind of around the same level as wood. It doesn't negatively affect infrastructure, but it does affect pop caps, so you're going to have not a lot of pops. And Arctic is turbo bad. A lot of your land is just Arctic mountain, which is not very good. And then fish is probably the literal worst RGO. And wild game is probably like in the top 5 worst, and that's like all you have. So Norway looks really bad. I guess you have a lot of lumber too, and lumber's pretty nice, but you have like 1 copper and 1 wool and 1 marble in terms of your resources that are decent. Or I guess you have a couple more wool down here, but really, like, yeah, it looks rough. I think it separates grand strategy games from 4X to me is you get to think and play with ways that help you understand the historical situation. Was glad OPB put it that way. I generally like OPB's takes as it relates to like grand narrative and system type things. And so I would not be surprised if that's what he focused on a lot, and if it was interesting, and that is like the type of feedback. I've said this a lot of times throughout like the feedback period, but generally speaking, I think that it's more important to focus on systems than like particular balance or this type of thing, because that stuff will get fixed, but like completely overhauling the system is like not something that is very easy to do, but balance is like much more easy to do. 8-Armed Willie, thank you for the follow, big dice. Let's see. Our games, any games with Tunis? We have, here, let's catch up with the Twitch chat a little bit here. Joe Pro asks, have you or do you know anyone who's tried to play North America? I'm glad you caught it. We've seen some people try and play in North America, but we've not seen them talk too much about it. So I don't really know that much about it. How's the EU5 player experience? I tried getting EU4, but it made my head spin. Your head might spin a little bit. It seems like there's a bit of a learning curve. I think the overall learning experience is very forgiving, though, but I think that there's a curve. Right now, do you have more fun playing Vic 3 or EU5 Early Access? EU5 Early Access. This just in, Generalist wants to charge you 1 cent more on every purchase. Exactly. I think I'll generate less revenue that way. Have you played Inca? No, Inca's probably on my list of countries I should take a look at, though. I want to take a look at one New World country. Any games with Tunis? Seems like they would have a hard time not being Mamluk food. Tunis is actually relatively strong. I think that Tunis is fine. The Mamluks don't really go after them super hard. I guess if the Mamluks go after anyone, they're kind of food. Mamluks start out with probably the strongest army in terms of people who have vision on Europe. But yeah, I only played a little bit though, because forming Carthage is apparently, you have to be like pagan, and like, I don't know how to flip pagan really. What do you think the playmakers take that the game is too easy? The game's absolutely too easy, but I'm just so not concerned about that. I can't talk about why I'm not concerned about that, but I don't think that that's, like... I think by release it'll be much harder, and it's just kind of, it's not that hard to... Like, I would rather do I haven't heard OPB's, like, takes, but I imagine OPB was really focused on systems and didn't say anything about balance. And I think that that's better types of way of communicating what's going on to prospective players, because in truth, like, balance is just going to change wildly, like it always does from like patch to patch. And the more important thing is getting the systems right so that you can see the connections in terms of what's going on, and those connections be interesting, like for the player experience. Like in my opinion. Amigo Equus, thank you for the Prime subscription. Big nice. So what do you think would be Tunis, Tlemcen, or Morocco be the best choice of those? Tlemcen actually has the best bonuses from what I remember. Morocco's in the best location, maybe? Well, Morocco's good for colonization. Actually, you know, Tunis is probably in the best location. Tunis, just in terms of, like, what they have, like, the territory, it's much more valuable than the other two. Yeah, I don't... That's a little bit tough. Oh man, we're getting a little behind here. Financial literacy, thank you for the €5. Thank you so very much. How does the ocean currents and distance impact exploration and colonization? It affects it a lot. You can colonize in the direction through the current ways much easier than the place that's just, as far as the bird flies or crow flies, closer. Does it impact how and when England can colonize versus the Iberians? Yes. I don't have as nuanced a kind of take on this, because this isn't something I've looked at really close. I just know it is impacting it. And very significantly in terms of the north. Like England, even though, like, England's gonna have a much easier time getting to North America, and, like, Castile and stuff's gonna have a much easier time getting to Brazil. Stuff like that. But Magoo, thank you for the follow and the Prime subscription. Much appreciated. Butts Magoo. Favorite Dev Diary stream of Middle East, North Africa. Middle East and Northern Africa? Middle East and Northern Africa? Oh, why is everyone saying Middle East and Northern... Oh, did we miss something? In terms of looking at the map? I guess we can look at the map a little bit here. Or we probably asked a question and you guys answered it and then we were too late. Not like this. So we don't know what we asked. The truth hurts. Yeah, just like, in general, the resources, I think, are a little bit better. The resources and also the vegetation and flatland is just kind of better for Tunis. I think, generally speaking. You could talk about Persia region advances, as many mountains. Do they get anything to make it less painful? They have very little unique stuff. If they do, it's going to be on their culture, and I would take a close look. I was looking around Persia, because I actually don't know who you're supposed to start as to play the Timurids, because, like, you become the Timurids or something like this. And so I was looking for someone who has content or whatever, and then, like, they just kind of have, like, none. Wow, Max, 32232. Thank you for the Prime subscription. Big nice. Man of the Altar, thank you for the follow and the Prime subscription. Much appreciated, everyone. Thank you so very much. Max asks, Generalist, so what is your opinion of Holland in the game? Is it a fun nation to play, and is sea level a thing? I think they have some flavor for land reclamation. I don't know exactly how it works. I think Holland is okay. I think starting off as Flanders is best if you want to form Netherlands. We did a Holland run, though. And we, like, did okay, but balance is kind of... How well we do is kind of just irrelevant. They're kind of in a nice location. Lowlands is really good territory, so I think you could build tall, play tall out of there. The problem is you run out of pops. So... MENA equals Middle East, North Africa. Got it. Got it. I can't remember the original MENA question. The resources are really, really bad in Arabia, specifically, though. Also, should they handle a construction queue more like Vic 2 with national stockpiles? They have stockpiles per market. And And buying goods off the market to get rid of the buy orders, ghost orders. Yeah, I mean, I'd like them to get rid of the ghost orders. It's also just a very small issue to me, though. It's like, if I have to prioritize things I want changed, that's just really low, because I don't think it affects gameplay that much. What is the embargo date? If I knew it, I would not be able to discuss it, and I would give you a non-answer like this. Unless I was specifically given permission to discuss it. Generally speaking, Paradox likes lifting embargo an hour after they release something. How different are the various subject types like fiefdom compared to vassals? This is something that there's probably more differences than we're aware of, but the really, really big one is that fiefdoms you can annex twice as fast. And so I think right now, since that's the most important consideration, you just make everyone a fiefdom. Should I buy EU5 or dinner? Dinner. You can buy EU5 later. But if you are going to buy EU5, if you use our code at checkout, a Generalist in all caps, you will be able to get a 0% discount. But it will support the channel and give us 12% of the sale, which is an enormous cut, courtesy of Paradox. Much, much appreciated to them. Does the map development somewhat historically mid to late game? I feel like mostly stagnant ahistorical map of Vic 3. It develops a little bit. I'm actually very, very excited for multiplayer, because I think that it's hard for the AI to really cook. And even once the AI gets significantly better, it's still going to be a little bit difficult for the AI to cook. But it'll be curious to see the way players interact with each other. But there is some railroading. Specifically the HRE, in a different version we had, it was just an absolute bloodbath, and it's not as much anymore. The AI is a little bit more passive than it was in previous patches, but I think that's a downstream effect of the money thing. I think they just don't have any money, and they're bankrupt a lot, and so when that happens, they just generally get more passive. And once the money stuff gets fixed, everything gets fixed downstream. 35 USD for Turkey. It's 10% of your monthly income. Wow. Oh. That's so much. I wish you didn't donate. That's so much of your income. That's rough. I mean, hopefully you have a good margin. The thing is, rent is so expensive in some places in the US. Rent in some places in the US is 8 times or 10 times your monthly income. So hopefully if you have a big margin, that's maybe not as rough. If your expenses are only half of your monthly income. Is it possible to crash economies, do you think? There's not a boom-bust type thing as it relates to the economics and goods, but if you take out a bunch of loans, you'll get a bunch of negative ground power, which can, tank your income, and you'll get death spiral off of loans. Economic war is going to be a beast in this game. Something I need to test out is, my understanding is embargoes prevents goods from going through where you're trading, and or where your market is, but I think it's just over the locations. I don't think it's over the sea zones, but trying to cut off trade as the Mamluks, if you control Persia as the Mamluks, can you embargo people and wreck them, is something I want to try, by denying them access to Eastern goods. For England, wouldn't navy buffs be eco buffs? If you're safe behind a wooden wall, you don't need to spend as much as armies. To some extent. They also have navy cost buffs, which are eco buffs. If two players specialize in different goods, could they share a market to improve the goods? Well, the markets are regional, so they can both be in the market, but I think it's more likely going to be the case that they want their own market and just to trade with each other. And that's going to be a preferable way of approaching it, because if we have a market here in, Tunisia, right? This area will have really good market access, and then if we have our ally in Tlemcen, and we decide to destroy his market so that everyone's in the Tunisian market, then he's going to have no market access and isn't going to produce very many goods. So I think it just means you trade with each other more. What lifts should I start doing now to be in shape by launch? Squats. Ever played Tall Castile? Colonization is extremely tempting in other games. We played relatively Tall as Castile one time. We did take a lot of North Africa. In particular, I think that as Iberia, you're going to go after North Africa a lot. Do the buildings consume goods like Victoria 3? They do. As in, they work even if there's insufficient supply. It will just be a penalty until you reach the storage threshold. No, I think that the buildings, like, shut down or they shutter, like, forget exactly how it works. I think it's, like, negative throughput proportional to the amount of the good. So if the good is half the inputs, you get, like, minus 50% throughput, effectively. Hey, Ivar, how's it going? Should you have more smaller markets, or the benefit? There's a benefit for a huge one, and there's a benefit for smaller markets. I don't know what the exact solution is. I think early on, technically, you want more smaller markets, because market access is harder to have early on. But then as it gets easier to have more market access, there's a lot of benefits to having one turbo huge market. And so it's difficult to say. Specifically, migrations, like, a big deal. It's throttled by markets, and so you have this very awkward situation playing as specifically if you're playing in Iberia or if you're playing as Castile, where like where you want to build in Castile, a lot of it's down here by Sevilla. Like a quarter of your pops are in the south, and like 3/4 are up here, and there's 2 different markets. And what this means is where you have a lot of pops can't migrate to where you like want the pops. And the lack of migration between markets really kind of warps things sometimes, and this is a big reason to want to have one huge market, is it facilitates migration better. We haven't played super deep in the game, but in theory, as you go deeper, migration becomes more important, and you move more and more pops. In EU4, after 1600, 1650, every national multiplayer can have a lot of money, can't build more because country full built up, same as the EU5. Eventually, we feel like we hit an event horizon where money stops mattering. And hit it a lot faster if we're playing, like, in India or China or Korea or Japan. But, but at the same time, we haven't really tried to build as much military as possible. And I don't know how much the eco that we feel is like infinite money would feel like infinite money if we were maxing military at the same time. And I imagine money would feel a little bit better. Do you think Portugal stealing land from North Africa is going to be stronger than North Africa stealing European land? Probably. Portugal has a lot of bonuses specifically. And something we want to try out is the Iberians get this building that gives base proximity. We need to see if that stacks with the bailiff. If that stacks with the bailiff, that's insane. And that'll be something I think just like should be nerfed. That's like really stupid if you can just get 70 base proximity, because that means you can have 90 control with no connection to the capital. It's silly. Buenas tardes, un vez más guapísimo. ¿Qué tal? Hello. We understood like 80% of that. How are you doing? Guapismo, I think, is a compliment. We're assuming it's a compliment. Did you run down North Africa RGOs? No, we just kind of made a general statement about them. What country would Ferris Bueller play? He would take the day off. Rent is rough in Canada, yeah. Yeah, these price psychology things is why I don't like donating on YouTube, Twitch. I also get, I get more money through, like, the direct donation stuff anyways. I gotta set up to, like, text-to-speech on that type of thing. Because, like, Twitch takes, like, Twitch takes 70%. And YouTube, I think, takes 30% or 50%. I can't remember which. But I also think that that's fine. Like, Twitch operates at a loss. I don't really mind Twitch taking a cut to, like, operate. Like, I have a slight preference towards having it, like, myself, but, like, it's not that strong a preference, because, like, I don't get to do this unless those systems are there, and those systems need to make money, too. If you haven't played far enough, but have you seen big pop change in growth in 1700? No, pop, like, I don't remember seeing anything that really made pop growth explode. Pop growth, like, the rate seems relatively constant. Nominally, pop growth goes up, but that's because the pool in which you're growing is bigger. And so... Oop. Financial literacy, thank you for the €5. How does proportion of control through prop of control through ocean and deep ocean work? Can you build up maritime control into such sea zones and improve overseas that way? I don't think you can build maritime in the sea zones, but there are techs that improve the rate at which you can get it through the... Oh, hey, Lemon's in chat. Sorry, Lemon, I'm so far behind in the chat. Oh, OPB's in chat too. Hey, OPB, how's it going? Man, I'm gonna be so... you guys are probably gone by the time I got to your questions. Not like this. Do I think I could take Lath in a fight? My understanding is Lath has boxed, and if Lath is smart about it, he could probably take me in a fight. I imagine the way it would go is, if Lath just circles and jabs, and just waits for me to get tired, I'd be in bad shape. But if he gets impatient, and he lets me grab him, that'd probably be really bad for him. In terms of how a fight would go. That would just be my guess. Do you play to end date? No, I couldn't for performance reasons. OPB's played to end date, though. He talks about it a little bit in his video. Performance gonna be bad? Not... I think performance is kind of fine, considering what's going on. But it's gonna get worse as, like, the time goes on, like every Paradox game. As a Muslim, can I make slaves of the Europeans? Yes. Generalist, have you played a first world nation? No. Watching streamer explain triangle trade strats, taking notes. Big nice. What do you think playmakers take that the game is way too easy and Parliament's CVs make blooming too easy? I think that the game's, like, too easy from a balance perspective, but I also don't think it's a big deal. I think that systems are more important to focus on, and like the game's not finished yet, and so, like, complaining about balance and stuff being, like, too easy is, like, it's not wrong, but, like, it's just, like, I think it's just not the thing to focus on. I also am just, like, overwhelmingly confident that the game's gonna be significantly harder by release. Like, I would bet my unborn child's father's life that, you know, it's gonna be a lot harder by release. Sounds to really fix triangle trade issue, they'd have to implement civilian ship system like they have in Distant Worlds. Not necessarily. They could just make it so that if you have more ingoing or outgoing goods, this decreases the cost of doing the other thing. Is there an embargo date? If there is, I can't talk about it. Would be cool that when trade is initiated, reciprocal trade costs less. Yeah. Or not necessarily reciprocal, it's just trade in another direction. You just, you are having an incoming balance of ships or an outgoing balance of ships. And as long as you have that, whatever the inverse is should, in theory, be cheaper. I think that this would create too many iterative calculations. You'd have to get creative with how you'd want to do it, because you can't have calculations that affect one another, because you create feedback loops and it's not performative. Lemon asks, should I build horsemen or infantry? Oh man, even my chat's lagging, not like this. I think early on, when you're squeezed on manpower, horsemen's better. I think the high, what is it, the high, initiative is really good early on, and then it starts to get worse. Because if you can do more damage just like getting in a battle, early with more initiative, but then, being tanky and having... and so this also makes being tanky to some extent good early on, but then I think you like reach this point where initiative starts falling off a lot as like a mechanic. We released a new mining taxes build recently, and Burger's privilege is unstable now. Okay, okay. Do you think it'll be possible to change Norse as Norway? Probably. Do you have the choice to create or not create new world colonies? Yeah, yes you do. Let's see. And CBs make blooming too easy. I think that I can see his perspective. I don't like really. I think that the solutions, like, I think expansion could get a lot worse in terms of difficulty if they just increase antagonism and make the AI make more money. And, like, I don't think Parliament is a problem. I think Playmaker generally, like, in terms of, like, design vision, thinks that Parliament should be a lot weaker. And I kind of disagree. I like a world where Parliament feels really strong. I would like a world where it felt like you got to interact in more different ways with Parliament. But I think that, like, every single one of Parliament's requests, and also the ability to push values, I've seen Playmaker say that he thinks is too strong, which to me means less that the Parliament itself is not internally balanced, but more that he just thinks that Parliament should just have a weaker role. I hope they disallow unlimited conquests so that you can only claim neighboring provinces. I think that you should be able to claim a little bit further, but, like, maybe not anything. I don't know what heuristic I think is proper, but yeah. Unlimited is silly, but I think neighboring is too restrictive. Updated Scandi map today? Or, yeah, on Monday. Yep. Only upside I think I saw is a huge silver mine. Oh, if Norway has got silver, that's gonna be good. Yeah. Trash talking about Norway? Yep. Sorry, we're behind chat, just so you know, like, what's going on. But we're trying to answer every single question. Between England and France, do they still have the 100-year war event? Yes, they do. We actually, and Lemon too, this is something we both left feedback on, I think. You can win the 100 Years' War in one war as France, currently. And I think it should take more than one war. But you just have to push out the English, and you can take that amount of war score in just one war. And we did that this morning. And so, yeah. They do still have the 100 Years' War event. I think it's not even correct to do it, though. I think you're just supposed to... Because you can keep getting CBs on England. I think you're just not supposed to push them out entirely, and just, like, you take all of England, and then you finish with pushing them out of France. But we just pushed them out of France. We did answer the can we take lay than a fight question. Can you, oh, we should probably plug it because there's a lot more people. If anyone was interested in supporting the channel, you don't get a discount, but if you use code Generalist and pre-order through the website on Steam, we get 12% of the sale, which is a very generous cut from Paradox. This is like 3 times like what normal affiliate codes are, and it would help us out a lot, and it's going to be big for us kind of overall on the year. If anyone was interested. It is a little less convenient. So I can respect that. Also, there's other creators that you want to support more, I would ask if they have a code, and even if they don't have a code, probably wait and see, because if they like are EU5 adjacent, they might end up getting a code later. I don't really know how that's gonna work out, but food for thought. What do you think of Holland in the game? I think there's a lot of content for Netherlands, and it's probably pretty strong, generally speaking. Levin's talking about how you can offer people 1 ducat to make them leave a war. This is correct. And is abusable. We haven't done that. We're trying not to abuse things that we think are too silly, but, yeah. A lot of difficult things are broken apart from AI spamming forts, so please make AI spamming forts. Yeah. AI fort spam... Wait, why is my thing lagging out so hard? AI fort spam is, like, one of the things that actually just super bricks their economy. And if they do that, less of that, then things should be a little bit better. There are big fighters and bad fighters. There are no big bad fighters. Who's the fate of the big bad wolf? How bad is late game lag? We have not completed runs due to lag, so it is a factor. We also barely have the minimum requirements, so I don't think it's fair to like entirely, you know, be upset. Oh no, we had to refresh our YouTube thing and it cut off some of the responses. Not like this. Okay, the chat was getting actually, it was too much chat for the thing. So Fialak is the person with the question that's at the top of what was able to reload. So if you have a question about Fialak, you can feel to re-ask the question. Apologies. Can you go up and build irrigation systems like what existed in Iraq the pre-Mongol conquest? Because without that system of pop capacity, Iraq is like 1/4 what it should be. Iraq has a lot of pop capacity. Iraq has a lot of pop capacity. Like a lot. I'm not sure if it's going to be Persia, the Caucasus, or if there's going to be one specifically for the Middle East. But you have a ton of farmland in Iraq, so Iraq's just generally actually going to have quite a good pop capacity. Oh, and there's also this line of Mediterranean, which enormously increases pop capacity. So Mediterranean flatland with, like... Oh, I think there's more farms here now. It's actually a really, really high pop capacity area. I wonder what takes them so long to update Scandinavia. They're probably saving it for, like, a big push. In terms of the way they look at things internally. Does market work similar to the VIC-3 system? No, it's market to market rather than global market. Am I the only one who hears a pie pitch nose? I don't. Lemon Cake, how's, that's a question for Lemon. Renation, we'll leave that one to Lemon, if he's still here. Someone else hears a high-pitched noise? Podcast with other content creators when? We thought about doing this. We were meaning to reach out to Tarkus and to see what he wants to do, because I think he wanted to start covering EU5, so... and then Playmaker was hinting interest, so was maybe wanting to talk about him. Lady Saffron had some interesting ideas regarding trade and, like, historical basis, and she's getting her master's in history, so I think she'd be interesting to talk to, too. Everyone dies to Black Death, says Lemon Cake. Absolutely true. 100%. Can you go after over North African RGOs? A little bit. We were kind of just looking at them. Let's see. Having a bunch of iron is nice. It's really, really nice to have all this sugar and cotton. You can put plantations there if you're coming from Europe, and I think it's actually going to be extraordinarily valuable for Europeans because you can put plantations down there. I think this is going to be a very weird play pattern, but you also have a decent chunk of spices. Salt is relatively valuable. Fiber crops are good. You don't have any like gold or silver except for like the gold pile here, but I think it's going to be really valuable because you're going to be able to like super print sugar and cotton out of here. And also I think that when Columbian Exchange pulls through, this might be area where you can plant a wider variety of stuff, so I think this will be really valuable to Europeans in the Mediterranean. If you are playing in North Africa, kind of the reverse works for Europe, but there's less plantation RGOs in Europe, but you can, like, push across the pond and do the same thing. Does Brandenburg have any saving grace, or are they super weak? After the -20 control thing that, like, stays in forever, they just feel very uncomfortable. I think they do have some decent bonuses, though, and flavor events. You're just going to be in for a rough start. I think they're probably okay, just really, really rough in the beginning. Is the event for 100 Years' War still in game for EU5? I don't know which event you're talking about, but yeah, EU5 still has 100 Years' War. What fear and or sanity do you want to remove mainly? I don't know, whatever's on people's mind. What's the thing the community should be more scared about that they're not concerned about? Should be more scared about. Until recently, I was thinking it was that the AI couldn't eco, but now I'm very confident that they're fixing that, so... what should the community be more concerned about that they're not? I kind of don't like answering this question, but for the people who wanted a really complex and deep colonization, like the colonization bros, they might be a little bit disappointed. Because the colonization system doesn't seem like far and above way more interesting and complex in this type of thing than EU4. So I would probably say that like that. But my understanding is that's also something that they're maybe working on right now. And also, I haven't gotten to play too much with trade companies, and maybe trade companies are super interesting. So my level of confidence in that isn't necessarily high, but like if I had to point to one thing where I think that the community might be like, also if the AI doesn't improve, but I'm pretty sure the AI is overall going to improve, or if the balance is really bad, and doesn't improve, but I think it's going to improve. But the colonization I would also like maybe throw in there, but especially stuff that people are talking about less. What do you think the reception will be? Like overwhelmingly positive. I think so. Here's the thing. The game is fun enough that even if you play, like, for your first 100 or 200 hours, even if it's horribly unbalanced, and the AI just, like, doesn't do anything, I actually think the game's pretty interesting and fun. So I think that people are really gonna like the game on release. And there's not, like, a lot of just really random frustrating things. There's not just, like, a high density of that. And so I think people are going to have, like, a really fun time. I think that, like, stuff like balance is, like, once you, like, settle in, like, and you're above 100, 200, 300 hours, that starts to be something you care about more. But, like, on release, like, people don't care about that at all. It's just, like, Playmaker probably, like, because he's the one who's primarily complaining about balance now, he is, like, probably around 500 hours now. And so, like, you're, like, past the point of, like, this is a new game, this is so cool. And during the this is a new game, this is so cool thing, I think people are gonna have, like, a really fun time. I think you're gonna have to sink a lot of... The things that are maybe, like, bad regarding balance or AI, you're gonna have to sink a lot of hours in before that bothers you, I think. And that's assuming those things don't get significantly better. Do you know if this game has an inbred trait? I don't think so. What happens to religious advances when you change religion? I think they changed the way this works, so I'm not 100% sure now, but my understanding was before they would just get bricked, your advances. Now you might retain them. I hope you don't, because that would lead to weird modifier stacking strategies. I think you can do this with cultures. Maybe you could do it with cultures, but not religions. Or not cultures, like nations, nation tag bonuses, but nation... you can only form so many nations because you can only go lateral up in rank, or you can either go laterally in rank or up in rank, so you can't form as many nations, I don't think. Have you tried slave markets in other nations and how viable triangle trade is? I haven't gotten to try the slave markets in other nations. I was experimenting. Someone told me that OPB said that you could take slaves, or you could trade for Orthodox slaves if you're Catholic, but I tried doing it this morning and I couldn't, so I need to take a little bit of a closer look at that. Buy EU5, cook ramen on your CPU. We gotta get a new CPU. Zero discount is typical for typical Paradox milking us. I mean, they're giving a lot of money away to creators, so like they could have given 4% or something. Last stream you mentioned maybe stepping away because of money issues. Has that changed? With my code, that's maybe changed a little bit, but I'm not... I think that I'm going to have an extremely good 2 to 3 months, but like if if my monthly doesn't look like significantly better after EU5 drops, which is one of the reasons I'm making such a big EU5 push, I might just like have to do something else. Like I don't. This isn't in terms of like hourly. My hourly is really bad right now because I'm playing like 100 hours plus a week of EU5, and I like basically have 0 life out of like EU5 right now. And so like even if you look at like we have close to 300 people using our code, and every time someone uses our code we get 12%. And this is like really substantive for us, but if you like consider it through the lens of we're doing like 100-hour weeks over a ton of weeks, like it doesn't work out to being a very good hourly. Obviously you're playing a game and you're getting like kind of paid to play a video game, so like it's a weird way to like look at it from a comparison perspective, but the amount I make per month, like just like it needs to be higher for me to like really like do this long term, and it's relatively speaking kind of stalled out for me. Like, not to put a damper on things. Does fiefdom also not use your culture on like vassals? And hence a culture convert? I'm not sure that it does, but you're technically the ruler of it. I think that changes things too. No lucky nations, no regional pricing. Steam really scrupulous with price localization? I don't know if I think I'm fine with price localization. Some countries have it really bad because of how like their nation taxes digital goods or something, and I don't really have a hard time with or I don't have a gripe with them getting like a discount or something like this. And also I would not hate it if like people could dedicate 5% of their or 10% of their income or something like this, some percentage of their income, and just get like unlimited all video game access or something like this, and if this is the way the world worked. For people whose incomes are way lower regionally, I don't have a problem with people having lower prices. I hope they do a demo tournament between developers or content creators before launch to see how the mechanics interact between players as they did with Imperator. I currently don't... Well, let's not comment on that, because I think in general we want to be able to just not comment on prediction type things. Are there embargoes for certain goods, or is it no trade? Or is it no trade at all? I think it's you can't embargo goods. You have to embargo countries. I wish you could embargo specific goods, and there was a little bit more stuff you could do. Bro, what's going on in this guy's street? This is OPB. Well, so I have a highway, and then I have like my house, and then there's the other side of the highway, and that's how I live my life. Do you think naval doom stacking will be a problem in this game? I think it's what you do. I don't... Depends what you mean by is it a problem. So... Do you... hey, AV Smooth, thank you for the $5. Do you get a cut if I don't pre-order but buy after release? I'm not sure how long the code will be available. I will be vocal if I lose access, so don't feel like you're getting FOMO and you like have to buy now if you want to support or something like this. But I don't really know if my code's getting pulled at some point. If I know ahead of time, I will be vocal about it. Would hate to see you quit making content. Yeah, I mean, it's just the nature of the ecosystem. Like, you have to get really quite large to, like, be able to do it full-time. Because there's a lot of people wanting to do it. And this is the case with, like... Bro, I live close to LA. There are so many waitresses and waiters in LA. And what I mean is there's a lot of aspiring actors. Because everyone wants to do it. And what it means is, functionally, a lot of those people just get attritioned out, and I think it's the same with YouTubers. I think multiplayer is going to be Stellaris Constantine mode because of performance. Not sure what that means. Do you think buildings work like Vic 3 where they still produce goods even if there's unfulfilled inputs? I believe that proportionate to how much of the inputs are unfulfilled, they produce that many goods. So if you have 0... If all of the inputs are shortages, I think you actually produce 0 things. I'm not 100% sure, though. Is there any way to have inter-market migration? Yeah, taking slaves. We've noticed it once, But I think that was a bug, because we've literally only seen it happen once. So I think it was not working as intended when we saw it happen. How do you think playing small HRE nations like Salambi, will they get crushed by marriage expansion game by personal unions not being good? Personal unions aren't very good, yeah. I think everyone's going to be super, super playable, and you'll be able to get the ball rolling as just about anyone. I think the amount of territory you start with is actually not one of the most important things. So I think you'll be fine. Does linguistic evolution exist? I don't think it does, but I'm not 100% sure. You think they'll expand the triangle trade mechanic as you explained earlier in stream? They can't explain it exactly as I suggested, because this has iterative calculations that has like a feedback loop, which is not performative. So they'd have to figure out some other way of doing it. I would not be shocked if they did, because they do care about that type of thing, but I don't think that they'll expand it before release. Hey Julian, how's it going? Hey, do you think Paradox will nerf the plantation exploit you talked about in Egypt or Castile, or does it work as intended? I mean, the way it probably should operate is based on, like, range from the capital, rather than, like, is it across the continent or not? I hope they don't nerf it. They'll maybe nerf it. I don't know. If maybe once someone makes a really silly video about it, they'll nerf it. Or they could just nerf plantations. Plantations are really strong. Could you depress the price of military goods, like construction, and get super cheap cost on maintaining a military? I have to look at exactly how the maintenance cost on military works, how much of it is just the goods, and how much of it is paying the soldiers. It might be zero paying the soldiers, and it's only the goods. To kind of have a feel for how viable this is. But if you super collapse prices, often this comes at a different sort of cost. Also, if you get minus 66% costs, that means you can 3x the military. If you just 3x the military, it's still really expensive, right? So it doesn't get, like, free. How do you balance the I create 50 fiefdoms to integrate instead of actually integrating naturally? I think the optimal strategy is something cheesy, then it should be nerfed somewhat. I think that diplo capacity is not a resource that gets pressured at all by subjects, and it should. In the current level of balance. And this is something, I have like a balanced feedback mega thread I'm working on. This is something I pretty strongly feel is that the subjects you have don't really feel like they pressure your diplo capacity. If they pressured your diplo capacity, then this would throttle you a lot more and would make diplo capacity modifiers actually useful to get. Right now they're really not. And so I think that the fix is fairly straightforward. What 3 countries do you recommend for your first run? Hungary. I guess we want to recommend lots of different areas. Hungary, Ottomans, Portugal? Something like that. Pound sterling, not euro? Oof, my bad. Apologies. I forgot you guys Brexited. Can you pop growth by mass-producing food? Kind of. It doesn't have that big a... The thing is like, the food capacity is the one that doesn't get maxed out very easy, and you can kind of push to max that out, but, like, it's not... it's maybe 10% of the pop growth modifiers that you can get are going to be, like, or, like, 15% in total, or 20% in total are ones you can get from food-related stuff, but the food-related stuff seems too easy to get. I think it might actually not be working as designed, though. Collapsing food price seems like if the food price always collapses, and if that were a little bit more sticky, that alongside food storage, between the two of those, maybe you could get a little bit more. But as it stands, I think it's like 0.05% for food price, 0.05% for having food, or having a big stockpile. I think there's one more food modifier. I can't remember what it is. So you can push it. You can push it a little bit, but for the most part, like 40% of your pop growth rate comes from prosperity. So it's hard to try and push really, really high numbers via food. I think maybe it should be more responsive to food. Does it have Shotbox and Hot Joint? I don't know. I haven't experimented with MP. Will this be good enough to get us to stop economy maxing in Vic3? Vic3's economic system has more depth, but it's less complicated. This is more city builder, and Vic3's more macro. Depends on what you really, really enjoy in Vic3. I think if you like Vic3, you're going to have a lot of fun playing this, though. As Portugal discolonizing Africa and going east make more sense / profit versus America's? Probably not. Portugal has some different bonuses, though. It would, if they had a more disease resistance bonuses, maybe. Well, that's one of the things that's rough about colonizing Africa is the malaria. You control 2 markets. Is there a difference between importing and exporting? Or if you control 2 markets, is there a difference between importing and exporting if you want more to move resources? Yeah, because it affects whose trade capacity or which market's trade capacity you're using. So I think that's the biggest / only difference. Does England, Great Britain have a special or different parliament, or is it exactly the same as others? I think they start out with burghers, and so that's good. I don't think they have a special parliament, but they have a bunch of like government reforms and laws related to parliament that are unique. But like their actual parliament itself, in terms of giving different... They actually might have a unique parliament, I just didn't notice, where it gives additional agenda juice to someone else. That's generally the difference between unique parliaments, and so it's not necessarily easiest to notice. Should players be discouraged from deleting all their forts by having forts like 20 controllers exert 20 control? This is the suggestion I've given, is I think that the bailiff should be maybe nerfed, maybe / merged with the fort in terms of like what it does, and that or that the bailiff should act kind of like a fort or be a low-level fort. But yeah, like right now, like when we start a game, we just delete every fort pretty much, and like if the AI did that, the AI would do a lot better. I hope they privatize your cars, so you have to pay for the vroom vroom noises for the street. We'll just get a soundboard. Oh, so the cars have to pay vroom vroom noises. Yeah, people like, especially on the weekend, people in the summer, people like driving fast cars. We've got some more people coming in, so if you were going to pre-order EU5, if you order with our code, you don't get a discount, and it's slightly more inconvenient for you, but it does kick 12% of the money our way, which would be a really good way to support the channel if you are interested. That is code Generalist in all caps through the Paradox store, and they will email you a code for the game on release, is my understanding of how that works. Is there a Ukrainian cultural group for Kiev to unify? I think so. I think the Ruthenia is a formable. Calculation of the loop. That loop is how you make emergent systems, but you want to space those calculations out over ticks. Yeah, so the thing is, I don't think you would be able to space it out with what I'm proposing. The world didn't come out yet, and late game is already bad to get to because of performance, huh? Wait, what? We're playing the game early. Hungary seems like a good first nation to play. Yeah, like, Serbia is like a smaller version of Hungary. Hungary also has places where you can rumble. Ottomans just have a lot of streamlined content and are just really, really strong, and so I think they're super forgiving. One of the engineers said it slowed down from 1330s to 1830s is only 25% tick time. Yeah, but were they doing observer? Like, when you do an observer mode game and you're looking on a version of the thing that's like, the AI doesn't really eco that much, you don't get a lot of additional entities. Although, to be fair, the eco in theory shouldn't slow down too much. But also when you're observer mode, you don't get pop-ups and this type of thing. I mean, we noticed just more than a 25% slowdown. So, that's just, like, doesn't comport with my experience. Like, and also, like, if they're doing observer mode games rather than player games, like, if the player does a lot that slows down the game a lot, then, yeah. What is this minus 20% control for Brandenburg you mentioned? They get, like, a special event where they're, like, married to, east or west, Bavaria? And by virtue of the ruler being Bavaria or something like this, or there's like they're ruled over by the Bavarian prince, You get minus 20 control in all locations, which can actually pull your capital below 100 control. And this is a really crippling economic modifier that makes Brandenburg feel like a really rough start. But like rough isn't necessarily bad, it's just hard. Looks like Brandenburg has 300k pops nowadays. They used to have 800k. Do they take away locations from them? Does the Native American policy, especially more developed ones like the Aztecs, suffer severely from lack of horses and other draft animals? Them lacking cab is a given. I think horses you only use, as far as I know, really for military. Actually, I think that your pops demand them, but pop demands vary on culture. In theory, there's a demand profile based on culture that's best. So one of the cultures is best. Like, I think the Malian culture demands gold at a higher rate, so this keeps the price of gold up a little bit, but as you convert the rest of the world to your culture, maybe this is, like, not something you want, or maybe it's something you super want, it's just, like, a lot of additional gold demand. Oh man, Lath is in, except Lath was in here 10 minutes ago because we're behind. How's it going? I heard this man called me out for a fight, I cannot believe this. We said you would probably win in a fight if you were patient. If you weren't patient, maybe not. I don't know. I'm really big. You just gotta jab and circle, and I'll get tired. Do like a half guard sweep or something. Lath does jujitsu, so I could actually like talk shop with him. Like something I really like doing, because people are really unused to the takedown, or at least at my belt level, was like, pulling half guard. And like you would just always get the position, like 100% of the time. Or at least I could, and then just like, my entire game, like, flowed from half guard. I was just very, like, unidimensional in terms of my jujitsu. Can France create a French Algeria colony as a subject, or colonies restricted to the New World? Yes, they can create a French Algerian colony as a subject. You can actually colonize over people when you have a lot more power projection, which is the case via North Africa. It'll take a lot of pops, but then you can make them a colonial nation in terms of the subject type. I'm certain that Colonization is going to get a DLC eventually, probably stuff similar to the Zadia's mechanic. Yeah, I think that if I had to predict what the first like major DLC is going to be, it would be Colonization, but that's probably just a hope pick rather than necessarily... that's what I hope it is, maybe more so than like an actual good analysis. Average Vizier, 9 minutes ago. Apologies for missing it. Thank you for the tier 1 subscription. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated. Let's see. We're gonna catch up on the Twitch chat a little bit. Rent is rough in Canada, big if true. There are fighters and bad... Oh, okay, we already got through that one. Is there content for Friesland? I think there's like one event and that's it. So there's not a lot. But they might have their own like government type and like this type of thing. But you could do that to Iberia through North Africa, plantation them. Yeah, the problem is that there's only plantations for like a handful of different good types, and if I recall correctly, sugar and cotton are some of them. There's not a lot of sugar and cotton in Iberia. There's this sugar here and this sugar here, but I think there's no cotton and it's all wool, so doing it the other direction is not as valuable. But you can just move your capital to Sevilla. Like, I think if we were playing Maghreb, there's a decent chance we move our capital to Sevilla. Something like this. Do you think the game is half-baked, not broken? I think if they released the game right now, people would be annoyed about some things, and that would be fair, but I think people would have a good time and enjoy the game. Like, I don't think the game would get a bunch of negative reviews. And so I think that, we're not as, like, doomer about it. Fan AE, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Like, I think that... I also especially think that, like, balance, and and AI are something that like you're not going to care about until you have like over 100 hours. Like figuring the game out and poking around and doing a bunch of things, I think is a whole lot of fun. Also, Playmaker said that pops are ignorable in terms of how the devs want them to be in their gameplay. I, like, super disagree. I think that the thing is like, currently there's, like, no resistance, but, like, if you look at the underlying system, pops are just so important. Because they determine, like, how easy it is to make cities. Cities just get huge margins on the eco side. If they slow down, maybe they have to slow down the eco for it to matter, but, like, the underlying systems are, like... everything flows out from pops. It's like Victoria 3, where like you could kind of ignore pops, or like you do ignore pops in a large sense in terms of what you're paying attention to, like your attention pie, but literally everything flows out from pops. And so I think pops are just super, super important. I think that like yeah, I strongly disagree with the analysis that pops are irrelevant. Pops are irrelevant if your only goal is to paint the map as quickly as possible with this current level of balance. But like, you're also, when you're fighting people around you that also have less pops, the relative difference between pop level is not noticeable as much. But, like, the just, like, power level of the aggregate, a lot of it comes from pops. What did you do pre-full-time YouTube? So, with COVID, I tried writing a book, and I couldn't get an agent to pick it up for publishing, but I do have... it's kind of the skeleton of a book, because it's a nonfiction book, and you're not supposed to write the entire book before you try and get an agent. But I have, like, a 70 to 90,000 word book. And then before that, I taught chess to kids at after-school programs. In EU4, I always wanted to focus on forts to not de-siege adjacent provinces, but capture enemy provinces that aren't protected. Could this be included in EU5? It might be moddable. It's not the way EU5 is right now. Can you release subjects? Yes, you can release subjects. Alright, back to the YouTube chat. Release a video, we won't believe who is going to win. You talk about me and Lathe fighting. I wouldn't mind a friendly match. We'd have to do a lot of shit talk leading up to it, though. That would be kind of wild. I don't think, so there's, like, a lot of, like, sub-content, like, genres where people end up fighting each other, but I don't think strategy games is one. I don't think I've ever seen a strategy game fight, like, ever. Flamexio, thank you for the follow, or thank you for the subscribe, the Prime sub. Thank you so very much, much appreciated. So, yeah. That to me would be so wild to have map gamers fight. Someone told me that, like, Koifish is jacked and way bigger than me, and I'm not sure I believe it. I'm not sure I believe it. EU5 in its current state is more enjoyable than Vic 3. I'm enjoying playing it more, but also just in general, I have close to 4,000 Vic 3 hours, right? Like, I'm picking up new things. I like learning new things, and it's really hard for me to learn new things and make distinctions in Vic 3 at this point. So the thing I enjoy most about games is just, like, not as present. Do you participate in religious wars during the Reformation? What do you think of it? So a while back, I think we had the religious wars when we went, like... I can't remember. I think in our Netherlands game months ago, we might have done the situation, but I can't remember enough to have an opinion. I've heard talk about playing as buildings and building in other countries. Confused me massively. Could you explain a bit? So there's some countries that don't own any locations, but instead they just only own buildings. And what they can do is they can construct stuff abroad. So currently you could build overseas trade center in other people's countries, and they give you some trade capacity, so that it gives you capacity to do trade within that market, and so you can generate income without owning locations. And the building-based countries will generally have ways through their buildings of generating income that don't involve them actually owning the location, and this is how they, like, make an income, and then they can, like, recruit mercenaries in other people's countries and this type of stuff. So the idea is you generate a lot of income, and then, like, I think you go Merc heavy based or something like this. I think some of these buildings give manpowers, like with the daimyos and this type of thing. It's probably really hard to just like explain through rather than show. Is YouTube your only income? I also have Twitch and Patreon. The affiliate code is going to be the biggest income I get this month. This is probably I'm gonna make a lot this month. We use code Generalist in all caps if you pre-order the game. But yeah, the YouTube is the main source of income. Or doing this everything that's income generating, that is adjacent to the content and the gaming stuff, that is the only source of income, yeah. Technically I've gotten, like, this year I've gotten a couple contracts from Paradox. Is a mechanic to make one of your armies into mercenaries, to hire for... Is there a mechanic? I think you can hire out your army. I haven't played around with it at all. It seems interesting. I'm leery of the idea of giving away my military to the AI and letting them just kill my people and deplete my manpower. We do have a Patreon. We don't really update or do too much on it, and also it's just a $1 option, but it is a little bit. We do generate a little bit like this. The amount of money I make per month needs to be higher. Big facts. Yeah, true if big. True if big. But yeah, it's hard to make it, like, as a YouTuber from, like, a money perspective. Especially in a niche sort of thing. Like, the upper limit on map games is, like, relatively low. You know, in terms of, like, how well you can do. I will pay you £1,000 to share your stream login between release so I can play EU5. That would be interesting financial decision by my part, because I'm, like, I would get sued for $300,000. Plus, I just wouldn't do it anyway. I don't know. If I was super money-oriented, this would not be the thing to do, so I wouldn't even be doing this to begin with. You can play as Banks, yep. In the Ukrainian stream, I bought the premium edition for like $40, so maybe I could send you $10 somewhere. I use your, as I use your code. The best place is like donations, but like if you've already just used the code, like, and you bought for like 40, it's like, it's super fine. Just like, don't worry about it, type of thing. Like, that's already quite a lot. There's close to 300 people at this point who have used the code, which for me is going to be like an enormous amount of income. MENA region pricing is the lowest of the platform. It's still extremely high. Interesting. I thought there was Brazil and Argentina had really cheap pricing. In Poland, it's the second most expensive, except Switzerland, especially because Steamer counts euro. Oh, interesting. Paradox gives away 10 to 30% of the sales to Steam, so encouraging people to buy Steam keys from Paradox site is pretty good. I think that they actually don't get... I think they still have to give away the 20 to 30%, even if they do that through this. Or someone was telling me that the CEO said this, or the CFO, or something like this, so I'm not sure if they actually make out better. American architecture? What architecture? What's in the jug? It is water with a little bit of a very diluted diluted amount of Sonic limeade drink mix, which is like no calories and pretty good. How good is Mesopotamia? Can you do an analysis? Yeah, we could maybe take a quick look. In regards to inter-market migration, there's a few events regarding German migration to places like Poland and Hungary. I just don't think it's big enough. You could also get favors and request migration. So there's like a couple things, but like it seems pretty rough. So Mediterranean is going to give you a lot of population. Continental is going to be kind of okay, and it really flows along the river. Arid's not going to be good. Cold arid's not going to be especially good. This is relatively kind of rough overlap with some of the rough terrain, but some of these locations are going to be like grassland, Mediterranean, this type of thing, where everything overlaps. I think there's more farmlands now. Development also starts out decently high, but just kind of in that specific region. And then I think the resources are pretty good here, if I recall correctly. So we're going to have cotton, silk, a little bit of fiber crops, but it's really down here where the resources are decent. Sugar, and there's fruit everywhere in Arabia, so it kind of falls off as a resource. We get a decent amount of lumber along this kind of strip as well, so the strip's really where the value is. There's also a strong amount of cotton and wool over here. So resource is pretty solid, kind of solid low, nothing super standoutish. A few spices, where spices is pretty good, but not an insane amount. Are PUs not worth it all, or just not the best? They're not the best. Like, we're not upset when we get a PU, but they're not very strong right now. They were insane, like, with the previous version, though, so it might have just been, like, a bit of an overcorrection. How do you get higher pop numbers in the EU5? You get more pop growth. A lot of pop growth, like, another 40% of pop growth. So, like, 20%-ish, I think, is food-oriented. Plus a little extra juice, like 10% if it stays rural. So we're going to go over 100% here. 40% is going to be... like if you have high prosperity, and another 40% is going to be if you don't have a lot of pops in that location relative to its pop capacity. So having pop capacity is also going to be a big one. Can you share feedback? Can you share the feedback you give? I don't know if I want to do that. I'd like... Because it's like kind of like saying what I think is wrong with the game when I don't think it's a problem that is wrong with the game. And I like not that interested in like just like publicly shitting on the game for like issues I don't really think are like issues from like I don't think it's an issue that people should be concerned about, because I think it'll be fixed by the time of release, and so getting people in a frenzy over it seems like really pointless. And like the shout out to you guys on the forums, you guys like freak out when you hear bad news, and Reddit too, and it's like I don't necessarily want to make people like upset in that way. When I like if I think something's an issue, I'll be much more likely to talk about it. Like, I talked about earlier on stream how I think, like, colonization's an issue, but, like, there's, like, some things that are, like, little, like, issues that are super fixable, and it's, like, why, like, go out of my way to just provide a list of things I think are bad? Maybe I'll do it, but, like, just because, like, a transparency type thing, but I'm, like, I would not be abundantly thrilled about it. I think. I don't know, I'd have to think on that a little bit. Maybe there's like, because we share a lot of the stuff, but just like, it's just providing a list of stuff that's back to back to back, things that we think that's wrong, rather than like something like this where it's Q&A. Is like, maybe it just feels like it would be like more harsh than I really am interested in being, you know, something like that. Pinga, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. So... Feels like Paradox is sweeping it, meaning it's not good, regarding multiplayer. I haven't played multiplayer or tried to like set up multiplayer with other creators. This is maybe something I could do, but I think that my rig is worse than almost every other content creator, so it would slow down the multiplayer experience. So I actually would feel guilty about that. Our technologies in the world, is there any noticeable difference between countries that are more developed? Absolutely. It's really, really hard to spread the first 3 institutions to some areas of the world, and they'll be really, really delayed. And some places don't start out with all the institutions in the Age of Traditions, and so for all those places, it'll be really, really backward. But over the course of the game, you can catch up, I think, as just about anyone. So I think that that's going to be something that's something you can do. How does price collapse of resources work? Every single thing that you build, or most things that you build, not everything, have inputs, and if those inputs are cheap, it decreases the gold price of the building by a considerable amount. Financial literacy, thank you for the £5. After playing England and Great Britain over the last week, has your view of the starting position regarding resources, terrain, and vegetation changed a lot? We were finding that expanding into the lowlands and expanding into France, these are actually the areas Flanders and Normandy, and also the Netherlands are actually the areas where you can get the most control as England, rather than like Scotland. And so you have to kind of consider these a little bit more than maybe we were before. But this is really, really good terrain because it's just a lot of flatland farmland. And you could actually get a really high density of high control areas. And this is what we ended up doing, and man, it felt so good in terms of just the amount of control we were able to get in some of these regions. M. Batukan, thank you for the 20 sec. When will we see us streaming dating gameplay? I'm not sure we're gonna stream dating gameplay. I have the feeling that that would have to be something that you would need two people who are interested in doing that and being very public about it. So, Ogsy, thank you for the Prime subscription. Big nice, and the follow. How steep do you expect the learning curve to be versus EU4? EU4, you have to learn way more things. There's like way more systems that you have to learn. I expect it to be like, you learn the surface level of everything way faster than EU4. But a lot of the systems have more depth than EU4, whereas EU4, it's just understanding how to get the modifiers, and there's like 50 different systems of how to get the modifiers, and so it's too many systems to like learn, and so to get 30% there or 50% there in terms of knowledge is going to be easier on EU5, but to get to like 80 or 90% there is going to be harder than EU4. Maybe something like that. I'm really big, not kidding. Yep. Watch me pick up a car. Baby. The Hot Wheels. You pull half guard? I hate it. Generally is a really big guy. Trying to get on top all the time I think is rude. Because then you're just gonna smash people, like, they just, like, lay on them. Because, like, it's like, yeah. It's like having knee on the belly, but it's just some dude laying on you. I know you'll see this 20 minutes from now, but still, yeah, we are behind. We are having a bit of a time. But, like, another thing is, I would do, versus anyone who would play that game with me, that was a lower level of experience or had fewer stripes than me, I would actually just do turtle position to open up. And I would just do turtle into half guard. And turtle position's just like a very bad position, but I got pretty good at getting out of like turtle position just by virtue of just like, that's what I would do versus people who are less skilled than me, so I just like let them take the pace. Lathis is top and Generalist is bottom. You heard it here first. Have you done any runs in the Americas? We have not. What do you think new players should learn first and automate and learn later? I think whatever they're interested in kind of playing around with, they should navigate towards that. I think a lot of players won't want to engage with the eco too much, and if you just put everything on automate, I think it's not very optimal, but like, it'll automate as good as the AI plays. So if you want to acquire your edge versus the AI in regards to moving around units and that only, you can probably do that. I prefer to focus on the economics, and I think a lot of other people are not like that. So we'll see. Depends. It probably just depends on what you want to focus on. Yeah, the dyes specifically are so nice, as is the wool. And you get a lot of that in kind of this northern region regarding, like, playing England. Enmal Singh, thank you for the $10. Hey, dude, thanks for the content. If this is something you can talk about, does Punjab manage to break free from Delhi Sultanate? Yes, usually this happens. How strong is the Indus River region in general? It's one of the strongest in the game. Indus River is the northern one, right? Hopefully I'm not getting... I don't know my Indian geography all that well in terms of, like, what everything's titled, but, in a general sense, it's, like, one of the strongest... It starts out with some of the highest dev in the game, and it's really high pop and really, really good. The thing is that I think Delhi's itself is not strong. I assume you're talking about this region here. Delhi itself is not very strong, so... And you start with your capital there, Or Delhi is strong, but it has really significant issues. But if we see a development map mode, we can kind of see. So first of all, subtropical, really, really good. Subtropical is the second best climate. We have a lot of flatland, also good. And then we have a lot of farmland. So gonna have enormous pops. And then here's the dev map mode. And that's a lot of green. That's a lot of green. I think in terms of dev density, it might be the very best in the entire game. And so what you end up having is just enormous pop potentials, and then you have pretty solid agrarian resources up here too. We're gonna need a different map. We're gonna need a bigger boat. And so you're gonna have a ton of silk, sugar, and cotton, which are just gonna be very, very good. And then on the outskirts, you have a bunch of iron. Like, if you get to the, like, if you move out from the river. The thing is, you'll want to upgrade a lot of these to cities, and it just feels really bad upgrading silk, cotton, sugar to cities, but I think that's just, gonna be the nature of the beast. Is there content for Southern Low Counties, Liege, Namur, Hanuit? Yes. I don't think it's a lot, though. Daniel Coffee says, love the EU5 content. What's the least in industry or consumption? Good produced in game? Least produced good. There's kind of like a few consumer goods that don't really get used a lot. I think the best example in terms of RGO, at least in the early game, there might be some late game buildings that use it, is medicaments. Medicaments as an RGO just like doesn't get used very much. Could you raid trade routes and become the ultimate pirate nation? The pirate system... There is a system for pirates. I don't think it's that robust. We haven't engaged with it, though. You like, build pirate buildings in other people's nations, and then they automatically raid. And I think this is more negative towards them than you being able to extract value. Your playthrough... Or I think there's also a pirate nation mechanic, but we haven't touched it, so we don't really know. In your playthroughs, do you feel that the quality of flavor, the drop-off in the game, 1700s, especially when nations don't become what they historically were? Well, there are situations and disasters and content of that nature as you get into the late game. But for nation-specific content, is there going to be less in 1700 than there is at the game start? Yeah, but then, like, that's also not really preventable because you get further from... As you get further from, you have more deviations from history, so they can't possibly be making as much content, or if they did, that would almost certainly be a mistake. But I've enjoyed stuff. You get a new member. Scott Hayrock, thank you for the membership. Big nice. Much appreciated, my guy. Is there any downside from having really high pops? It kind of hurts composition. Pop composition a little bit in the early game. Like, aristocracy scales nobles based on pop percentage, so it's harder to get off of aristocracy, or it's hard to get out from under the nobles if you have aristocracy value. I think there's also scaling, just regular percentage scaling, like, that's not off of aristocracy. I'm not 100% sure. And so, like, it's harder to get your pops comped in the way you want, because you have more of them. But generally speaking, I think it's better to have more pops. Are there recurring bouts of plagues and other diseases periodically to reduce population? Yeah, but they don't feel impactful in the same way the Black Plague is. Someone says Lath, at Lath. Bang bang, shots fired. I'm very disappointed you actually did something as Ulm. You must now punish yourself in a mega campaign across all games where you actually do nothing. Did you play as a non-landed nation? Briefly, but I wasn't enjoying it. Quaver just Generalist when? Not like this. He's bigger than me from what I understand. Really enjoy your linguistic commentary. Thank you. What would you do to improve the colonization game mechanics? What do you feel is missing? I don't have a specific... thing. But I would almost like there to be, like, an entire another... You know how there's, like, a panel when you can, like, look at religion, or, like, a tab within a panel? And, like, it's its own thing, and you can click buttons, and you can set things, and, like, I I would prefer that. I mean, I think I would like an international organization between you and your colonies, and there to be colonial, like, things that are a little bit more nuanced than just laws, and your colonies have abilities to push back against you. Like, right now, they're just like other subjects kind of right now. JWAS, thank you for the Prime sub, and Augusty, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Much appreciated, my guys. And so, something like this, like, in terms of thinking within the systems that they already have, I think that there's also one of the things regarding trade, which I think might decrease your ability to represent colonial extraction, is that you cannot import a market into a deficit. If there's a certain amount of demand for a good in a market, like let's say you have a 40 supply of sugar and 20 demand, no one can import more than 20 sugar from you, because you cannot import someone into a deficit. I would like to see if there was a way you could do that for colonies to really, really kind of rough them up. And then also, if there was a way to represent, like, colonies having to pay more for goods via, like, tariffs and, like, something like this. I don't know if there is something like this, though, because maybe we haven't played deep enough in. How do the channels in the wasteland work? The black ones we see at the moment on the screen, how do they work with proximity and armies? Channels in the wasteland. You just can't move through... Oh, the, like, arrow things? These? It takes, like, the movement through them is slow, you can't build roads there, and you can't really push proximity through them at all. How many releasables, non-custom ones, are in the game compared to EU4? There's literally thousands of nations, as far as I remember. I think it's a little over 2,000. Did my part with your code? Thank you very much. Much appreciated. We have code Generalist in all caps. If you pre-order the game with the code, you do not get a discount, and it is a little bit more inconvenient for you, but we do get 12% of the sales, so if you wanted to support the channel, that would be an amazing way to do it, because it's no additional cost to you. Couldn't find my question answered anywhere, but, well, natives, no, not like this. My YouTube, like, widget for streaming is, like, struggle busing. What is going on here? Okay. I couldn't find this anywhere. Apologies, people. I'm answering every single question, so I am a little bit behind right now. Will natives be able to do any research that's not available to start? I haven't taken a look at the Society of Pops. I think that they will be able to research everything that is in the 2 free trees, which there's a very small free tree in the first age, and in Renaissance Age, there's a rather large free tree, but they are going to hit a point where they have researched everything, and there's nothing left for them to research, and then they sit and twiddle their fingers until they get institutions. Soul Hat and Twitch, thank you for the follow, big nice. So, time and the value of money, true. There's a great power mechanics present in EU5, yes, and there are hegemons. Specifically, the cultural hegemon, I think, is the really valuable one. I know Playmaker's bullish on the military hegemon, but I think that's because he's trying to stack one of the modifiers it gives, which is, like, decreased war score cost. Because he's just looking to take as much stuff as possible, which I think the military hegemon is good for that, but I don't really know too much about it. Do you get paid out just for EU5 pre-orders or other products too? I think I get paid out for other products too. So I guess if people wanted to order Vampire the Masquerade, I think we're actually going to stream that. I have, like, no content in this, in this sphere, but, or I played the World of Darkness one for, mod for CK, but, I'm a huge fan of, like, the world / setting, so we might do that anyways. That'd be a little bit indulgent. I think I'm just supposed to turbo push EU5 until release. I may have missed your answer, but does fiefdom also not use culture and thus help you to convert? I don't think it uses your culture, no. Wherever you release them, it generally uses the culture of the location you release them in, is my understanding. Unless that's something I could have gotten wrong, but that's... to the best of my recollection, that's how that works. Is there any kind of tutorial tips geared towards new players or some of us who haven't played years? There's so much scaffolding for new players for this game. I think that the learning curve is still going to be rough because there's so much stuff going on, but like to the extent that they can make it not rough, this is the most impressive I've been with a Paradox game like ever at any point. There's also like a Europedia, so there's like a built-in Wikipedia. It's very, very impressive. If in any of your games you can intentionally try to blob as hard as you can, or is that something you didn't try too much? It's something we didn't try too much. Like, I'm aware that I can just do it, and there's event horizons I hit where I'm like, okay, anyone who I can generate antagonism on, I can fight them all simultaneously. So, like, this doesn't really matter that much, but, like, I think that trying to blob as much as possible is, like, uninteresting to me as the player, and it also, like, kind of disengages me from really kind of testing out the game at a certain point, because I think the AI is, like, abusing the AI being weak, I think is, like, uninteresting on two fronts, and it doesn't make me more informed about the game, and right now I'm playing primarily to become informed, and so I'm doing a lot of fiddling around with, like, small things and looking at tooltips, more so than, like, there's some grand idea for a campaign where, like, I'm trying to accomplish a big goal or something. I just, like, I don't care too much about, like, the big goal level thing, because I can't share any of screenshots, I can't share any video or any of, like, the thing like this, and it's not going to help me understand the game better, so I'm not as interested. Except, I guess, how to blob super, super fast, but I don't think that's going to be my niche for content anyways. Best non-traditional trade to be a trade power by mid-game. Non-traditional country. Countries that are, like, in here, probably, actually, that can serve as the bridge. Maybe you consider those trade countries. I think that the best trade country is probably Egypt, and they're not necessarily the best, but they are a trade company. Otherwise, best trade country that's not a traditional trade country. You know what? There's a building, a caravanserai, which is available, I think, to a lot of the Middle East here, but also to Mali. Mali's pretty good for trade, too. Which can allow you to get a lot more trade in the early game, but it falls off because there's not an upgraded version of it, so it falls off as a proportion of the amount of trade you're getting. The unique building gets smaller and smaller as you get upgraded trade buildings in the main trade vein. Can you make your ruler's brother, for example, the newly created leader of Val's estate? Yeah, you can. Could we get more depth info on what the Diplo admin or military bonuses for the ages are? I can try to make saves towards this. I don't want to cover specifics too closely because stuff is liable to change. I'll think about it. Yeah, there's some things I don't want to cover as specifically, and I can't talk about it as much why I don't want to cover them as specifically, so I can't, like, fully explain myself to you. But that's, like, kind of something I maybe would want to cover a little bit less. There's horses, livestock, and then there's wool. Yeah, wool is really, really good as a resource, but it might get balanced down. Is there buildings to improve the rural economy, or is it just plantations or RGOs? There are buildings, there's, like, I think windmills, which improve rural grain production, this type of thing. And so that's pretty good. The name's Jonas, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Much appreciated, big dice. I think that in general, right now, food is too easily available, and you are almost never you're looking to town a lot of your food production places rather than keep them for maximum food production. But yeah, there's also, like, rural smelter, which improves the output of your, like, mines in a rural area. And so this can improve the RGOs, and so you're incentivized to keep stuff. If you really, really value the RGO, you're incentivized to keep it rural because you get more of the RGO. No need to nitpick a beta alpha build to the public. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it to some extent. I think that also, like, communicating and interacting with devs more, you get to see stuff from their perspective more and be more empathetic. And so, while I think I can just talk about everything I think is wrong, like, I don't think the devs, like, as people, not the marketing team as, like, a professional capacity, but, like, the devs as people, like, you're, like, kind of shitting on something that for them is not finished, and it probably feels unfair to be judged for it. You know what I mean? But, like, that's, like, different than, like, the marketing arm of Paradox and, like, them wanting to have, like, good PR only and, like, this type of thing. But, like, just talking about, like, the devs specifically, like, that's probably a frustrating experience, especially when it's a lot of stuff. It is like we give feedback on it, and then they fix stuff internally, and then it's not on the updated build, and then we come out and we complain about the very thing that's already fixed in the build that they have, and they can't talk about it, and like it's probably just a really annoying experience. And this entire the product that we're receiving is not a finished product, nor is it at any point represented to us as a finished product. So the notion that we should critique it as a finished product is like insane. But also, like, once the game's released, like, I would be much more gung-ho about just, like, this is everything I find wrong with the release version, right? But, like, it doesn't, it's like, if your English teacher broke into your house, and stole your rough draft of your paper, and then graded that, in front of the class, and told the class what was wrong with it, and you're like, but bro, that's my rough draft. And she's like, you forgot to capitalize this, and you're like, that's not my Turnitin version. What do you mean? And so, like, which, like, but that doesn't mean that there's, like, isn't issues with the essay. It's just like, the English teacher, after breaking in, could just give you feedback on your essay, and then leave it on your nightstand, and then go about her business or his business or this type of thing. It seems like getting professional army ASAP is the meta. Is it possible successful with mass conscripts like Russia in the winter? Conscripts are fairly good early on. Grembo, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. So pro army seems valuable for hitting power spikes, but it's not like the be-all end-all. I really enjoy not wood chippering as many troops, though. But I need to play with mercs more. I was playing around with mercs a little bit more, like, this morning, and also just mercs do fine, too. So, like, if you go, like, banking first, and then you get more money, and then you just, like, go for mercs, that probably also works in a lot of situations. Zaylan says, on my way to the forum to report that Generalist has a huge list of problems with the game that he won't share, not like this. Don't make everyone at the forums at me. Perfect Boobs says, I'm sure they're saving so problem solving for DLCs. I don't think that that's how the way that, like, development really works. I think that this is the cynic, like, perspective, and I don't think it's as really as much how it works. How hard is it to block off the Europeans from colonizing South America as Inca? I have no idea, but South America, like, if you're talking about the Peru side of South America, that's probably not that hard. The stuff I find most worth sharing is the stuff that's sort of like design direction things, like if they're making a blobby game or if the West is way stronger than the East. Yeah, and this is stuff I do comment on a little bit more. Like, I think pop is really important, and I think the East is strong, like, relative to the West. Stronger than, like, historical, like, basis, because historically speaking, the East was stronger than the West during this time period, but, like, even accounting for that, I think that the West doesn't really have as many tools to catch up that they maybe ought to. Something like this. Like, I'm concerned Paradox is intentionally not coming down on the blobbing debate because, for marketing reasons, they want to tell both sides what they want to hear. I mean, like, also the devs are busy doing the dev stuff rather than, like, trying to respond to everything, and the devs know what's going on in a way that the marketing, like, department doesn't. Like, it's not like, everyone is not... People have also different roles within, like, Paradox, and it's not like they're omniscient what's going on in one vein versus the other. Personally, I would like to see bailiffs nerfed, and I'd like to see money matter a little bit more, and those two combinations just in general would really, like, cut down on blobbing quite a lot. What would you do to improve colonization game mechanics? What do you feel is missing? I think we mentioned this before, but we would like there to be an international organization between you and your colonies that has some, like, play and back and forth between you and the colonies, and, like, lets your colonies, like, band together, stuff like this. Maybe there's something like this in the Age of Revolutions, we just haven't gotten to it, though. Do we know how plague resistance works? If so, what does 5% do specifically? So it creates a ceiling by which the plague cannot infect more people. And so if you have plague resistance of 20%, maximum the amount the plague can affect is 80%. And then as the infection spreads, you will get more and more disease resistance. So this will push down the ceiling until the two meet. And so, like, let's say you now have 50% resistance and the plague is 50% there. And then what will happen is you will continue to develop herd immunity and get more and more resistance. And so this will remove the plague percentage infection on your pops until eventually your disease resistance reaches 100%, at which point the disease will be eradicated from the location. So what it does is it makes the floor into a better spot. Oh, Lambert's here. Are you aware of how much damage you've done to the meta by saying Portugal is to flip Sudi? It's cursed. On the forums? I've not seen the forum complaints about people talking about flipping Sudi. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to flip Sudi, though. Like, Muslim seems so much better than Christian. I'll have to check out the forum comments later. Lambert's probably the most active content creator on the forums, as far as I know. But how you doing, Lambert? If you're still here 20 minutes later. That's why I only have a couple hundred hours in EU4. I basically felt like I had to memorize a series of right-click button systems before I wanted to begin learning the systems. Yeah, so, like, learning a bunch of... EU4 seems much more... You have to learn a bunch of different, like, things that are really knowledge-based, and, like... EU5 feels like more death-based. Does USA have any special stuff, or is it generic? We haven't gotten that far yet. I think the one you're referring to is the Ganges. Oh, the Northwest. Sorry. In regards to India. Oh, your question was about Punjab. I should have realized. So we're talking, like, in this region. Wow, last we played, it was, like, close to 100% cotton, it felt like. Right? Now there's a lot more iron and other mineral stuff, which is going to be an improvement. A lot of this stuff, if I recall correctly, is sparse. So you have a lot less pop capacity, but it's still pretty solid. All of India is pretty solid. The resources are good. Apologies for getting the river wrong. I knew there was a high chance I was getting the river wrong, though. You can see a little bit less dev, and then it's going to be sparse and desert, so not quite as much pop capacity, but still going to be a really solid area. You have the balls to suggest change Spain capital to Barcelona? It's probably pretty good in Barcelona. Sabotage this channel, please. It's funny, Playmaker is a meta min-maxer for Conquest. General is a meta min-maxer when it comes to economy. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is like... if the AI does a lot better, then suddenly the economy matters a lot more. Like, because, like... If the AI just hired, like, 15 stacks worth of, mercenaries because it could, because, like, often we get, like, to that point in terms of the economics when we're playing, like, that would be a vibe to deal with that on top of conscripts, on top of, like, the, like, normal-sized army. Then we have OPB, chill roleplayer, exactly. Lord Lambert, I'm somewhere in the middle. I do... try and make things strong, but I never go hard against the LARP. But I never go hard at LARP. Against LARP. Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in the game from a theoretical perspective, what you do to become as powerful as possible. And this is kind of how I approach it, and, like, what success is for me is just, like, some abstraction of power level. And then, like, for Playmaker, it's paint on the map. And we've had this discussion, but it's just, like, how much you can paint the map. And for me, like, if you have half as much paint but you're twice as strong, this is better than having twice as much paint and being half as strong. You run out of pops? Yes. As England do not expand as much, how can one run out of pops? I imagine conquering China and India for pops does not work. It does not work. It does not work because you can't bring them back. I mean, to some extent, like, you lose building opportunities if you're out of pops, and you just have stone 0, so conquering India and Japan is better than nothing. It might be the case that you want to subjugate them and then invest in your subjects, something like this, and this is the preferable way of going about it, and so maybe you have like an EIC type situation, East India Company. But running out of pops, I kind of think as the proportion of burghers rises, maybe birth rate should rise too, or something like this. I don't know. But then at the very end, when you get to the Industrial Revolution period, like the mills or the highest tier production building doesn't employ burghers anymore. Are Naples and Provence in a personal union from the start? I do not know. Doesn't the world situation coalesce in interesting ways in the 8 game? Weird scenarios like Japan colonizing Americas or Orthodox Ottomans, etc. There's a game setting where you can turn it on, and if you turn it on, people from Asia won't explore. And if they don't explore, they won't colonize until really, really late. And so you can turn that on. And I think that that is kind of the band-aid fix that they did to get rid of India colonizing everywhere. Something like this. Does the difficulty of culture converting pops depend on how similar different cultures are from your primary culture? I think it does a little bit. You have to tolerate the pops, and tolerating the pops is more expensive if your cultures don't like each other. Or if you tolerate the pops, it gets easier to assimilate them. I can't remember if it's required for natural assimilation or if it just gets easier. It's something like this, but your ability to accept them is throttled by that. What are your expectation thoughts do you have regarding modding? I think some modders even have access to the game right now. What are my expectations? I don't have strong expectations other than I think they're going out of their way to make a lot of things moddable. I know the first thing we're going to do is we're going to ask someone to mod in GDP to the top bar. But that's the first thing we can think of. I've been meaning to maybe make a list of mods that I want and then publish the list on release or something like this. Is slavery good to keep the entire game? I don't know about entire. It might be the case that once you get a big enough basis of like pops, you stop caring as much. They're really, really important for populating the New World. And eventually, they have really low satisfaction, especially as they get more literacy, so they might become more trouble than they're worth in the late game. And you might just value the literacy over the slaves. And so at which point you just free the slaves. Something like this. Is it worth it to liberate them? Yeah, I think you can also set up your laws so they slowly promote, which might be the compromise that you want to do. Can we just import-export taxes? No. Is Tunis Mediterranean slave raiding into Carthage game viable? I believe that Tunis is viable to play. The thing is, you have to somehow become pagan to form Carthage, is my understanding. I think we do have North Africa here. But yeah, I think North Africa is super playable. How easy to break away your overlord as vassal? I have zero experience in this, so I don't really know. It's really easy to eco up and become strong without a lot of locations, though. So if you could eco up and become strong and then go after your overlord when they're having a revolution or something like this, it's probably not too hard. Is Hungary OP? I mean, they're strong for Europe, I think. They're probably top 10 in Europe. We're kind of formulating our thoughts on who we think is good in Europe, especially as we play a little bit more. Other than Gibraltar, what crossing have been removed or readjusted? I don't know EU4 well enough to answer that question. I'm sorry. If you form a new country, do you keep unique advances and government reforms of your previous country? I think you keep the advances. I don't know if you keep the government reforms. My understanding is this has been changed. Before, you did not keep the advances, and I think they've changed it so you do, because it would create weird play patterns where you would just never want to research unique advances ever, because you knew that the research was going to get deleted. Hey Blue Moo, how's it going? The Lens has had a bad dev time. Yeah, but we like the IP, so it doesn't matter. Like, we're gonna lap it up even if it's awful. It looks like a vampire game will be good. It's gonna be a side quest focused immersive sim like the original. First half of the original, but I love the vampire game. Yeah, it doesn't matter how good it is, we're gonna enjoy ourselves. are going to be doing an update spreadsheet video when the official release comes out. Yes. We're going to do updated spreadsheets. As Castile, does it make sense to do historical events like the Iberian Wedding, or does it make sense to just eat Portugal, Aragon, and Navarra from the start rather than PUing? It's probably better just to eat them. That's not the way we would play it, but that's probably better. Because currently, antagonism doesn't really throttle you very much at all. And I think that this is the resource that you really preserve when you do PUs, and the problem is you don't care about antagonism. And in a world where France and England are ecoing up and becoming strong and dogpiling you over this, it makes more sense to do the Iberian Wedding, right? Even Aragon dogpiling you with those two over Portugal. But this is also something that I think could very easily change if they change AI and rebalance into this type of thing. How do the Crusade mechanics work now? Oh, financial literacy, I'm so sorry, we missed your £10. As England, can you talk through the process of conquering Normandy, Picardy, and Flanders? How did you use those areas after? Do you make them part of the London market? How long to convert to English culture? Yeah, we can talk through this a little bit. We were actually maybe thinking of talking through it to some extent when we do the Tinto flavor next week, but our approach was generally just to not take any land directly, because I think taking land directly is weak, and we transferred these off of France, starting with the lowlands, and what we also did is we fed Artois, like all of Picard culture as well, and then we improved culture relations with Picardy, and what we ended up doing then is we integrated them first. And so if we look at cultures, we could see Picard culture right here, integrate them first. And so the fact that they like our culture makes it so that it is cheaper to accept them, so we accept them, and then these are all cored. Then we took quite a lot longer to integrate the other ones, because I think we shifted gears, and we were integrating more in Wales and Scotland and Ireland in terms of using our integration, like, kind of as a resource. But eventually we integrated Normandy and Flanders as well. But for these guys, we had become cultural hegemon, so we just culture convert the entire area. And so we were really proactive in making sure that the entire area was under our control. So these are locations, these are provinces. One step up from provinces is areas. They don't have this map mode for France here. But that is kind of how we went about this. And in terms of grabbing all this stuff, the way we did it is we did it through the 100 Years' War situation, where we just had to repeatedly fight France. We actually, this is something we left feedback on, so it's going to be changed by the time we had release, but we got a PU over France, and then 5 years later, our ruler died, but since we have different succession law than France, it actually bricked our PU. So we go through the entire situation, we fight 4 wars, only to have the PU, what we were doing the thing for, brick. But then eventually we later subjugated France anyways, after taking more and more territory. But the main idea here is that any location that's only like 3 to 4 deep from the coast, we are going to really be able to get a lot of control on. So a lot of control we had like in turquoise coloring, just alongside this coast. And really, really with the lowlands specifically, up in here, we had a ton of stuff that was max control. So it was way easier to get control in this area and this kind of area than it is in Wales even. So, because you have to look at it like a C-zone perspective, and pushing out from Great Britain, like the C-zones make it so that each C-zone you traverse, with what we had gone with our naval values, was generally cheaper than traversing one land. And there's like 1, 2, 3 sea zones, and then you're here. And so this is cheaper than going through 3 locations by land. And then we go through 1, 2, 3. And so a lot of this was just 80-90 control just all along the coast. And so as a power base, you really think of your power base radiating like out from England, not like not super far into Great Britain, but actually just along the coast. And eventually we were looking to push further north and like into Denmark and stuff like that as well. Let's take a look at the resources. I think the resources map mode, if we have one on in the background, is probably just the most interesting one to be looking at. How does the crusade mechanic works? The Pope calls for one, and then people can dogpile and join. And I think it's done through the Catholic IO, International Organization. If you don't automatically inherit other nations' colonies when you kill them, probably also makes sense to just whack them this too. Does language affect cultural assimilation? I think it does. There's a lot of things that affect language that also affect cultural assimilation, so this is a bit of confound. I think it does, I'm not sure on the modifier though. Does two German-speaking countries assimilate easier than French one assimilating a German one? I'm not sure. I feel like there is, but I'm not 100% sure. How useful is cultural traditions? It's kind of useless. Hegemon's based on your influence. Tradition's good if you're defending and someone's trying to take your dirt and then they're trying to integrate it. It makes it very hard for them to do it. But if you're not on the back foot, it's not going to be very useful. You find yourself using cultural conversion to your campaign, not before getting cultural hegemon. Are there food granaries to store food? Yes. What's the acronym RGO? Resource Gathering Operation. Playmaker has the EU4 brain. I mean, he's primarily E4 content. I'm coming from Vic 3, so I think generally speaking, I think through the game differently than most of the EU4 players. The UI still, the IU, you mean UI, still looks like a high schooler made it? Yeah, I mean, I kind of disagree, but also, like, UI's a thing where, like, once you get used to it, you just kind of look through it and you don't see it as much anymore, and people who, like, don't have access to the game aren't used to it. And I'm not bothered by it. What I'm bothered by is having to make more clicks more than, like, something else. Why was what did I wanted to show something, but I can't remember what I wanted to show. Lowlands doesn't have the best resources, but they have really good, like, terrain and this type of stuff. Which is kind of an interesting thing. Yeah, it's like all farmlands. Really high density farmlands in northern France as well, regarding the England question. Does making a bunch of food give you massive population growth? It doesn't after a certain point. You get to a point where marginal food's not going to do anything, and I think you get to that point too quickly, and then you just kind of, like, don't really care about it. How advantageous is knowledge of Black Death compared to how the AI deals with it? I think the AI doesn't necessarily click the best buttons through all the events. But foreknowledge is a little bit nice because you look to have a buffer of both stability and gold going in to allow you to build hospitals or other buildings that increase disease resistance and also endure all the negative stab events, because stab is really kind of polarized in how valuable it is. If you're in negative stab is really, really valuable, and then if you're in positive stab, it's much less valuable, so avoiding going into negative stab is useful, and so I think that the AI could be improved. One thing I suggested was just having the AI always use the improve stability cabinet action until after it's over the Black Death, and this would help out the AI to avoid negative stab, just generally. Are there some levers to manipulate pops like in Vic 3? Yeah, you can push migration a little bit in some areas. You can increase literacy. There's some levers with which you can push, but there's not a, like, in-depth, like, political system like in Vic 3. Do you know if the inbred trade is in the game? I think it is. Or you could get, like, moron or something that makes all your attributes development worse when you're a child. Do you think conversion modding will be supported at launch? Yes, I think so. I think modders are gonna have a lot of world building to do. I think that some of the big mons have access to the game, though. I don't really know. I guess he's tired of all my England questions? No, not like this. I just didn't see the thing yet. F. Yeah, pay respect. Can you stretch a single market across the ocean? You can, but you'll have no market access, so it'll be bad. Can you add all of India to London? No, you would have to destroy every other market, and people would... the AI, if market access gets too low, they'll make a new market, so you would have to own literally everything between India and England. How easy is it for England to get tea? Too hard. It just happens later on, once you get, like, access to the east and also the trade range. You don't really have trade range at the start. Growth roots really started to take out with the introduction of better food crops, primarily potatoes. Maybe that's represented. You know, I didn't try planting potatoes in Europe. We did play around a little bit with Colombian exchange. I'm so excited for the dev diary on it, because I think that I don't know all of what's going on with that, and I think that that was one of the coolest systems, economically speaking, the, like, RGO changing stuff. But yeah, maybe if potatoes gave growth rate, and you can only plant them in Europe, that would be a way to make Europe catch up on the pop side. And that would completely flip on its head kind of my analysis of the East being way better, because a lot of it has to do with the long-term effect of pops. Although, even still, like, you don't get Colombian exchange for some time, and during all that time, like, having more pops is really valuable. Have you done any multiplayer? No, we've not. Is theory crafting the composition of professional army important? Kind of. Different stats will be better at different times. Like, early on, I think initiative's really good. Allows you to get into battle faster and start dealing damage faster. And the units are squishier at game start. So you can get a lot of damage down before they can start retaliating. And then it starts to fall off, I think. Especially as you start to get more depth in the armies as well. I don't know how valuable it is overall, though. It's like, it's kind of hard for me to tell. Military system I have to look at a little bit more. You think EU5 is more fun than Victoria 3? Well, I do right now. I think Victoria 3 is maybe more interesting in terms of some of the depth of its mechanics, and I've had a real fun time analyzing those. But I also have so many Vic 3 hours that I've just kind of been burnt out in Vic 3 in general. And so it's coming through the lens of, like, I have close to 4,000 Vic 3 hours. Since release, I've averaged playing Vic 3, like, over 2 hours a day or something. And that's with me playing a lot less of it in the past, like, year. And so I still enjoy Vic 3. I still really like the systems. The systems are very elegant. But I am enjoying playing EU5 more. And I think if I was enjoying playing Vic 3 more, I would be doing a mix of EU5 and Vic 3 content. I also think EU5 is probably better for the channel right now as well. Is it possible for RGOs to change? Yes. Some RGOs will change via event or this type of thing, and then there's also the Colombian exchange later. Do landless countries like bankers or monastic orders do anything when controlled by the AI? They take on loans. I haven't seen too much monastic order stuff. Let's catch up on Twitch. Are there any other game genres you are interested in streaming? We stream Path of Exile a little bit. Here's the thing, though. We will get, like, 5 viewers if we stream other genres, or that has been my experience. So, I think that people are, the crossover from, like, a map game person to, like, an RPG gamer person is, like, not as good as, like, an RPG gamer to, like, a map gamer or this type of thing. Or, like, the viewer, I think map game viewers want to watch primarily map games, and they're not as interested in a wider thing, and so I don't get, like, very many views if I do something else. But I suppose that ARPG is the genre that's maybe the most dissimilar from the other ones, so, or from map gaming, so maybe that's a bad example. Lazy Jimbo, thank you for the follow, big nice. You were very clever and speak well. Thank you. I honestly thought you were a scientist slash part-time tuber. No, not a scientist. I have a philosophy degree, though. I was going to go to grad school, but then COVID happened, and, like, I mean, there's still a chance if this YouTuber stuff doesn't work out, there's still a chance I go back to grad school, but I'm starting to feel a little bit old for that, too. Jay was thank for the follow, Big Nice. What do you think what in Vicky 3 do you wish EU5 had? I wish EU5's politics was as interesting as Vicky 3 is, probably. There's a lot of very specific things that are, like, not a broad overarching system, where the Vic 3 economics feels more overall grounded and elegant, and I wish that EU5 had more elegance, but EU5 has more complexity and more factors and more things going on. It's just not, it's kind of hard to describe. There's, like, so many more things that different things are affecting in EU5, but, like, Vic 3 really looks to tie everything down to goods in a very strong way, and they do it really well, and so when you do anything, it affects everything else, and that's less the case in EU5. Do you think the difficulty of institution spread should be opposite, as in last institutions are harder to spread than first ones? Historically, technological difference would have increased over time rather than the other way around. Well, the thing is as the player, you can do a lot to mitigate it, but the AI might not use some of the tools available. I'm not sure if the AI is decent at catching up at tech. I think that they're probably not, because they're not very good at developing literacy, so maybe it's not an issue, but I think as the player you can. You do jujitsu? I used to. Long, long ago. A few questions. Do you think they'll do what you suggest for colonies? I haven't really suggested it to them. I'm not sure that I want them as focused on that right now. But yeah. Is there a way for your colonial nation from colonizing specific areas to prevent them? Right now, I have not had a colonial nation ever choose to colonize. I think they don't have enough income and pops to really feel it. I think that I also need to get deeper in the game for them to like doing it. Happy Catterday! Hey, how's it going? I use your code for both EU5 and Vampires. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated. That is interesting that you use the code for both. I was unaware. Do your subject change to another nation when requirements are met? Like if your subject owns all of Ireland, can you become kingdom? Can it become Kingdom of Ireland? I think it can. I think it'll automatically do it. How well does the new building scaler slider work? Do just buildings shrink, or do the roads payments shrink? I haven't messed with the slider, so I don't know. Does not poor access to the Atlantic or Pacific make your trade drop off later game? No, your trade works just fine. But you have less friction trading using the what's it called, not sea zone, using the trade winds. You have less friction going over those areas, which to some degree is partially simulating the triangle trade. This close to release, they aren't going to make significant changes, to be fair, yeah. How do you feel about Navy stuff? They look a lot more important than EU4. Do you have anything that you would want to improve, change, like, systems-wise? I yearn for a system I know not what regarding Navy, because Navy just feels like you get a fat stack and you either smash it into them or you avoid. Since the East is strong relative to the West at the moment, do you see European colonial powers establishing trade ports in India, China, etc., as they did historically? I think they are. I think there's some railroading regarding that, or situations and systems that I'm not aware of. I know Portugal has an event for getting Goa, so, for example. Are they making sure the game properly converts between EU5 and Vic 3? I don't think that this is a priority. I think this is a thing for modders. Do you play city builders or management games? Occasionally. Those will get some views, but not a lot relative to, like, map gamer stuff. Alright, let's go back to YouTube. I think we got a dono question. Financial literacy, thank you for the £5. Regarding taking over Normandy, Picardy, and Flanders, do they become part of the London market? And do you disband the Bruges market? It's hard for me to say what's best or something like this. But we kept the Bruges market, we just moved it over to Antwerp, which effectively expands the market for London. All of these guys went into our market because they no longer wanted to go into the Paris market. So the London market is huge, but I don't have a problem with I don't want to delete any of the markets. What I want to do is I want to move the Paris market, which is here, down to Orléans, which is here, to get better market access more south. And also, maybe some of these locations flip London, but that's not really necessarily the intent. The thing is control propagates really well over C-zones. Market access does not. I definitely want to have other markets around which to build industrial stuff, rather than trying to feed everything into the British market. Have you tried city-states? Are they even in-game? If so, how do they work to EU4? I'm not sure what you mean by city-states. You mean like OPMs or one-location miners? I haven't played as someone with one location and tried to just keep them super tall. I think eventually you get throttled by your building cap and this type of stuff. How does pop capacity work? Is it a hard cap or a soft cap? It completely stops pop growth. So it's in that sense, it's a kind of a hard cap, but you can get more pops there if you like take pops as slaves. Or something like this, or if you have something that decreases your development, it doesn't auto-kill the pops, so it's like a semi-hard cap. Could the Byzantines and Bulgarians join the Crusade? No, because they're not part of the Catholic international organization. How do you customize nations like EU4 specialize the nations? You have laws and government reforms and estate privileges. And there's quite a lot in those three things. Like, there's like, I think in like the France game we have right now, where there's like 15 to 20 laws. We find ourselves kind of going the same estate privileges and laws, most of the games though. So they don't feel necessarily super tied to who we're playing. There's like a little bit of variation here, but it does feel like the stuff that's the best is kind of just the best. Is there a scripted way for Austria to gain power? I think so. We played like 150 years as Austria. We didn't see too much scripted stuff, though. Or we saw some scripted stuff, but not like the Hungarian Union. What are the best places to colonize in the New World? Well, the best resources... We haven't really gotten into this, though. Well, the best resources are in South America. And we were going to cover this to some extent, which we haven't taken a look at. Not many changes. But the best resources are in Colombia. Or around here. What are they reworking here? Is this a province rework? Okay, this is a location. If there's provinces that have a ton of locations, this kind of changes things a little bit. But here are the provinces. And then kind of a little bit of a close-up look. Areas. We are getting to the resources, though. The thing is the terrain's really rough, but I don't think you care about as much about that as when you're colonizing. So... I think you kind of do like colonizing this area for the resources. One day we'll get to the resources. There it is. And let's look at Colombia specifically and pull them up. Excuse me, Bueller? Oh, did they not rework Colombia? Is that why they're not focused on it? I guess this has changed a little bit. We do see quite a bit of gold here and gems. This is quite strong as well. Oh wow, a lot of gold. So this is probably better for colonizing than it was before. But yeah, the stuff with the really good resources and the stuff with the really low pops. A lot of the America, like North America, has really low pops, so it's cheaper to colonize. So it's going to be a cross-section of how cheap it is to colonize because it has low pops, and how many resources are there. To be fair, if you colonize a place with high pops, slaves aren't as important, but the fact that you could just import slaves, I think really makes it so that you want to colonize low pop places, get them quick, bring in the slaves work the RGOs, and then you get the value from the RGOs. Something like this. Generalist, what's the difference between integration of provinces in early game versus the late game? Well, late game you get, I think in Age of Absolutism, you get integrate area. So instead of integrating a single province that has 4 to 5 locations, you can integrate an area that has like 6 to 7 provinces. So you get to integrate way faster. In general, before Absolutism, I think it's best to just subjugate everyone or release as subjects and then incorporate, and so you diplomatically incorporate, and I think that's the current meta, but right now I think subjects are a little bit too cheap and they should be more expensive, and that a mix between the two should be good. It's gotten a lot better to just integrate stuff with cabinet though, because of the nerfs to Dev Province. I was really bullish on Dev Province. I made a video about it. Dev Province has been nerfed by 80%. So, and even nerfed by 80%, I think it's still worth using sometimes. Or like in a lot of cases, it's just not like just way better. And so I think you do a little bit more direct conquest and integration and this type of thing. I think you kind of want to wait until you get cultural hegemons so you can integrate area if you can. But if you have really good, if you can accept a culture or it's your culture, conquering stuff and then integrating it, and then the culture will flip it to core. I think that this is kind of what you want to do, but it gets a lot easier as you go on to integrate stuff. Also, as the game gets late, it's way faster. To your cabinet actions get better, so incorporation becomes faster, and you also get incorporation modifiers, but also flipping cultures is way faster as the game goes on. It's really slow early on, and it's faster later on because you have a lot more cultural influence, especially if you just bop every country that is the culture you're trying to convert. We haven't plugged in a little while, so we probably should. We do have a code Generalist, if you are interested in pre-ordering the game. You don't get a discount, and apparently this applies to other games, but it does give us 12% of the sale, so that would be very much appreciated and is a good way to support the channel without getting any extra expense, although it is a little inconvenient. Can you remove natives from certain lands while colonizing? Yeah, you can choose between 3 laws, like integrating them, enslaving them, or removing them. In general, we've opted for integration. But, yeah, I'm not sure what's best. Does wheat... I don't really want someone to be able to pull slaves away from the place I'm colonizing, so that's kind of why I don't want them to become slaves, because we want more pops there generally. Placeholder name, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Megat, I think I missed your follow, but thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Does wheat or any other food RGOs in capital, city, or town locations benefit prop growth, or what's the best RGOs for capital cities and towns? There's no effective RGO on pop growth for having it in the same location. It's just a matter of how much food you have in your province, which you don't need to grow in your province. Your province can buy it from other provinces. You just, in your market, you want to have enough food, and that's kind of the big thing. Can you mouse over pops? Can you move pops over long distances? Not without slavery. Is there a chance for Bavaria to stay emperor? Probably not long term. Does EU5 end in 1837? Yes. Or I think it ends on the ending of, like, December 31st, 1836 or something. How does trading of food work? My understanding is if you move the RGO, you move the food with it. And you trade the RGO that the food is associated with, and this is how you move food. But I'm not 100% sure. Because there's also a buying and selling food modifier. I don't know exactly how the purchasing of food works. So maybe make a note that we have to understand this. My understanding is when you trade the RGO, you move the food along with it, but I'm not 100% sure. Because you could also buy food. I believe the buying and selling of food happens at a provincial level. I love potatoes. Hell yeah, brother. Is there GDP in EU5? No, there's tax base though. So tax base is what you would track as an equivalent of GDP. Boil and mash them, stick them in a stew. Hell yeah, brother. How much will you not convulturing culture hold you back? Well, if you don't core areas, it's minus 15 control, which is pretty bad. So, you're enslaved. Maybe there could be a Mendia system for dissatisfaction for clergy. If you're enslaving natives past a certain date or building dissatisfaction at home, the Asian revolutions over slave or pops. There's actually an event that has that word in it. I'm less familiar with the system and this type of thing. I don't even remember what the event does, but there's an event for that, I think. Based on literacy to nerf late game slavery. Yep, if they learn how to read, they'll learn what a bad shake that is. You pull pops back from your colonies into London so it grows fast? No, not as far as I know. But effectively, you get more pop growth when you move pops out. So 40% of pop growth is being under the pop capacity. And so when you found a colony, the colony almost always gets like the absolute maximum from that. But there's actually, I think if you're under 5% pop capacity, there's another modifier, and it's not a common one, where you get 1% pop growth, which is a ton, if you have really, really low, if you're way below the pop capacity of a location. And Russia benefits from this a lot because Russia has a lot of really, really low pop areas. And so getting the first 5% of pops is very quickly. And so what you do when you colonize, you also build settlements. If you're under 5% of the pop capacity, you can also build a settlement. And so your pop growth in colonies will be like 2.5%. So you lose your pops in the mainland, but when they get over to the colony, they'll have like 2.5 to 3% pop growth. And so effectively you get way more pop growth. You just don't own the pops anymore directly. But this is, I think, probably the way you want to look at it. I'm clear. Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. So colonies kind of equal pop growth in some sense. You just don't get to bring it back. If it takes like 1,200 guys to make a colony and then it explodes and then eventually you have way more pops, you know, it's kind of worth it. Do AIs blob? A little bit. We've seen the AIs don't really like fighting people who are big, and right now they're economically like really, really stupid. So we've seen much more aggressive AI in the past, but right now they get bankrupt and then they don't like fighting anyone when they're bankrupt. So I'm very, very confident they're going to fix that, but as it current stands with the creator like version, that's like what happens. And the AI just like has like zero economy, so other testers said the border gore is atrociously bad in EU5. The border gore doesn't like evoke a visceral disgust response in me, so I think I just noticed it less. I didn't think that the AI was really bad about it. The AI tries, it seems to me, to take places where it'll have a lot of control, and this tends to lead to stuff that is more organic looking. So that's not really been my experience, but they probably have examples of like enclaves or something that are strange, but that's not as much been my experience. When making peace treaties, the AI does care about having contiguous land close to their capitals, so it might have been that they only occupied something in a weird spot and they wanted to take something, so then they did that. What do you call the country that controls Constantinople at the start of the game? Don't you mean Istanbul? I call that Byzantium because Rome fell with the city herself. You can take that one to the bank, ERE enjoyer. What are the big advantages of forming new nations? So here's the thing. The HRE, not really a Roman Empire, right? The Romanians, they call themselves Rome too. The Russians, they call themselves... Everyone calls themselves Rome. They don't own the city. Okay? They don't own the capital city. Yeah. Not, That'd be like, what's a good example? You can't take... That would be like all the French Canadians taking over Canada, and then Germany conquering France, and France is gone, and then the Canadians decide to call Canada France. Right? The calling it the Eastern Roman Empire, I think, is cope. And I think it was cope when they were doing it back in the day, and they called themselves the Eastern Roman Empire. And when the Romanians call themselves the Roman Empire, or the Russians call themselves the Roman Empire, it's cope. The Roman Empire fell with the fall of the Western Roman Empire and the fall of Rome. I can see I've lost some viewers, but people just can't handle the truth. What are the big advantages of forming new nations? You get a bunch of new unique advances, and probably like flavor content that is unlocked as well. Is there anything in EU5 that's missing that's part of EU4 Vic3 mechanics? Well, I mean, it's I can't speak to EU4 comparisons as well because I don't know EU4 that well, but like it's missing. There's no ownership class, which is a pretty big thing in terms of Vic3. There's also no pops don't get money. There's no SOL. Politics are a lot more basic with the estates than they are with IGs. Like, there's still politics, but it's not the same level of depth. But that is, like, the heart of Vic3 is pops and politics, so I would hope that they're doing better. Are there many ahistorical events, or are they mostly tied to history? I think they're mostly tied to history. By the way, you mentioned colonies getting... No! My chat keeps bricking. You mentioned colonies getting an IO, and OPB said, if I remember correctly, he said that your colonies can band into an IO and fight you. Okay, well then there we go. But I suppose that's not what you meant. No, that's not what I meant. I meant the management of colonies itself being an IO, rather than them forming a coalition IO. That's very much not what I meant, unless they can band together and start demanding tariff like laws or something. Can you add other culture to your culture group before unifying it? I don't think so, but the unifying culture thing just doesn't work. I've completely gotten every single like location with my culture and not been able to do the unified culture thing, so I think it's bugged, so I don't really know how it works. Is there a reason they made market access propagate overseas like control does? Are they going to add it? I think the problem is that market affects everything and control is a national thing. So I think that this is just a mechanic thing. This is something I've actually complained about quite a bit, is that market access is not affected by infrastructure, but I think the idea is that they needed to be things on a map that determined it, market access, because it's a market is an international thing, whereas control is not. So I think that this is a limitation of the system as it's been designed. If cultural tradition is just increased coring cost at EU4 launch to porcupine places like Morocco, it probably makes sense to make the mechanic a bit more interesting. Yeah, that's like kind of what it feels like right now. They have this offense-defense idea, and maybe it should be... Maybe I'm also just underappreciating some aspect of cultural tradition I'm unaware of, too. Is there no way to flip religion? You can flip religion if you... One of our opening moves as the Sultanate of Delhi, when we played that, was to flip to Hindu. Because, you know... we actually did 2 starts as them. They're kind of a rough start, but they are overwhelmingly Hindu, so... This is the move we had made. Is it... You have a census mode on how your pops break down, like in Vic 3? You can look at how your pops break down, yeah. I think that it's not as robust a UI as the census for Vic 3, though. Do you know what culture for Faroe Islands is? I do not know off the top of my head. Is pop growth and emigration strong enough for you to develop settler colonies in North America, like what happened historically with 2.5 million in the colonies by 1776? I don't know about 2.5 million. It depends on how big a span you're talking. But we could make a colony and have it have 3 provinces, and then in 50 to 100 years, they have like 50,000 pops. At the lower run, they get really a lot of pop growth, but then they'll stall out. So it's probably not too hard to get colonies in the low 100,000s, but it's probably really hard to approach the millions, depending on how many locations they get. Do you think it's possible for a new Paradox player to pick up this game? It's probably easier to pick up than EU4, and probably easier to pick up than Vic3. I can't really speak to Stellaris or Hoey, though. Which locations are best to build cities in? Generally, if a resource is really good, you don't want to put a city there. It's kind of the biggest thing, and then you also want cities in flatlands and with low vegetation. So kind of combination of those three things. So we would not want to put a bunch of cities in the mountains. Mountains are actually an interesting one, though. Or like if the vegetation's bad enough, though, and has really, really low pop capacity, then you actually hit an interesting point where it becomes better to put the city there because it like doubles the pop capacity. So like deserts, I think they have a pop capacity of 10k, and turning something into a town gives it plus 20k pop capacity. So you'll often hit pop capacity on desert, and you'll really hit it if it's like a desert mountain very, very quickly. And so it's this weird type of thing where putting a town there will more than double its pop capacity. So it's this weird double equilibrium where you don't really like towning, in my opinion, like forests because of the dev malice. And forests have less pop capacity, but something with really, really bad pop capacity, suddenly you like towning it again because being at pop cap is really bad. So I think that you value pushing up pop capacity really high with the grasslands and the farmlands, and then you also value avoiding hitting the cap. But where you're not at the cap and you're just like middling, you kind of just are okay keeping it not citied, because you will get 0 to 0.2 percent pop growth for a location being under its pop capacity, depending on how far under it is. I think there's like asterisk there and a couple exceptions, but that's basically how it works. And then you will get 0.1 pop capacity for being, or pop growth for being rural. So rural is better for growing pops. There's a certain threshold though of if you get more pop capacity by turning something into a town, then you get if you more than double your pop capacity by turning something into a town or city, then it's going to net give you more pop growth by turning it into a town or a city. And that's what you experience with the desert. Keeping stuff rural, though, is valuable for pop growth, and then eventually people can migrate there. You do want to have a lot of urbanization around your market centers, though. So if we have a market here, we prefer urbanizing here, right? If we have a market here, we prefer urbanizing here, and this type of thing. I know you said slaves are both a pop and a good, which is intuitive in terms of intermarket trade. How's that handled within a market? So you import them like any normal thing, and then what will happen is it will, as slaves' goods are moved, also slave pops will be moved. Sometimes it doesn't. You can import slave pops, though, and then if there are no eligible slaves to be moved, then no slaves will be moved. And so if you have slaves that are ineligible within a market, you can import from that market, but then if they are ineligible, they don't get moved. Or maybe they get moved and immediately freed. If they get moved and immediately freed, that's a curious one. Because we were watching our slave number and watching it not go up as we imported slaves into our market as Portugal. There was a confound, though, in that we had subjects that could use slaves in that market, and so the slaves were probably just going to them. But yeah. We have noticed on previous versions, like the Korea version, that we could produce slave goods without producing slave pops in locations where there were no eligible pops. So it's kind of a little bit of funny business there, and it might affect the importing and exporting. Why are they making EU5 Vic3? I don't get it. They're trying to make it more of a simulation and less of a board game. So that's part of the design vision. And part of that is making it more like Vic3 and less like EU4. It's still much more similar to EU4 than it is Vic3 overall, I think. So the best way to max pop growth is then to have a bunch of areas with super low pops and migrate those away. Uh, yeah, it also increases your own pop growth when you send people out of your locations because you lower the amount of people there. In the AI hands, do countries like the Ottomans, Hungary, and so on grow and conquer provinces? The Ottomans now grow and conquer a little bit. Maybe not as fast as they ought to, but they are one of the ones that blob. They have events, though, that give them CBs and this type of thing, so they're a little bit more aggressive. They also have some eco stuff that helps them out. I think that right now the AI is not aggressive because it bankrupts itself too much. And then it death spirals. Because bankruptcy, like, if you take a bunch of loans, this negatively affects your ability to get income because it crashes your crown power. And then you have a tax efficiency malice and this type of stuff. Like, we've seen games where the AI really just doesn't do anything as a result of eco. Again, I'm very confident that this is going to get fixed, but, like, you can trace a lot of AI's behavior of not doing things to also just them not having money, and so by virtue of the economy not working the way you want it to do, which like is going to be fixed, you see them under-colonize as well, right? Which is not necessarily because they don't want to colonize, they just don't have the budget, or they under-conquer, but that's because they don't want to declare wars when they're in debt, or this type of thing. And so, like, and also, the AI being easy to run through militarily, they don't have enough money for an army, or they don't have enough money for mercs. And so, like, a lot stems from, like, the one, like, issue, I think. In EU4 early game, Europe has a tech advantage, but late game, London has no tech advantage. Complete to middle nowhere Africa. Historically, it should be the other way around. How is it in EU5? We've seen that in the really kind of backward-ish places, we have seen it's the tech not spread that well, but if you start the biggest driver of institutional spread is trade, and it is specifically incoming trade. And so if you're in the London market and you export a bunch of goods to the Congo, then they're going to start getting the institution. If no goods go to the Congo, then they won't really get the institution. And so how the player behaves is going to affect this to some extent. But if you make this huge workshop of the world thing and you just dump goods everywhere, everyone's going to get the institutions. Oh no, he's done it now. Oh, you guys must be responding to my comments regarding Byzantium. What do you call the country where Constantinople is? Whatever the emperor wants. Seljuks call themselves Rome? Yeah, exactly. It's just a bunch of... Everyone... Look, there can't be 5 or 8 different Romes. It's all cope. So Justinian was a Byzantium emperor or Roman emperor? He Byzantine. Fake Rome. Even, yeah. You deny Roman claim as generalist, just deny... you deny most Roman claim as generalist, just denies one more. Exactly. This is exactly how I look at it. I see it as just another, I understand that Rome split itself intentionally into 2 administrative states, but the Eastern Roman Empire... I think the moment that split happened, that they weren't, like, really Rome anymore. So... I don't think this was they declined, they weren't the Rome that they were. It's like, no, the city around which the nation is named is Rome itself, so... Yeah. MSY36, thank you for the follow, big nice. I mean, France is still, is where the French live. I knew someone was going to disagree with my calling Canada France example. So is making vassals after conquest basically meta? Yeah, I think you just 100%... yeah, it's subject almost every time. The one exception is owning a market capital is really valuable, and so what we do a lot is we will take a market capital that's urban and take a rural location next to it and build a bailiff in that rural location and then integrate both. That is... in terms of taking land directly, we do that, and we also take land directly if it's, like, right next to our capital, and that's kind of, like, it, and everything else is subject-based. How's the salt in Carthage? Someone time this man out. Someone, Someone send him on a little bit of a break. Do markets expand into other markets? If so, how and why is this negligible? They do. If the market has more economic activity, it tends to bloat really huge. And also, it's based on like a proximity calculation. Like markets will generally prefer, or locations will generally prefer areas with higher access. They just have other things that affect them as well, like how much economic activity is going in the market. They will prefer their own country's markets. They will prefer overlords' markets, and so there's other factors that could do it as well. If a 200 level workshop... If 200 tools workshop will give 200 production efficiency from economies of scale, you will not... I don't think you can get a cap that high. You might in later... Actually, you might in the industrial age. But first of all, the economies of scale... I think it scales with age. It's under 1 per level. Second of all, there is a building cap per industry after past which you can't build, but it increases as you get higher tier buildings in that industry. So if we have like our cap for a guild might be like 15, and then for a workshop it's like 27, and then for a manufactory, I think that's the next tier up, maybe it's 40. I can't remember how much higher manufacturers are. And then maybe as a mill, it's 50. And so the higher tier buildings not only unlock better PMs, they also unlock more economies of scale levels. Yeah, this is really where I think the economy explodes super hard. And I think the fact that you're... Really, I gotta see more PvP or stronger AI where you actually spend a ton on military to like kind of evaluate if the eco is just way too fast. It's hard to say. Excuse me. Which why I'm the most oppressed Paradox gamer. One of the favorite historical periods is 1758 to 30. We'll never have a game that works mechanically as a and has a historical starting situation. Yeah, industrialization really changed everything. The game almost has to be about that shift itself for it to like work, and even then I don't know if that's good. Is there any Russia stat to be fun / be relevant in an MP game? Well, it depends what you mean by relevant. Russia's not going to be a strong country in multiplayer, I don't think. Maybe there's something I'm missing. I think that what's going to happen is that... okay, here's a comparison. I think Russia's maybe going to be similar strength level to Mali. And some people won't like that. But... they're probably going to be stronger than, like, Ethiopia. These are countries I've played that are, like, on the weaker side of things. And Russia is going to be vulnerable and need hand-holding, probably. But if you get all that territory and you own a ton of locations, eventually you will have a decent amount of pop by virtue of the pop growth being really high when you have under 5%. Russia has some pretty good bonuses eventually for getting really high control in these areas, so they can make good use of it. And they can make use of territory that basically no one else can make use of, which makes them very useful. I think multiplayer in general is going to be a little bit more alliance and coordination based, because other people can make better use of your territory than you, in a lot of cases, when it relates to like being able to push control. And I think Russia's going to be an interesting case of that, where Russia's going to be weak, but taking the Russian land's not going to be that valuable. So, I think that Russia buddying up with Poland is going to be probably a common gameplay pattern, and then Russia's super safe and supports Poland from the other side. If Russia fights Poland, either Poland gets dogpiled or Poland runs over Russia, probably. Like in a medium-term type of context, something like this. Balance notwithstanding, how would you rank the IOs you played so far? International organizations? Some of them are interesting. The most interesting thing is that there's a lot of different stuff with at least a little bit of flavor. None of them feel like crazy systems, I don't think, but they do represent stuff that basic diplomacy can't possibly represent, so I have found them enjoyable. What IO do we like the most so far? Probably the HRE? The HRE is getting a bit of a facelift right now, though. So we'll see where it is, but that's probably going to be the most fleshed out IO. Like, currently you get a ton of tribute from China in terms of the Middle Kingdom, which is one of the reasons why Korea is so strong. They have the most insane resources, but they also get insane income. And Korea is, more often than any other country, the economic hegemon. And, like, the hardest hegemon to dethrone might be Korea as economic hegemon, just generally. Have you played any small regional powers like Ireland or the Middle East? No, I've been trying to play people who have flavor on them and also try and get a feel for who's strong is this type of stuff. So I haven't done any really... The weakest country I've played is Ethiopia, I would say. And a little bit of Kumai. Do you think there will end up being, or the needing to give AI artificial bonuses, lucky nations for on release? No, I think that there are some there's some advances that are really strong. The really strong advances are on the countries with a lot of flavor. I think those advances will, to some extent, and government reforms really carry them quite strongly. I think it's unnecessary to give them something like lucky. Or you could say that that's already the equivalent of lucky or something like this. They're lucky to have those advances. I think that, I'm trying to think, I don't think I would hate a mod that just made the AI earn more income or something like this, depending on where the economy is on release. I think it's getting way better, but, like, way better than where it's at. It's still maybe, like, you want the economy of the AI to be a little bit faster, so we might play with something like this to make things more challenging. The thing is making content... I think generally making content, you should make it on modded stuff, because, like, if you accomplish something and then it's on a version of the game that's harder, it's way harder to accomplish the thing, right? And people don't realize that you're doing the thing. And then if you do it on a version of the game that's easier, then people will notice and they'll get mad at you. So, like, generally speaking, playing with mods that aren't really obvious, yeah, probably not as into it. But I maybe we do something like this in terms of a mod if we want to have a particular type of game. Have you tried a game where console and give AI a bunch of free money? We've not tried that. We could just send them money in-game, though. And we thought about doing that. Oh, we lost our spot. Apologies. Propagate market access? No, we already answered that. Or did we? Okay, we found our spot. Sorry, apologies about this. This feels like a more refined attempt at what Imperator Rome should have been. Maybe an extended timeline mod can deliver on promises of what that should have been. That's a large way to extend the timeline, but Johan worked on Imperator, so, and he was the head of Imperator and the head of this, so I would expect to see a lot of similarities. Can you form Rome? Yes, you can. Papal States is the real Roman Empire? Big true. Rome hadn't been that important to the Empire for a long time. It doesn't matter. It's the city on the hill. It wasn't, to be fair, like, economically early on, Alexandria was more important than the city itself. Why is the bailiff so strong? I think in general, the people evaluating balance, and players that are new or that are playing, This includes content creators, basically everyone, underappreciates the value of control and market access, even though they think that those things are really strong. I think that it's the case that they still don't think that they're as strong as they are. When you look at compounding effects of... Alright, let's maybe pull out a spreadsheet. When you look at compounding effects, hide your kids. If they're in the room, throw them down the stairs, get rid of them. If you look at, like, compounding effects and, like, what this does to an economy, if we have, like, kind of this 80% control, 80% market access, and we have, like, we have assumptions in here and building margins and this type of thing, but in 10 years we will grow the economy by 200%, like, given some assumptions. If you're talking about a place with 500, or you're talking about a place that has 100% market access and 100% control, you'll grow up by 500%. That's freaking a huge ass difference. That is a big, big difference. And so, like, that is just enormous. But then if you look at 25 years, it's 8,000% versus 1,600%. Now, to be fair, there's going to be other things that throttle you. But then you look at a 100-year horizon, it's even, like, bigger. So, like, I think that people, in their head, they don't, like, value the compounding effect of additional income. And they think it's, like, some... to them, it feels like some percentage bonus across the line. But since you can snowball the economics, again, not as hard as this, because you're not going to have the same opportunities over and over and over again, it's like, it's easy to underappreciate how valuable this stuff is. And we have assumptions for market access here and control here, and what happens in terms of income and this type of stuff. And we also have here months to replace the cost of the thing, and it really, really scales really quickly. Yeah, let's hold this up while we're looking at some stuff. What changed to make religion flipping from Christian not worth it, or will that always be meta because slavery is too good? Well, if the advances were better for Christians, maybe. I think the advances for Muslims are better too. I mean, I think slaves are good. If they improved pop growth in some ways, made slaves worse. There's a lot of ways that they could approach that. Do you think they will fix it so you can propagate? I think we already answered that. Propagate market access across seasons, i.e. English Channel, or will we have to wait for a DLC, or is it simply not possible? It might just not... I think the problem in terms of implementation is that markets operate in an international basis and control operates on a national basis. And so having things that affect control in terms of infrastructure also affect market access presents problems because of the international nature of markets. I don't know if... I want them to add infrastructure for markets, but okay. I don't know how feasible it is. Russia, you mean the Northeastern Roman Empire? Yeah, exactly. Hello, I wanted to ask, do personal unions work in the game? Can any religion do them, or just Christians? Any religion can do them. Also, you get to integrate them like a subject. Effectively, it allows you to bypass antagonism to some extent, but antagonism's like too cheap right now, so I think just subjugating people is better. Okana, thank you for the follow-up, big nice. Also get a different religion tag, PU, a different religion tag? I don't think so. There may be a religion which doesn't have the restriction of can't marry across religions, but most religions can only marry within their own religion, so they can only PU people from that group. I love a good, explicitly Napoleonic grand strategy game. Yeah. I wouldn't mind. I think it's just way more military-oriented, just generally, though, in terms of, like, the genre time period, in terms of representation. Curious to see MP and how the meta develops? Me too. Our fathers came from the Middle East and inherited the whole gene pool of Anatolia. Sorry, maybe you've talked about this, but have you seen colonization of Australia occurring from the AI? Yes, but not on a recent version. I've seen India colonize Australia, but now India doesn't has a game setting that the default setting they don't explore, so they won't explore Australia. And we haven't played deep enough for the Europeans to get there, or at least there before us, and we've cut off the coast of Australia several times, so we've denied that opportunity. Do you think the game should have minus 66% construction costs from overproduced RGOs? Feels like strategy's a bit too impactful against nations that don't employ it. Yeah, I think that they're going to make the AI a little bit more intentional about doing it. I disliked this a lot when I had made my Korea video. At this point, I kind of don't really mind that much. I think it's just kind of part of the gameplay loop. You could make the modifier smaller. I don't have a really strong opinion on it, though. What I don't like is that when you build a building, the amount of goods that are used to construct the building is not constant. As the building is constructing, it will constantly... And, like, this is a really small thing, so I wouldn't want it to be a priority for devs. But the building, as it's being constructed, just constantly puts buy orders into your market. And construction goods in general have low base price, so building a lot of construction goods isn't really that valuable, economically speaking, so it's kind of more of an annoying thing. And so if the building gets stalled out because there's a winter, it'll keep buying the buildings. Or if you have slower construction speed, you're going to end up buying more goods, because no matter what, it's not the... as long as you're producing the building, it's putting in the buy orders. It doesn't put in a finite amount of buy orders. So if the building gets stalled, like what we had with Portugal when we ran out of books so we can complete the university, it was just demanding masonry until we could complete the university for like a decade. That sounds like a worse gameplay experience. I think it's really niche where it comes around and is actually annoying, but it makes playing in the places with winters annoying at game start specifically. Economically, at least. You said that you get taxed from pops by default. How much does a single pop give? Very, very little. But if you have a lot of pops, it ends up being a lot. It's based on, like, their domestic, like, the equivalent of, like, subsistence farms for Vic 3. How's the HRE work? Unique mechanics and reforms? Yeah. I haven't looked at the HRE super closely recently, but you have a bunch of unique reforms you can try and pass. You have elections. You have like 6 different statuses that countries within the HRE can have that have their own like bonuses and rules and this type of stuff. Make a trade good tier list video. I am planning on it / working on it. Ooh, how was Ethiopia? Ethiopia was a lot of fun. It feels really slow to get the ball rolling, but Ethiopia's got some really good resources. And eventually you kind of get to assimilate all the pops down here. And you're, like, I think we moved the capital over here. And this is where we decided to put the capital. It was nice. I enjoyed it a lot. I think that Ethiopia is also an interesting area I was thinking of making a video, and I might still make a video from multiplayer. So here, the reason we put our capital over here is because we thought that overall this stuff was better than this stuff on the other side of the mountain range, but relatively flat. Here's the problem, though. You have really low development, and when you take new colonies, they have, like, 0 development. So this is going to be rough for you, and this is one of the reasons you're really not that strong, despite having really good resources. But in the long term, the lack of development kind of washes out as a modifier. And there's gold and iron and coffee and this type of thing, but I think it's really, really hard for anyone else to get control in here. And so from a multiplayer perspective, you represent an interesting opportunity where Egypt can't really push a ton of control in here. There's not other big nations in the center of Africa. You're really kind of located in a spot where you're the only one who could get the full value, and allying you and having you as an ally is way better than having all your land. And I think that this is not the case in EU4, but in EU5, having an ally with the land is just better. And also, especially the Mamluks, the natural expand, the only other place that can push control here. Mamluks want to go naval. They don't want to go land. Land is good for overland propagation of control. And so having a subject down here who goes land, or an ally, and pushes control all of this, you'll really be able to get the use out of this area. Also, colonization is a lot worse when you're further away. You start out adjacent, so you can colonize all these areas that have a ton of pop. And when you colonize them, they're in the same market. So when you colonize someone who's in the same market, this is a really substantively different gameplay pattern they migrate back. So, like, you don't actually lose the pop when this happens to, like, the colony. And so the gameplay pattern when you are colonizing next to yourself is also a lot different. And so Ethiopia represents, and Mali as well, exact same gameplay pattern, is representing really kind of, I think, a shift in the way you think about multiplayer. Are you rich, or how can you afford to spend so much time on YouTube? I am not rich. I currently live with my family. I make enough so that I pay rent and do this other type of stuff. And like pay for food and these types of things. I do not make enough to live out on my own. I could if I lived in a different state, though. Yeah, the thing is like, rent in Southern California is like $3,500. So I would need to make a lot more than I make now to be able to afford, like, rent and, like, everything else. But also, like, I help out around and stuff, and, my grandmother's here as well, and she's, like, in her 90s, and so, even if I had the financial means to move out, which I don't, I probably wouldn't, as well. But also, like, this only works if I grow, and at this point the growth is, like, slow enough that I might do something else. Like, I have friends who have like, good career jobs that have told me that they would hire me for, like, making good money if, like, I was interested. A little classic nepotism, but also they know me, so they know that I can think through things at a relatively high level, and they come to me for advice on stuff related to, like, their industry. What's the best collection of areas? The best collection of areas is in India. Down here. Or collection of areas? I don't know about areas. Japan's pretty good on an area basis. Best collection of areas. India still might be best as well. But in terms of provinces, the best provinces are down here because they're so freaking big. Can we find the province map mode? Bueller. So I think this is the area map mode, yeah. I mean, to be fair, like, this area is, like, also quite strong, but these provinces, like, this block specifically has, like, 50 locations in it. Do you play as a daimyo? We played a little bit as a daimyo. I didn't really understand what was going on, and I thought that what I was looking at looked like it wasn't complete, and then I was like, I'm just not going to play this. I thought that I think that the system wasn't finished when I looked at it, which was, like, back in May or the second round of access. I can't remember which. How looting, etc. Like, if Korea's eco-hegemon, can you loot them, devastate them? Yeah, so you should be able to get more stuff out from them. But I think that the looting is based on tax base and doesn't take into account the money that Korea's getting just for free from the Middle Kingdom IO. Maybe they could add scripted events for locations to turn into farmlands. They want to have a vegetation deforestation type of mechanic. Just right now, it's not possible to represent it graphically, and this is why it's not in game. It's actually possible to mod right now, so this is a mod that we might look to put in game relatively quick. 69,369 population growth, or whatever, 36 million. What influences migration within a market? Lack of people there. There's some buildings that influence it. Development. The most striking factor is development. They will really migrate to places with high dev, which is actually kind of annoying because you push up your capital's dev more by having parliaments there, and then eventually the capital gets super overpopulated, and you're like, can you guys, like, spread out a little bit maybe? And they don't. Hey Playa, how's it going? EU5 needs Vic 3 combat and Hoey 4 economics. Hell yeah, brother. Give me those civvies. We want nothing but civ factories. Civilian factories. How does cultural religion flipping work? Relatively slow if you don't use a cabinet action, and then there are buildings and laws and stuff like that as you go through the game that make it much, much faster. It starts out really, really slow. Does this guy know the difference between who and whom? Not like this. Corrected on the grammar by the person with the Cyrillic name. It hurts. Which assumes that he's not English first language. Skibbity Dole Baby 44. How you doing? Thank you for the follow, big nice. It makes sense that we wouldn't cross-sea markets at this time period. Boats weren't good enough, yeah. Why does he have a 30-minute delay? I do not. I am just behind on all the questions, and I'm trying to answer all of them. Like, that's how you get colonial bourgeoisie revolutions, economic and political inefficiencies that could be solved with autonomy. I hope they nerf hegemony score evaluation for subjects, such as Korea, which would always stay a tributary of China. Or reverse tributary, because China feeds them overall. I leave for 2 minutes and there's NSFF content on stream. Not like this. Oh, did someone get bopped? Someone got bopped by moderation. I didn't even see what they said. You said that you get taxed from pops by default. How exactly does a single pop give? I don't know the exact number. It's like in a place like India that has a bunch of buildings at game start, and by bunch I mean maybe 30, 40 levels of buildings, 30, something like this. It's like half the income. To provide a frame of reference. But you have a ton of locations with a ton of pops at game start. So like you get to 1k income so much faster as like Vijayanagar than you do France. It's not even funny. I think we have like where we're at economically, like when we play Vijayanagar versus like we can in like 70 years get to where we can in over 200 years as England. Something like this. And so there's like, and a big driver of that is pops, because the pops also don't only create goods, they also demand goods. So as they demand goods, you can build more levels of a building and have them be profitable than you could with lower pops. So there's like emergent effects that have like compounding like effects on this. And so, the systems as they are really, really reward population, economically speaking. Oh, Playmaker's in chat. Hey, how's it going? What's your favorite branch of Christianity? The Protestants for EU5. Yeah, the Protestants. The Protestants, you get to mix and match your bonuses. The bonuses in general seem strong, much stronger. The Catholic bonuses seem just kind of bad. I feel like I don't understand what I'm doing with Catholic for it to be that bad. And then the Orthodox also just seems like not very strong. So definitely Protestant. Protestant, you can get some good stuff going on. How does Vijayanagar game? How does India look late game? India looks really strong late game. I mean, like, I think... if you take all of India, you're going to be stronger than if you take, like, all of Germany. Like, by, like, a huge margin. And, like, Dev Province is still insane on... Even nerfed by 80%, it's still insane on India. Before it was nerfed, though, it was, like, super, super insane. Where you could just, like, be getting so much free stuff. But right now, the metagame is actually probably increased control on the cabinet action, and then you just move the cabinet action around. Because the decay is, like, 1/5 to 1/8. The size of how much you get, so this means you can use Dev Province on 5 different provinces and get like 40 control. And this is like the most tedious metagame possible. I'm not doing it. In theory, it's like probably best, but like probably also should just like not be a thing. But in theory, you would do that on India, and look at how many provinces we have. For all of South India, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So that's 20 provinces. It's probably over 200 locations. With 3 cabinet members, we could keep all of that at like plus 40 control. And you can't do that in Europe. What do you think about population cap? Reading about it being arbitrary hard cap with nothing to do with food sound horrible to me. Yeah, I guess I kind of... Well, so I like the terrain affecting things. I wouldn't mind if terrain affected how much food you needed per pop in order to get certain effects instead. That seems like a decent way to replace the system that it has. I like that it is pressuring and making it so that you prefer places of a certain vegetation or climate or this type of thing, and that's currently what it's doing, so I would not want to remove that. And so whatever system you had to replace it, I would want that to take that into account, but I also would not mind food feeling... right now, when you produce more food, it doesn't feel like population's responsive to that at all, and that's silly. Food should, like, it should be pretty responsive, but maybe that's also hard to balance. I don't really know. Many locations, the better. I think Germany is maybe like 400 or 500 locations, and all of India is like 800 or 900. So it's also, yeah, just more locations, but also just way more pops. Like all of India, I think, is like 50 million pops or something. How inevitable was the war against the Mamluks as Ethiopia? We didn't fight the Mamluks in like 150 years or 100 years. We tried to play nice with them. What do you do for work this? Never ask a woman her age, a man his salary, or YouTuber's... sorry, a man his salary, or a YouTuber his age or salary. Old and not a lot. 3,500 per month? That's insane. How old are you? We are... Or I am... I always have to, like, double check in my head. 33. So... Getting up to the point where, like, if the... I do not have as extended, like, a time horizon, I feel, as most YouTubers to, like, figure it out. Yeah, it's kind of rude. Is that what Rachel was saying? Was asking exactly how much I make? Yeah, it's not a lot. It is not enough to pay rent and live comfortably. And again, even if I made enough, I probably wouldn't do that. Rent here is super expensive. Are you still having fun after how many hours you played? Yes, not as much fun. I had way more fun in the first 200 hours than I have in the last 200. But I'm still enjoying it quite a bit, so I think that that's a good sign. And this is also enjoying, like, an unfinished version of the game. But yeah, not close to what it was like the first, like, 200 hours. But, like, that's the case with every game, no matter what. Honestly, I'm not sure making more money is worth it. It's complicated. The grass is always greener on the other side, you know? Can moderators rise up and become a playable tag, such as minority Christians in South India? I don't really know. And become a playable tag? If they can become a playable tag, it's going to be specific content for a specific nation and something railroaded, I think. I don't think there's an emergent system that does making playable tag revolutions, but very often, or like the countries that rise up specifically against the Sultanate of Delhi are all playable. So when you have a Bahmani come up, and this might be one of the stronger opening strats, is to play as Sultanate of Delhi, build a bunch in Bahmani, and then when Bahmani is released to fight, you just swap to Bahmani. If you have an interest in the game and other games, it may be worth it to be poor in order to get that, rather than 8 hours of work daily. You might have the energy to do this. That's true, but also I enjoy playing video games way less than I used to before I started doing this. So it's not the case that, like, playing video games stays, like, as fun. It's definitely fun, but, like, I also thought teaching chess to kids was fun too. When I was doing that, and like that was also really rewarding because you felt like you were like enriching kids' minds and this type of thing, and so that was super, super cool. And so that is something that is like very weird to me, is that if the YouTube like somehow just like got bopped, I probably would not play video games at all for like a couple months. Just like entirely, I would just like stop playing video games. Not because I dislike video games, but like I have played relative to like other periods of time in my life. I play so much video games now, like more than like when I was a kid. Have you tried pop maxing again? Not super hard. Generally, we kind of try and max pop growth, but there's not enough levers for you to like. There's not enough levers for you to like really deviate from the general plan for it to really feel like something should deserve to be called pop maxing. I think you're just kind of always pop maxing, and it's just it feels like you don't have a lot of like definitive agency in that direction. Oops, sorry, I didn't warn you guys about that one. That's my bad. That's on me. That's how you lose followers. What's the theoretical max pop of North America? I don't know. You'd have to have everything at 100 dev, too. Or of the other regions. Well, in theory, North America is going to do a lot worse, because it's really hard to have high dev in every location in North America by the end of the game. The mission system is now in the game, right? So in terms of the way that they've wanted to communicate about missions, the devs / marketing has been just very cagey, so this makes me not want to talk about missions, because I feel like they would prefer me not to, even though I'm allowed to. Since it's not the mission tree from EU4, what do you think of the new system? Is it rewarding enough to engage with? I don't really like the mission tree system of EU4. I would rather see something that is less board gamey and more emergence effectsy. Currently, it doesn't feel like there's like a system to simulate internal intrigue such that sub-goals are created for nations that is somewhat similar to mission trees. I would like to see something like that rather than like the mission trees of EU4. I am engaging with the current system of mission trees. I don't think that they are at all like... I mean, there's trees with missions, but I don't think it's at all like EU4 missions. But having said that, I am bad at making the EU4 to EU5 comparisons because I haven't played EU4 since Leviathan. And so a lot of it's like secondhand and I'm not as expert on it. Hey, Neutral Good Human, how's it going? Happy Saturday. What regions start very below their pop cap? Russia. I mean, Russia, you get the super fast pop growth for being below right away, and almost everywhere you can build a settlement, so you start gaining pops quite quickly. Russia's like the only standout. You start with such little pops. I imagine Golden Horde, all that too. Like any place that has a ton of locations and not a lot of pops. But Arctic has bad pop capacity, Malice. What's the biggest nationalities of people that watch your videos? Americans, followed by like Germans and then Brits or something like this. I think Germans is number 2, which I've always found curious relative to like the British, but it's shocking to me how many people across the world speak like English. And then there's like big numbers of like some countries in Africa that I assume are VPN. Like Zimbabwe is like common. Shout out to you if you're from Zimbabwe, but Zimbabwe's not number 4, but like there's some I think Brazil's pretty high. On one hand, I understand market access being a global thing, so it won't be propagated by control. On the other hand, it makes sense to me that a country should be able to protect trade routes up to market access. Yeah, I think maritime should have some sort of effect on market access. I just think that there's a difficulty with the implementation of a system for that for them. Is Vijayanagar the strongest India start? I think so. I think it also might be the strongest start in the game. I saw Judaism gives +5 max control, so I was looking at that. Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa. That changes everything. I was not aware of that. Time to play Ottomans and go Jewish. That's probably the strat. +15 control everywhere. Dear God. Flat control is, like, actually just, like, the strongest modifier in the game, I think. Because it also gives you a ton of manpower. Jesus. Yeah, that's real good. Okay, well, it's still not a Christian religion, right? It's part of the religious group, though, I think. Or is it? It's not for Vic 3. I can't remember if it's included with the, like, Christian religions. Or maybe it's its own section. But yeah, the +5 control is really strong. I mean, other faiths have a lot of good stuff going on, too. Just like the text for Christian religions just seems so bad in general. Relative to, like, the other religions as well. Do you guys have multiplayer? Yeah, we do. We could play multiplayer. Seems like based on your spreadsheet, market control is even more important than control and should be focused on more control for compounding returns. Is this accurate? I think that spreadsheet warning, hide your kids. I think that's because you produce less goods and we might be taking into account trade. I think you're just looking at... I think it has the same effect in the spreadsheet. Just the way that this is segmented is such that market access is going to generally be high, and also the stepping stones of market access is much, much smaller. It's much more granular for control. Because I was trying to set this up in such a way that showed a lot of prototypical type areas, because you very rarely have some place with below 60% market access. This is really uncommon. So it's just not represented in here. And this is also way more granular steps. I'm looking for an instance where there's, like, the reverse of the thing. Like, if there's a 40-60 here, if there's a 60-40 elsewhere, but I'm not seeing it. But my understanding of the numbers is that it should have a similar effect. I don't recall putting something in here to make market access more important. Market access technically is more important, though, because... the control does not decrease the amount of goods produced in buildings, and market access does. And so it's going to decrease the value you get from trade. But I think this is only talking about the tax base. Is there some new King of Genghis Khan, new Genghis Khan conquest? You could do a lot as the Timurids. I haven't played the Timurids, though, so I don't know as much about it. I hope India is more volatile and easy to fracture to smaller kingdoms. Sultanate of Delhi fractures every game, like 100% of the time. And I am not certain that they are going to be the strongest. Sorry. Is it true you're quitting CK3 forever? Never. Does the game have climate harvest conditions like Vicky? There's not, like, harvest conditions. Or they do have climate. Climate is a factor in the game. But it doesn't, like, change, like, seasonally or something like this. And they've talked about it, and they thought that just, like, that level of granularity wouldn't have rewards. But here's climate. OPB mentioned a little ice age. The little ice age is, I think, a situation, and it affects people in the north, and it is really crippling, and yet another reason to not play Russia. Is there anything systemic to simulate agricultural boom bust? No, I don't think that there's, like, a boom bust cycle too. There's, like, events that boost food, make food go worse, but it doesn't feel like a massive system. It's just events. Do you think that multiplayer will bring back the fun for you? Are you talking about in EU5? To make it as fun as my first 200 hours playing? I think that I will never have as much fun as my first 200 hours. I think that that's unlikely. And I think this is just generally true for all games. It's not a, like, Vic 3 Unix thing. How do you take over India as GB? Is it feasible? I'm certain it's possible. I just haven't gotten that deep a run. Really, like, it feels like it takes a while to get going, and it feels, generally speaking, like, if you're coming from, like, a Vic 3 perspective, the game feels super regional for the first 200 years. Like, you really feel like you're playing in your area, and it doesn't really feel global for very long, until, like, way later. And this is not the case at all in like, Vicky. Vicky is just global immediately, but, like, you really feel like you're playing your spot for the first 100 to 200 years. And we haven't had a lot of really deep runs. I think eventually, yeah, you can just go over there and take over India. I think it's feasible. I think it's more than feasible. But I think it would be very difficult if a human was playing India, because I think India is probably stronger under human control than, like, Great Britain is. Performance always does bad late game. Does EU5 have the same problem? I have abandoned runs because of performance, but I am only slightly above the minimum requirements, so... Also, if I wanted to tough it out, I could have played deeper, I just didn't want to. Chess stream when? Oh man. We could do a chess stream. I think I would get like 10 viewers, though. Have you seen any unexpectedly strong countries, specific modifiers for more minor countries / region? For minor country, I guess anyone who's Jewish. 5 control, wow. Dynam plus 5 control in rural areas on one of their texts. That's real good. No one comes to mind. I'm sure there are examples of people with really good bonuses. Generally, the really good bonuses do seem to be on the people who have a lot of flavor, though. Like, in terms of density of really good bonuses, seems more in their direction. It's good you can't pop max as much as in Vic 3, but I do hope there's a way to improve pop growth. I mean, you can kind of fiddle with it, but it just doesn't feel like... it feels like there's not a ton of... you can't make concessions for strength in one area in order to get rewards for pop growth, really, in too many, if any, spots. So you do the pop growth mechanics, but there's no trade-off, really, other than, like, a slight amount of money. And so there's not a give and take in terms of the pop growth system. I'll say the only thing that EU5 copies 1-to-1 from EU4 is the army system. The military seems very similar, but also I can't draw comparisons very well. Estates seem like they would be similar too. I don't really know. I just like missions in EU5, but I also don't think we need EU4 missions. I think situations are great. Yeah, in general, I also prefer representing stuff through situations than through missions. So I'd rather see a situation for, like, doing some sort of conquest, then see a mission tree for it. So, like, the Ottomans have their situation for the conquest of Anatolia and the Balkans. I would much prefer that to, like, a mission tree for the same thing. I think I prefer IR style missions. You get immediate expansion goals, building project, and long-term goals. It has been a little while since we played IR. I just disabled the missions. Germans love spreadsheets, bruh. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's the reason. There's also I think there's a big Vic 3 German viewer base. I think that they don't talk in German, like, in my channel, or they don't talk in German on my channel ever. But the biggest Vic 3 streamer that streams primarily Vic 3, like, Bo Cohen pops off whenever he streams it. But, like, in terms of consistent Vic 3 streamers is Karasak, who I met in Sweden, is a very pleasant fellow. And he's German, and he streams in German. EU5 missions and flavor in general are not very strong, to be polite. Yeah, so OPB, stamp of disapproval. I generally feel that mission trees feel very board gamey, and I would prefer to have flavor represented in a different way. Like, for example, and OPB can get this because he's in the Vic 3 streets, I would rather see the intrigues and the demands of my nation to conquer another nation or to do a specific project or this type of thing be represented via a combination of, like, the estates or, like, Vic 3 political movements than through something like mission trees. So it's not that I hate flavor. It's that I would prefer the delivery system for flavor to not be mission trees. And so I would prefer other systems instead. Also, I hate flavor. I remember when I first started watching Paradox games and encountered this guy called OPB and got a little scared before I got to know him. True if big. Jewish Ottomans is crazy. Bro, it'd be so good. Plus 15 control everywhere. So plus 15 control, base, and then you get an additional 20 from being cored. So we're at 35 control. And then you can build Bailiff to be up to 65 control, inward for another 5 control, so you're up to 70%. You could also build the minting building to bring you up to 80% instead. And then also, if it's rural, you could use the rural reform for another plus 5 for 75. So you can have places completely disconnected from the capital, 75-80 control. That's insane. In one of your videos, you said colonizing wasn't worth it. I said it takes a long time to get your money back. But OPB found the Caribbean very profitable, triangle trade. How's your view on colonizing since 2 months ago? I think that it takes a long time to pay back. Eventually you start getting a lot from bringing the RGOs back. It's primarily RGO based. Colonization is also cheaper than it was on previous patches. Succeedibist, thank you for the follow, big nice. Balden, thank you for the follow. Here's a way of looking at it as well. Colonization is probably not worth it until you get all the advances that are in the Age of Discovery. And yeah, I do think it takes a really long time to get up and going. Americas specifically are rough. I think you're not going to get much value before the Columbian Exchange. But the maintenance cost on colonies, specifically in the Caribbean, isn't the worst. Colonizing Africa is really not worth it. Because the colony costs are like 30 ducats upkeep, and then it takes like 3 decades, and it's like, are you going to make your money back on that very easily? And it's like, not really. But also money becomes much less the throttle in some of these situations, and so just having a subject who has an army and builds a navy and does this would actually just be more valuable than the money at a certain point. I don't know. I think the event horizon for the time to get your money back, I think, is quite long. I think eventually you get your money back. The amount of resources in an area determines the maximum. Yeah, I mean, the Caribbean has really good resources. And the Caribbean also is the closest to East Africa. So if there is a region that you could get your money back quickly, it actually would be the Caribbean. But like in the aggregate, I think that it takes a really long time to get your money back. Do we have a Caribbean one? China. Would it be in it's probably in Central America, feedback, right? So we can look at the resources. The resources here are very good. And there's not a lot of pops there. So that means you colonize it pretty quick. And it's close to everything for the trade. So I think I would probably stand by my initial statement in that it's generally not worth it, but yeah, the Caribbean specifically is going to be worth it, I think. I think by the time you get to 1750s, it's like all worth it, but that's like really... 200 years is a long time to get your return. The great China-India colonization migration to the Americas, a player with infinite money and pops goes hard. Yeah, for Vic 3. Playmaker said that EU5 would do well with Vicky 3 style missions, the journal. Do you think that the direction they would take the game would enrich the experience? Right now, it's pretty opaque what content and what flavor you have coming up. And I think that this was primarily what he meant by that. And I would love it to be more clear what situations I can unlock and what flavor I can unlock proactively so I can play towards that. Because right now it feels like you don't understand really what's going on, and it would be nicer to be able to feel that quite a bit. I think I've left feedback on this, but I think that's what he meant by journal entries. I'm not 100% sure. I think he's in chat, so he could maybe clarify. But to the extent that Vic3 really shows you what you have available to you, I would really like that. I don't need the mystery of trying to uncover what's in the game, this type of thing. It's a shame there aren't boom-bust cycles in the climate. It was so important in terms of population growth, unrest, migration until like 20th century, and even then only for Europe, North America. For it not to be important. Yeah, but it's hard to represent a game, and like especially crop cycles. Sometimes you could do something from a simulation perspective, but it doesn't necessarily add that much to game. Like Vicky 3, honestly, in terms of things that I totally like doesn't really affect how I play the game, other than sometimes just being really annoying, is like the current like weather event things. I forget what they're called. I actually just dislike those in general because I feel like it doesn't affect my gameplay too much. They also seem really random rather than like making things more immersive in the territory. Like you get fires in places that like wouldn't have fires, or floods in places that wouldn't have floods, in my opinion, and it just like doesn't make all that much sense. And then on top of that, sometimes you get really jacked up by a flood, like and so like the weather disasters I think don't really add much positive stuff. And so sometimes when you can simulate something, it's not necessarily the case that you like should, because it can make for not necessarily good gameplay systems. Like electricity of Vic 3. I absolutely positively think better simulation, having it as a local good. I think that is terrible from a gameplay perspective, and the level of micro it induces is just frustrating, and it doesn't add to gameplay, and it makes things annoying. And I've thought, every time I bring it up, I bring up the fact that I left feedback for it literally the first day it was introduced. I was like, this is not fun, and I've not changed my opinion at all. I do think it's best for simulation, though, absolutely. Do nations have bonuses with certain resources that others don't? Yes. A lot of countries have unique advances related to resources, like Mali has a gold advance. Milan has an advance for fine cloth, and so countries will get kind of comparative advantages in other industries that comport with like what they did historically. I don't know if the bonus is super huge relative to other bonuses you get in terms of like really warping things, but it is a nice little bump. Rent for a one bedroom in Manhattan is like 4.5k per month. Yeah, like it's really not affordable to live in some areas. I could like move like far away, and I've had offers like to like room with people who like live in other states and this type of thing, but then I'd be like far away from my family and my grandmother. Like there's not a good way for me to, there's no way for me to live close and pay like less than like a $2,500 a month, like at the absolute floor. Since you've already played a lot of games, how's the AI behaving on a broader scale? Well, right now, the AI is very limited because it has no money. And so, and I think that's getting fixed. But as it stands, because I've also seen balances where like the AI actually had money and the AI did a bunch of stuff. So it's hard to evaluate because the AI just doesn't do a lot of stuff when they don't have money. They don't colonize because they don't have money. The Pope is the one who discovers the New World every time because he's the only guy with money in Europe, and so he actually is exploring. So the AI wants to explore, they just don't have money. And it's not that it's necessarily like, it's literally like almost everything that the AI does is affected by what it views its own income as. So if it doesn't have any money, then it's not going to do a bunch of the stuff, and so you're not going to get the things, and so you have to fix the money thing before you can like evaluate the other stuff. Has EU5 increased your growth at all? I think generally my coverage of EU5 has decreased my income relative to Vic3, and I think it is a long-term thing. With the exception of this month, now that I've gotten this referral code, which has made it probably overall paying off, or close to it, where if you use code Generalist when buying on the official store, and it doesn't have to be EU5, it can be any game, I get a 12% cut of this, which is absolutely enormous for me. It's a very generous cut. It doesn't give you a discount, but it does send money my way. And so if you wanted to support and you were buying the game anyways, that would be a good way to do it. But EU5 has I got a lot of new subs from the Korea video. So, like, people being introduced to me, I think. Yeah. Let's see. I lost my spot. I'm coming back to it. Which country is much stronger, which is much weaker, as it seems at a glance? Much stronger and much weaker? Relative to what? Relative to each other? I think Egypt is going to be a lot stronger than people think. And that the East in general is going to be stronger. And that Russia is going to be a lot weaker than, like, people coming from EU4 are going to think. Something like that. Is saying we instead of I meta play for optimal performance? I think it's meta, but also to some extent that's also just, or to a large extent actually, that's how I view this entire, like, YouTube thing experience, because this doesn't work without you guys. Like, this entire thing, like, is so dependent on viewers. And so, also, you guys are here for, like, an experience that is, like, especially streaming. Like, streaming really is a we, but even, like, videos, like, when I'm doing a video and I'm showing a run, you are going through the experience of a run, too. You're just not clicking the buttons, right? So you're, like, really on board. Like, okay, when you go on a family vacation, and dad's driving, let's say, and, you know, you're in the same car, is it we that's going, or is only dad going? Because what you're doing is you're just sitting there, because you're not the one driving. Or is just the car going, and no one's really going, it's just the car itself. Like, just because I'm the one driving doesn't mean you guys aren't involved. Because, like, this entire thing is entirely dependent on the existence of viewers and this type of thing. I've unpacked this at great length before, but, like, also I do think there's, like, a feeling of community in this type of thing. And you guys shape what I do, as well. You guys actually probably have way more influence on, something than you realize. Like, if 10 people comment on something that they think it was absolutely hilarious, I'm so likely to do it again. And if like 15 people wanted to conspire just to get me to do some really silly, goofy thing over and over and over again, and they just comment on every video that I do it, that's the funniest thing ever, I would probably start doing a lot more. And so, like, one of the reasons why, hide your kids, we make the spreadsheet joke so much is because people think it's funny. And so, like, it's not just, like, I understand from, like, your guys' perspective, it probably feels like I just put stuff out and then you guys consume it, and the relationship of information and influence is unidirectional, where I'm the only one putting out information, you consume it, and you don't influence me back. But it's not the case. It's really, there's a two-way thing going on. Have you played Serbia, and how hard is the disaster after the initial ruler dies in it? I haven't played Serbia. They look like they're probably pretty good for a beginner. Unless I'm confusing them with one of the other Balkan states. I often do that. Succeed in this. Thank you for the follow. Wait. Hey, Merrick, thank you for the tip. Cheers. Here's thanks for the money. Would have got, here's the money my code would have gotten you. We'll be buying the game mid-2026, probably from a third platform. Thank you so very much. You're just hoping Generalist and the Playmaker collab. Hell yeah, brother. OPB, Generalist, and Playmaker in one chat? Nice. Big nice. You should do a live stream together and discuss the game. Probably not allowed. It's allowed. live streaming makes me a little bit more uncomfortable because it's easier to let something slip if I just forget the context in which we're operating and think just of the conversation. Because the thing is, I can say anything to OPB and Playmaker, or almost anything, and I can say more to them than I can to you guys. And so maybe having that be a live thing is not the best idea if I don't want to accidentally NDA Bob myself or whatever. Is there console commands to edit and own land to increase, decrease the pops in a location? I don't know. I would imagine so. I haven't looked at the console though. Do trade gives give any bonuses to the buildings in the province they are built? They give you additional production efficiency towards stuff that use them as an input. So gems, for example, will get used in the production of jewelry, so you'll get a bonus in jewelry production with gems, and so that'll be good. Harvest conditions, you're right. Let's catch up on Twitch chat real quick. McCobb, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. We're a little bit behind. We're a little bit behind. Do you play city builders or management games? Not very often. Which factor has a unique impact on starting countries? Unique content or starting position? I'm looking at the content primarily when selecting at this point. They put effort into CK3, EU4, and Vic3. It feels like watching... one thing I like watching on streams. Let's see. We're always been modding. Best way to branch up is other games is probably to have a set schedule. Yeah, set schedule would be good, especially if I streamed variety on this particular day. I don't stream that often, though. So I stream like one day a week right now, and I think if I went harder on the streaming, I could maybe do it. YouTube, I think, is really bad for being variety relative to streaming. Or, sorry, streaming videos relative to streaming, because you can stream on YouTube. If a nation goes maritime and propagates control through the sea, does blockading and forcing the port diminish their control? Yes. And diminishing... you could actually make... Because war score scales with control, you could actually blockade them for an extended period of time to make things cost less to take. Do we have a regular streaming schedule? We usually stream Saturdays around 9:30 p.m. PST, or 9:30 a.m. PST. And so this is our normal slot. Micah BJ, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. How do pop conversions work? Slowly. There's a base rate, and then you could use cabinet actions, which will be a little bit, or quite a lot faster. How well does Genoa, Venice, and other merchant republics do while playing the AI? Right now, really bad, because the AI sucks at eco. We've seen Genoa be kind of a force on previous builds, though. So we've seen the AI do a little bit better, but right now they just like Founder and get crushed. I expect that to be better, but again, it's because the AI can't eco. So would Byzantium roam after Justinian when they got home? Yeah. Do you think that the devs will expand politics aspects of EU5 as the game progresses? Yes. I do. I think that they want to create a very strong simulation, and that for release, the biggest thing that they've focused on is, I think, the map. And the map is just categorically so far ahead of anything else, like remotely in terms of a simulation and complex level of depth. How's Eastern Rome cope? Because Eastern where? What's the capital city of Eastern Rome? Micah, thank you for the 420. Hey, Generalist just moved into a new place, and friends are already fed up with your videos being recommended on communal YouTube. Love your stuff. Thank you so very much. You should show them the dating video. Maybe a little bit more accessible. And by accessible, I mean just like would probably not be amusing to them at all. Eastern is naturally Greek-Roman Empire. Yeah, it's ethnically not the same nationality as primarily what the Roman Empire was, right? It's Greek instead of Latin. Can you adjust import-export taxes? You cannot. Happy Cake Day, though. Head filled with so much Vic3 and EU5, no room for his own age? Seriously. But actually, though, I don't get asked my age often enough in, like, a year to, like, have it, like, firmly update in my head. Do Do you think the game would benefit from additional start dates? No. I don't want the devs to focus on additional start dates. If I view the dev hours as a budget, that's not something I would want them to spend on. Like, in theory, I would, if I could choose between having them and not, I would rather have them, but I would definitely not want devs to spend hours on it. Initially, admission trees in EU4 were just under the hood guide to the AI countries. The devs made it playable to the player in one of the updates. Oh, interesting. Hello, Generalist. How do you reconcile your opinion on the economy balance with the fact that we're all gonna die? Yeah, it's just like there's the micro view where we're concerned with the economy, and then the macro view where there's the heat death of the universe. Yeah, no, that's true. Are trade goods only available in the market, or if you own capacity in more than one market? Are trade goods only available in their market if you own capacity in more than one? Your trade capacity is locked in on your market, but you can either import from that market or export to that market. So, in theory, you can arbitrage stuff. So, but here's a little bit of triangle trade kind of thing. It's possible I have a lot of trade capacity in Cuba, right? But let's say I want to both import slaves to Cuba and also bring resources back. I will use all of my Cuban trade capacity to import slaves. And then I will use, in England, all my London trade capacity, or some of my London trade capacity, to suck all the goods over. And so you can get kind of some things going on. And from London, I could push goods to, the triangle trade business. I could push the goods into West Africa. But the pushing goods into West Africa, there's less than an emergent reason to do that. But you can use your trade capacity to push either direction. And so, in theory, if I have trade capacity in West Africa and trade capacity in London, but zero trade capacity here, I could also make that work by exporting from West Africa slaves and then importing to London the other stuff. But having trade advantage lets you control the outflow of goods. And so even if I had no capacity, I would need trade advantage here, which you could generate with ships. You just need to have some areas of which you have foreign trade centers so that you can propagate this up, or ports or little areas in which you have a little bit of control. Do resources deplete after time? No, they do not. Oh, we got another dono. Not like this. Financial literacy, thank you for the £5. I just don't want to miss them. Any chance you doing England GB paper run like your Molly series, taking through all your considerations and actions? No. There's, I'm not going to do any more paper runs because there's too much for me to do, and it's not very time efficient at this point. Like, right now, I'm planning and mapping out other runs and trying to figure out scripts and videos, because week 1, I want to try and release 20 or more videos of when we can release videos, and so I want to try and get all that handled, and so that involves producing a little bit less. Will you be able to form Russian Republic as Novgorod? I think so. That's not where we were in the chat, though. Where were we? How does Anglican stack up as a religion, and how do you spawn it? I did not spawn Anglican in my British game, and it was far after the date when the religion spawned. I think I had to join the Reformation, and I didn't. I don't know exactly how that works. That's an example of how I would prefer journal entries like Vic 3, because it would show you ahead of time what you needed to do. And I wish I knew how to spawn Anglican, because I was trying to check it out, but I couldn't. I hope they're nerfed for releasing subjects on your newly conquered territories. Yeah, it's like turbo meta. What they need to do is they need to, in my opinion, they need to make subjects actually attack your diplo capacity as a resource. Right now it just feels like they're free. Does control replace governing capacity? I don't know what governing capacity is, so maybe? It surprises me that Yankees are the #1 nationality. I would have think Vic 3 EU4 would be a lot more popular in Europe. Yeah, but there's... what's the most populated European country? France with 30 million, and then US has 300 billion. As an EU4 player, I really like Vic 3 Journal. Yeah. That's interesting, because that's something I think Vic 3 players complain about sometimes, but I think they're just complaining about the journal entries themselves more than the actual like UI for it. Colonies in MP are probably strong if you can put a player on the colonies. Yeah, this would be strong if you could generate another person on your team, definitely, because I mean, a big part of it is there's just no dev when you initially colonize, and so the upper limit of what you can do there is not a lot, and it's expensive. It just takes a long time for you to get the return on your money. What do you think is the theoretical limit of pops being useful in a city? I don't know, because a lot of the caps are soft and increase. And in theory, you actually always want more because it's just more consumption stimulates the economy, and you'll get the subsistence farm effect or whatever. But you're talking about being particularly useful. I don't know, when you're over like 250,000 or over 200,000, it like you stop. I think if you're over 100,000, you don't really care that much, and maybe you'll care in like the last age or the penultimate age, but it's really hard to make use of that many pops in a single location. But it's not that they're bad, it's just you'd rather they be elsewhere. So getting pops above the threshold to make a city is like important, and so you'd probably rather them be in other areas that you're trying to make a city a city. The city development feels a lot different from Vic 3's 25% workforce ratio, and buildings employ 3.5k, while EU5 employs 50 to 1,000 pops. Yeah, there's way more pops in Vic 3 though, but yeah. Does trading with faraway region work? You generally get big reductions when global trade comes around in trade maintenance cost. It takes more capacity to trade further away, and there's more maintenance costs, so it eats into the margins that you can have per trade capacity quite a lot. But you eventually have enough trade range that you can push really far if you wanted to. It doesn't go into the other market though, it just goes market to market. So London can connect directly with Beijing. That is precisely what I mean, by the way. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Or that was, I think I saw you mention something in the Discord, and that was my like inference as to like why you would prefer it. And I mean, you could have that instead of mission tree. Like, a lot of the mission tree complaints aren't specific around the mission tree format itself. It's specific around people want content, and people want to be given objectives and then bonuses or rewards for accomplishing those objectives. And you can do that without a mission tree, and I would rather see it done without a mission tree, because I think the tree thing itself, like, doesn't it has some weird like branches on it that just like aren't historic, and it's like conquer France as Scotland or something like in theory goal setting is what achievements are for, but there's a 0 chance I am playing a systems heavy game in Iron Man mode. Can you show a zoomed in map of northwestern Germany? We could show Germany. I don't know how zoomed in we can do in terms of west. I assume you want resource map mode? Here. Which the resources in northwest Germany are not great. Not good at all. I have to imagine there's another one here. No, that's it. So this is the best we can do here. But yeah, no premiums and not too many like mid-tier resources as well. It seems that humanism is a lot better than being religious. Is there upside or benefits to going religious? Sorry if this was already answered, I just joined. No. Well, since new people are joining, just wanted to plug our code. If you pre-order the game with code Generalist, or buy anything from the Play Store with code Generalist in all caps, it doesn't give you a discount, but it does give you, or it does send 12% of the sale my way. So this is an awesome way to support the channel at no cost to you, other than a little bit of inconvenience of getting emailed a key rather than having it unlock automatically on Steam, if you are interested. But with that said, humanism better than religious. So I think humanism's generally better than being religious, because I think conversion speed's not as good as cult assimilation speed. However, there's an interesting thing where the demand profile of clergymen is preferable to a peasant, and spiritualist will give you more clergymen capacity, and so you'll have more clergy, and the higher demand profile will be more demand for goods, which gives you more opportunities for profitable buildings, especially once you hit this like economic event horizon where the problem is not the inflow of money much as the depressed prices from lack of demand. And so you'd prefer if your pops actually ate more stuff at that point. And so being spiritualist is a way for pops to eat more. I still think humanist is better, but that would be a math type of thing that we would have to investigate further, because maybe the benefits to the economy you get from going clergy are better. The pops that eat the most are the nobles, and it's a very curious thing. It might be better to go aristocratic than plutocratic in terms of the economy as a consequence of the consumption profile being better, which is a strange one. Someone says they're out for the night, so we'll say goodnight to you, even though you left 20 minutes ago, because we're still catching up. We are trying to answer every question, so this is why we're a little bit behind. Is it possible to have sustained population booms in Vic 3? I think it's just kind of constant, and what you can hope for, like, if you're doing well, it's like 0.5% per annum. Just showing, sorry if it's already answered. Indonesia, Java has great population density, but it's all forest fractured, and lands will be a pain to develop in. Yes. In fact, what you're going to have to do is going to be kind of annoying. I think you can't form mega markets. Markets don't propagate very well over water at all. So I think for every island, or for every major island, you're going to have to make a new market. Which isn't that big a deal, because these actually start out as different markets initially, but yeah, you're going to have your own market. There might even be a market map mode in here. But your resources are tremendous. Jungle specifically is worse because it impedes dev growth relative to, not woods, relative to forest. They're similar, but jungle's like worse. Jungle's pretty bad. You can't clear the jungle. You do have a decent chunk of flatland, so that is good. But yeah, tropical is also bad. So the territory you're working with is pretty bad at building up and building tall. It's good for just extracting the RGOs and getting out. Like, you toot it and you boot it. Here's the market. So you can see Temasek is its own island, Serbia, Goa. You see Goa's split between these two. It might be the case that you want to make a market here. You maybe want to make a market here. That way it's not... Like, this market access is not very good. You can tell a little bit on the gradient, because it uses a gradient, that the market access gets really bad when they have to cross over. Even though they're going through only one C zone, it gets a lot worse. And so this is going to be a very, very significant impediment for you. But you do get to have pretty good resources. You can see the cloves, for example. I actually started watching you regularly because of EU5, and hope you, in the future it could help grow here, like happens with every new Paradox game and channels on YouTube. I have been making an enormous push to try and understand EU5 and try and position myself well for EU5 release, like in terms of time and effort. And so hopefully that works out well enough for the channel, because I mean, I've spent a lot of time not really sure like what it's going to look at the end of it. I think I'm doing okay though, especially considering I have 0 EU4 content. I don't know how audiences on YouTube in general are going to respond, or how much traction I'll be able to get, or this type of thing, though, because I don't have a following from EU4 at all. Very meta conversation, this. Yes, yes. Confusing one Balkan state for another. What's the worst that could happen, basically? Hi, Glaze incoming. Oh, hell yeah. Lay it on me, brother. Wait, not like that. I think you're doing such good, or I think you're such a good content creator. Thank you. You stand out amongst the clickbait YouTubers. I hate the clickbait stuff. I hate it so much. I get annoyed when I see other creators doing it. And I don't mean like clickbaity titles. I mean like when they show something in the thumbnail and it's like not the actual thing that happens. I don't mind cleaning up some border gore or something like that, but like in like Vic 3, like specifically, like you show like 5 million income and then you never hit 5 million income. Not that positive income's bad in Vic 3 anyway, so it's not actually even a good metric of success. Have your own style of content and his more serious side, but complement it with a great sense of humor. Thank you so very much. But above, you just keep real and human. I do try and keep it real. I think that, like, to some extent, you can't really, like, fake stuff, especially when you put out a really large volume of content. I suppose you can, but, like, who you are, to some extent, is just always going to shine through anyways. And if you're, like, and this is just in a general sense, oh no, we missed a dono. This is just in a general sense. We'll get to the dono in just a sec. Oh, I lost my train of thought. When you're, like, dishonest or, like, you're not being authentic, you end up actually just making stuff, like, net worse for yourself generally, I think. Because you put yourself in so many uncomfortable situations, and, people might not like you if, like, you have bad characteristics or this type of thing, or, like, are unattractive in some way, or, like, you're not intelligent, or, like, whatever it is. People might not like you for that reason, but something people will really dislike you for is being deceptive. Like, people really hate being deceived. They don't really care if you're, like, not XYZ or this type of thing, but, man, and this is just in a general sense, not, like, a content sense. People don't like being deceived. It's, like, upsetting to them. Like, very upsetting. And so, in general, I think just, like, trying to keep it real in terms of the way you worded it is just generally kind of better, independent of the rewards or punishments you get from it. Like, or I think it, like, just really leads to better outcomes generally. And that being, like, deceptive about stuff is just a shortcut, and it leads to better outcomes in the short run only, usually. Do you think the Amber Gems split is a necessary thing? No. Probably not. Well, actually, there's a substantive difference in the Americas, because the Mesoamerican countries use, like, amber weapons, or something like this. Or, sorry, not amber weapons, gem weapons, to, like, represent obsidian. So I do think that there's, like, some PM differences for some regional cultures that maybe make it make sense. I don't know. Ivory could also be in that discussion, that maybe they don't need to be separated, like, in terms of, like, the inputs. But, like, it would be very weird to have my elephant factory making amber or something like this. Financial literacy, thank you for the £5 again. Any chance of, oh no, wait, we already answered that one. Okay, so we didn't miss it. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, we're just not gonna do another paper run at this point. Too late in the game, I think. I was trying to keep some amount of consistency, but now there's also just enough stuff to cover, and the pacing overall of their output is sufficiently large that I don't think I need to do a paper thing to make a video on EU5. We need to at Lord Lambert. He will be furious with the Roman sacrilege. Oh, I've already told him. He just accused me of baiting. I mean, it's actually my perspective. Like, everyone like, claims Rome, like, in a way that I think is absurd. And to be fair, the Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantium, the proper name, I think has the best of the claims of the people who don't deserve to be called Rome. Ash 45 minutes ago, did we clog up the comments? Yeah, I'm super far behind. I'm trying to answer everyone's question. And I'm trying to talk fast. Do you speak any ancient Greek or Latin? Salve. No, not really. I know how to say, like, hello. Why do you think Ludi wasn't included in the first round, or in this round of EU5? I don't really want to get into that. I'm fairly confident I know. I'm kind of uninterested in talking through, like, drama stuff. You could ask Ludi. Do we want to share on that? Probably not. I don't want to share on that because some of it's happened in contexts that I'm just generally supposed to be sharing less on. So I think I'm just not going to share on that. How do you think EU5 is going to be received at launch? I think people are going to really enjoy it. Like, even if there's, like, some things that are maybe not where they should be, like, I think people are going to have a good time with the game, like, regardless. I think if they released it now, people would have a good time with the game. And there would be people who complained about stuff, particularly, like, in this exact state of the content creator version, people would complain about the eco and the AI. But, like, I think they'd still have a fun time before they realized how, like, bad, like, the eco and the AI were. And then once you, like, realize, you're like, oh, the AI is kind of feckless in this patch. Are there other ways to change location resources other than Columbian Exchange? There's some content for it, but I don't think that there's another way to proactively change it. It's either content or the Columbian Exchange, as far as I know. In Caribbean, would you need to separate market centers on the islands, or one market suffice? I think that the way we have approached this is we make one market here and one market, like, here. Which is kind of a little bit rough. Or we make a market here, and then we have this market here, because there's a market that starts here. Actually, that's what we do. More of the time. We've tried having a market on each island. Market access, if you're just extracting the RGOs to trade them rather than consume them, though, market access is much less important. So the market access here is not important. But if you're wherever you're building your power base or your nation and a lot of production, it's super important there. So you getting as much market access here is much less important. Yeah. How war works, can you place your armies near a border and instantly attack? You can't have levies raised, I don't think. I'm actually not 100% sure. But yeah, you can put your armies near the border. And then go and have at it. France is 70 millions today. Anglicanism will be shown on England this Friday. That's probably true. Germany's 80 million. Oh, we are a little bit behind in terms of how many there are. France is 70 million. Okay. That's still a lot less than America. That's a lot more than I thought, though. Europe is dense. Much more dense than the US. The US in its entirety is like the size of all of Europe. So... it's more population dense than the US is. Which makes sense. European Russian, 110 mil. Russia would maybe disagree. Russia would disagree with characterization that they're European. A lot of, well, actually most of the Russian people are not on the, they're on the European, like, continent. To be fair, it's like all actually Eurasia, but like, yeah. Do you know if Oceania has any tags? I think there's a tag that is formable as Majapahit, maybe? I know Majapahit has the most flavor for that region. In the UK supermarkets during COVID, people say that they was feeding 85 million people. Okay. So it's probably around that. I feel like EU5 missions should be generated based on circumstances in your nation. This is how I feel about it. And I'd rather have it emergently come from, like, pops and estates somehow than, like, a mission tree. Like, if you're Portugal, you get missions from your burghers to fund exploration route to India. Yeah, I would not mind if there were missions that got assigned by the estates that represented their interests, and that estates could have like, so in the same way there's, like, political movements for Vic 3, if a states could have their own form of movement of a thing that they care about and trend towards, and then they assign missions based on that, I would be super okay with that. I have an objection to the tree itself, as well as the pre-scripted, these are all the things your nation's going to do, type of thing. Rather than having it be, like, emergent. Do you think England campaign is best to build up a power base in France, Paris, the new capital? I think you could play out of London as the capital pretty well. I think you probably want to play out of London as the capital, even long-term, and you want to probably get basically everything that's on the coast from Denmark to Brittany, or within, like, 4 locations of the coast. Just every area that's on the coast in that entire region, you'll be able to push control, and you'll have a bunch of different markets kind of in those areas to make use of having really high market access and control. And I think Great Britain's actually in a really good spot to do that. I forget if... I wish that they had, like, 1 bonus for maritime proximity, but maybe that'd be too strong. But as it stands, you can really push, like, 100 control, like, in the lowlands, for example. So you definitely want to go after the lowlands. And I think that you would have to conquer, like, all of France to want to play it as France. But I think that as England, you could get the PU over France and then annex France, at which point maybe Paris is the better capital. But here's the thing is, while you're playing as Great Britain, you're going to be getting Great Britain flavor. And a lot of that flavor comes in unique buildings that are capital-only buildings. And so you do not want to... I think in some cases, I don't know if this is going to be the case with Great Britain, some cases you only get the option to put the building in your capital. And so you have now countrywide bonuses that are dependent on you having your capital there. We experienced this with Vijayanagar, where they get a building that appears in Vijayanagar specifically, and we wanted our capital in a slightly different spot, but it was in the same region, so we just kept it Vijayanagar because of that. Is Denmark a good country to play? No, they have bad resources, not a lot of pops. I think they'll probably not be very good. Curious about Shagtai position, trade and goods in Central Asia. Mostly seem Western area. Mountains suck. Is there also potential for Timurid capital? Maybe. That entire region's kind of rough. You might just be thinking, hey, we're just going to put up bailiffs everywhere and call it a day. You pay the sound toll in Singapore? I don't know about Singapore. You do in other areas, though. The sound toll is like, it is a mechanic. Can you combine 2 markets if you own both? You can delete a market. You can't, like, merge 2 markets specifically. Does weakness of maritime decrease in the late game? As it relates to market access? No. It actually gets worse. As you get later in the game, roads get better, and roads are the biggest driver of market access bonuses, and so it just gets, like, worse. Just gonna quickly catch up on the Twitch. Do you think the game would benefit from additional start dates? No. Do you recommend do you have to recommend a nation for first game? Hungary. Or, Serbia, I think is the one. Or Portugal if you found your own market in Lisboa. Just don't forget to found your own market. Oh, we're answering questions we already answered. Not like this. Not like this. My dream is to LARP as a huge Catholic Spanish Empire. Hopefully won't be hindered by going religious then. Thanks, King. You're very welcome. Seb, thank you for the follow. Or Sebi. Big nice. I'm not sure you answered this. Don't worry about if I've answered something or not. You can double click on the questions before. But is there a mechanic that allows you to remove natives from land while colonizing? Yes, the native law that you have, there's like 1 where you enslave them, 1 where you remove them, and 1 where you incorporate them. Maybe market access overseas should be tweaked. I think so. I've left feedback for this multiple times. I think that they systemically, like, it just needs to be a little bit different. Like, I think it's... The problem is markets are international, so it probably is just harder on an implementation side. Just use your code, thanks. Thank you for the videos. Thank you so very much. You got a Twitch stream? I do have a stream on Twitch. I have a stream on Twitch. It's live right now. We got to stream more though. What are the factors that in which determine areas included in a market? It's mostly market access, but also you're attracted to your own markets, or markets where you own the center, or where your overlord does, and also you're more attracted to markets that are big. So right now we're playing as France. The Paris market is just crushing the Bordeaux market, despite the Bordeaux market possibly offering better access. And the reason why is because we don't control the Bordeaux market, so all of our subjects prefer to be in the Paris market, and also the Paris market is bigger in terms of overall goods. And so the Bordeaux market's like, ee, and then the Paris market's like, blah. Don't clip that. So, yeah. Your videos are by far the most interesting and informative of the ones done for EU5. Please keep up the excellent work. Thank you so very much. We will try. Does anyone in chat thinking of running on a EU5 on a Ryzen APU like a 78? Oh, this is not a question for me. Why are you doing this instead of playing the game? Because this I need to do... Well, first of all, this generates money for me, especially if you use my code, Generalist in all caps, in the store to pre-order the game. It's no additional cost to you, but it does send 12% of the sale my way, relative to that, at a little bit of inconvenience to you, because they will email you a code, and then you have to put it in, as far as I understand, in terms of the delivery system. But, with that said, also I'm just generally trying to cultivate an audience for EU5, and so this is something I've got to do, and also... At this point, I have several hundred hours of EU5, and I'm still playing, like, even doing this, I will still play over 100 hours this week, so, yeah. Damn, just dead named Byzantium, basically. Something, Serbia, something, basically. You can't wrong name the Balkans, nations too much. We're enjoying modding this game. Yeah, modding is going to be so much fun. If you do not know anything officially, can you give us your best guess as to when you think you'll be able to release those 20 videos? I'm going to decline to talk on the subject. Which suggests that I know, but I can't talk about it. Did Byzantium change to Rome during the Justinian era, when they reconquered the city of Rome, and then drop back to Biz when they lost the Eternal City? Well, did they move their court there? Nah, I still don't think so. That's close, though. That's close. That's close. I'd still say no, but that's if someone fought me on that, I wouldn't fight back. That when they owned Rome, they were Rome again. If he moved the court from Byzantium to Rome, then I would be all in. I would be like, yeah, it was Rome again. He restored it before losing it. But continuity of existence is also something I think is relevant, and so I don't know if... Look, if Tunisia conquered all of North Africa and then called themselves Carthage, as much as I like Carthage and Hannibal Barca, I think I might not call that Carthage, because the continuity is not there, right? And so, if Justinian comes back, like, I actually don't remember exactly when Justinian was around, but I'm pretty sure it's like hundreds of years after the sack of Rome. The loss of continuity, it's just it kind of means that it's not really the same thing, in my opinion. Generalist, will EU5 be the best video game of all time? That's such a hard evaluation to make. I think generally of all time, I think generally newer games are better. And so all time as a moniker is kind of silly, because I think in the future there will definitely be games that are better. Will it be the best grand strategy game to date is maybe the type of question I would want to answer. Like overall? Will it be that way on release? Maybe not. Will it be that way at some point? Almost definitely. I would think. I think Vic 3 is doing something really interesting, and but is like more niche and it's just not like an aggregate type of thing. But video game overall, I don't know if any grand strategy game could be the best video game of all, like of to date. I'm not sure if it's possible for the genre to perform in that way. To some extent, popularity to me is like a factor that would have to be considered, and grand strategy games have never ever been popular. Duganpilled? Not like this. What's this? Are you talking about the Eurasia bit? Yeah. The Russia's not in Europe. Definitely Duganpilled. I kind of wish that EU5 had discoverable resources system like Vic 3, like once the requirements met, would be... Yeah, I also like the idea of a random new world. I think Johan hates the idea, so I don't think it's going to happen. Do you believe it would be possible to play attacks such as Granada and not expand much and instead try and be tall focused? I think you could play tall as just about anyone and be relatively successful compared to like what you can do in EU4. I think that if you're asking if it'll be meta or best to not expand, I don't think it will be, but how's New Zealand in the game? Resources wise, I don't think we've actually... I don't think it's very good, but I think it's kind of okay. I think Australia was much better, if we recall correctly. Is it going to be in the Pacific Ocean? Bruh. No, it's gonna be Oceania. Oh, the resources haven't been updated. This is gonna be a very good look at like what's actually there. I mean, we'll take a quick look, but we're not gonna actually see what's there in terms of the resources. Which resources are probably the most important thing. I think you don't ever want your capital on such a small space, though. You're really not gonna be able to push control outside of anything but what's there. Did they not show resources for Australia? Bruh. What? Dude, did they just not show res? Dog. Is it in one of these spoilers that we just didn't click? Am I blind? Yeah. It's in the spoiler. Yeah, these resources are not very good. Yikes. Nothing valuable, basically. Except the gems. But I imagine it's a little bit better now, at the very least. You mean Australia, New Zealand, Polynesia. Well, Australia has really good resources. I'm not sure if it's going to be updated in the map. Yeah, they don't have all the gold that's, like, in Australia. I guess there's that one bit there. There's some down there. But yeah, there's a lot of gold, coal, iron, gems. So really good resources. Really strong place to colonize also because the pops are really low, so it's quick colonization. Does the benefits of natural harbor decline as infrastructure is built? Yeah, effectively, because natural harbor you get to like minus 100% to disembark from at some point cost, at which point you hit the floor cost of 1 to disembark, and then additional harbor capacity is not valuable. This just has to do with the way discount modifiers work in general. I think if I was designing a game from the ground up, I would not use discount modifiers anywhere. Unless there was no way to stack them or something like this. Or just use the biggest discount rather than stacking them. Because stacking discount leads to some weird situations. Or stacking... Yeah, so I'd rather... I think Civ 7 did it right when they used the additional progress towards as a modifier. So what you would get is you would push proximity, and the proximity would always be 40 cost, And what you would do is you would get additional progress towards pushing it. This type of thing. It's not a very good way to phrase it, but instead of getting a minus modifier where you can reduce it to minus 100%, it would be 1 over 1 plus n is the cost to travel the distance. And so with the modifier, with no modifier, it would be just base. But with plus 100% efficiency modifier, it would take half as much to do the thing, because it would be 1 over 1 plus 1. And with plus 200%, it'd be a third, so 1 over 1 plus 2. And every time you stack more modifier, or plus 100% modifier, you get the same return, which is an additional unit per, like, resource invested. And so it's just generally, I think that I would have preferred if modifiers were done in this way for EU5. Because really, where stacking modifiers just gets obscene, it's not in bonuses, because bonuses fall off in terms of efficacy. Right, if I have plus 10% morale, the first plus 10% morale is better than the next plus 10% morale, and this type of thing, and there's diminishing marginal returns. But on discount modifiers specifically, you have increasing marginal returns. When you have your first 25% discount, it gives you 25% off. Your second 25% discount relative to before is giving you 33% off. And your, third one is going to give you 50% off relative to what you had before. And your final one gives you 100% off. And the increasing marginal returns on modifiers is what's problem with stacking modifiers, not stacking modifiers in the aggregate. So, like, the thing to do is to not have the math operate in such a way that you don't have this type of modifier, because it constrains you down the road in terms of what you can do and, like, what type of modifiers you can provide. And so, like, one of the reasons why both Dev Province and Pound Lock Canal were nerfed was because of stacking proximity reduction modifiers was too easy. And so they had to nerf those things. Like Pound Lock Canal, minus 25% proximity cost, and then Dev Province, the thing is development equal to the dev will give minus that percentage of proximity cost. So between the 25 from Pound Lock Canal, the 5 from the bridge, that's already 70%. And then there were more modifiers available, and they were higher. Like the modifiers for proximity were like doubled in the previous build of the version. So you could stack like another 30 or so from the tech tree, and then you would only need 40 dev, and everything would be reduced to 1 cost for proximity. This doesn't happen if the modifier works in the other way. Instead, if you had plus 100% efficiency, you would just be able to push control twice as good as before. That was a really long answer for the thing. I apologize. Are there bonuses to the market area larger so you have fewer markets to make it larger? The bonuses are that your market becomes a little bit... It's easier to play with your market, this type of thing. And as you get more urban and centered around your market in terms of most of your economic activity, instead of it being spread out, it's more valuable. But I don't think you want these mega huge markets. The biggest benefit is probably that you have migration. So if you have weird spots that are super overpopulated, and Iberia is maybe a good example, maybe having one mega market makes more sense. It's really painful, but the problem with Iberia, if you're playing Castile, is you have 2 markets. You have the southern market and the northern market. The northern market has like 3/4 of your pops. So you'll run out of pops in the south when you have a bunch of extra pops in the north, and to that extent, it'd be really nice to have one market. I don't think you're supposed to delete one of the markets. I think you're just supposed to have two markets and just deal with it, but like, this would be something that would be nice. Controversial Serbia pick, I know. Do states try to... The thing is Serbia, I think, starts with their own market. Anyone who starts with their own market and is almost the entirety of their market and is on the small side is probably what you want as a beginner. And there's stuff you can do with Serbia. There's people you can fight. Hungary also has their own market and is the like only one in their market. Portugal, if you make your own market, you will be the only one in your market. And so Portugal, I think, is also a decent shout. Do states try to interfere with your goals at all? A little bit. It doesn't feel like... It feels like they're a stack of modifiers rather than like an agent in their own right. Like Vicky 3 IGs feel a little bit more like agents. They also kind of feel like a stack of modifiers to some extent, but except they don't have modifiers. A stack of preferences for Vicky 3. How do you get primary culture pops required to core? You culture convert, you assimilate. Also, what buildings do estates build? They build normal buildings, and then if they're upset, they build these special estate buildings, which are generally bad. Nobles build mansions and castles, yeah. But they'll also build regular buildings. They have certain weights and preferences towards particular types of buildings. Peasants will build mostly rural buildings or like entirely rural buildings. It might be entirely. Clergy will prefer education buildings more than the other estates, so like libraries, universities, this type of thing. Clergy probably have the best spending overall because they do build more civilian infrastructure than the other estates, and civilian infrastructure is almost always good. Production buildings, they can build them in stupid spots, and so clergy probably builds the most intelligently, and then nobles, you actually don't want them to have money, or additional money to build, because they don't actually build a lot, because they spend all their money on consumption. And in fact, more than the money they have, they spend on consumption. And so you wouldn't want to give them more money because it just deletes it, basically. But the consumption really stimulates the economy, so that's good, but they don't really build that much. So probably the estate that gets to do the most building is probably the peasant estate, unless you're Catholic, in which case maybe it's the clergy, because you can't tax the clergy. But instead, some amount of money does go from your economy directly to the Papal States. So your Papal States also, if you're playing in Europe, the Papal States is stronger. Like if you're playing single player in Europe, because they get stymied by what you're doing. Are there any warning signs that the game has gone down the woke road? Not as far as I'm concerned, but I'm also not woke sensitive. Like, wokeness has to be really kind of pushed for me to find it annoying. In terms of trying to answer the question, like, where I think you're coming from. I'm just like, let's put it like this. When someone complains that some chick beat up The Rock in a movie, I like don't want to hear it, and the reason why is because they always complain that it's not realistic. Brother, The Rock beating up 50 guys in a row is way more unrealistic than a chick beating up The Rock. Like, henchmen single-filing someone is way more unrealistic. No one ever complains about that. So it's really not the realism that's the problem. And I don't have a problem with, like, strong female characters. However, there is kind of the insipid brand of, like, movie where it's just, misandry and, like, an excuse to, like, shit on men type of vibe for the movie. And I don't like those. Like, for me, that's, like, too woke. But, like, really, it's just, like, more misandry, I think, than, like, being woke. But I think that usually people who ask about the woke question are annoyed by some chick beating up The Rock in a movie. And that doesn't annoy me. Because I don't have to suspend disbelief particularly hard for that, or any harder than I do for henchmen. And there's henchmen in every Rock movie, basically. So, yeah, the hero being able to run a train through, like, a bunch of henchmen is way more unrealistic than a chick beating up a man. Is that a chili RGO I'm seeing? It was a chili RGO. It was a chili RGO. Chili's, baby back ribs. But in my mind, there's nothing, like, woke going on. I mean, slavery is meta, so, like, that feels like anti-woke, to be honest. If there were a lot more effects that made slavery eat your nation out from the inside, that would seem more woke, and there's not. If you can enslave New World pops, are they identical to slaves based in pops from Africa, or are they different in any way? I mean, they're going to have different religion and culture and this type of stuff, and their attitudes towards you are going to be different. Pops, also based on their culture, can have different consumption. Like, I think the pops from Mali consume gold. And so, in theory, there is a pop with the best culture based on consumption profile. I have no idea who it is, just like, theoretically, this notion exists. Can you combine markets on the release of the game you have? You can delete markets, and every location has to be within a market. So if you delete all the markets on the planet except for one, there would be just one world market. How good, bad are the pagan religions? I haven't really looked at the pagan religion balance, this type of thing. Let's see. When you colonize the new world and you're playing the Sweden, do the names of the states stay English or different? Are they and change the name to something in Dutch? The names seem really dynamic, just in general. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't paid super close attention. I think stuff gets their own, like, gets cultural names for, like, everything. What are the specs on PC? The relevant ones are, I have like an 8GB graphics card that's super, super old. I have a 24 gigs of RAM and a AMD Ryzen 5600. If it's based on the court being in Rome, then even the Western Roman Empire wasn't Rome for a while in the late period. No, to some extent, so there's a series of, like, conditions that are prototypical in nature, where the more of these boxes you check, the more Rome you're like, and maybe a certain threshold upon which I'm willing to call them Rome. I think continuity is probably more important to me than court location, but that's definitely one. Sorry, I was not trying to get you in trouble when you could release the videos. No, it's fine. You guys can ask whatever you want. I'm not... None of you guys are asking questions that would bother me or are problematic. That's definitely okay. I'm just being cagey about stuff. Do you know how many people bought the game with your code? I did fantastic videos. Thank you so very much. I do. It's approaching 300, which is a lot of money for me. If half the people buy the premium version and half buy the, like, $60 version, so I think it's 60 and 90, so that's 85. 85 times 12% times 300. It's gonna be a big month for me. I'll just show you guys the math, although, like, I kind of don't want to talk in detail about how much I make, but just in terms of 300 times 85 times 0.12, so that's around $3,000, which is a lot of money for me. And so, very, very appreciative to the people who are using my code. It's Generalist in all caps if you buy through the Paradox website, if you're interested in doing that. It sends 12% of the sale my way. Doesn't make the game any cheaper. It's slightly inconvenient. A lot of other codes, or creators do have codes, though. Generalist, was the Western Roman Empire no longer Rome when the capitals moved after Rome to Milan and then Ravenna? I think we could set up all the conditions for something being worthy of being Rome, and having the capital in Rome, to me, is one of the conditions, but it's a prototypical condition, not a necessary condition. So as you start violating more and more of these conditions, you start drifting further and further from Rome. And, like, to some extent, I think it's possible for a nation, even though it's, like, contiguous, for it to be inappropriate to, like, if nothing about the nation is the same other than its continuity, then, calling it the same nation is also maybe inappropriate. Like, if someone called, China the Zhou Empire, I would be like, I don't know about that. But, like, Qin Empire, China is a derivative of Qin, so, like... Or, sorry, Qing. No, wait, not Qin. No, the Qin Empire, yeah, the first one to unify China. But unify China, because that was with China with much smaller borders. Are any trade goods that you think are missing, or any trade goods you would split or merge with the game in the moment? I think they decoupled legumes and soybeans. I don't know how I feel about that. I think I would have been okay with something just being legumes. The fact that he's considering it, not like this. Also, the Justinian thing was 60 years after the end of the Western Roman Empire, I think. 60 is pretty close. Maybe I would have considered that Rome again. Maybe that's okay. Yeah, the continuity for me is, like, kind of a big one. I would have to think on it. Like, for me, like, the HRE is more obviously not Rome than Byzantium. I also don't have a problem calling the HRE HRE. I don't have a substantive problem calling the Eastern Roman Empire the Eastern Roman Empire. I would never call it Rome, though. Or not never, but, like, I would not call it Rome. For some Tunisians, they view themselves as Carthage descendants. Carthage descendants is different than saying you're Carthage, though. A lot of people from the Iran and Iraq consider themselves Persian. But I also do think that saying you're these people is different than saying that you're this nation. I think the Carthaginian claim is more legitimate, but Carthage got really scuffed up. I don't know if they can necessarily draw their lineage back in the same way. This is something I'd have to know more about. No. Our chat keeps on bricking. Hopefully we didn't lose too much of the thing. No, we didn't lose at all. Best game of all time between Minecraft, GTA, and Tetris. Minecraft, I think, is a reasonable submission for best game of all time. I think it's really gonna depend on when you grew up, because my knee-jerk reaction of like what to say. This isn't what I say. I'm not saying I think this is it. I would want to think about it a lot longer. Is GoldenEye. I think for no matter what it is, it has to be something that did something completely new. It can't be like a different iteration. Another reasonable one, I think, would be StarCraft. But StarCraft was like not really there, like in terms of overall popularity. League of Legends, you could make an argument for. Just like I don't like where League of Legends is now, though. Someone put salt in chat and Carthage in the same message. Can we get a mod in here to time them out? Do you know what happens to religion-specific technology advances when you swap? I don't. I haven't tested this. I imagine they go away. If you get to keep them, then there's going to be weird modifier stacking by swapping religions, which I'm not here for. I don't want that. Are we going to say the Roman Empire wasn't the Roman Empire when Constantinople moved their capital to, when Constantinople the Great moved the capital to Constantinople? How map painting will the game be on a scale from EU4 to Vic3? I think the game is less map painting than either of the two. Vic3 you get to paint so much if you want. Is the test island in the Pacific in your builds? I'm actually not sure. We have seen the test island in some builds, though. We've seen test island. Is maritime control propagation going to be viable? Control, yes. Market access, not as much. Would it be possible to build a country around a sea like the Baltic coast, or perhaps even Mediterranean? Move the capital to the coast to keep up control? Absolutely. Not only is it possible, I think it's really, really strong. I think it scales down as time goes on and roads get better. Like, as roads get better, it gets, like, a lot worse. But in particular, I actually do think Carthage... Sorry, Tunis is a really solid place for a capital. The thing is you want to make sure that your markets are going to be big enough. And you don't push market access very well. And so I do think that Italy is going to be a really nice place for pushing market access. Your ability to push control over maritime is really bad the first 100 years, and then it's going to be a lot better like the next 300 years relative to land, and then I think land is better again. Something like this. And so having a capital in Lazio, you could really push a lot of control to Croatia eventually. I think you would actually go overland and then over here, but you can really get a lot of control in a lot of locations. And so I do think this is really nice for Great Britain, because virtually everything from Brittany to Denmark you can probably get 100 control in. Like, as long as it's within 1 or 2 tiles of the coast. Can you view detailed stats of other countries' wars, Vic 3 style? I don't know. Does Test Island have anything unique? We didn't poke around at the Test Island, we just saw it. Philosophy degrees in Noah's economics might be Marxist. I would identify as a Marxist capitalist. I think Marx's critique of capitalism is really substantive. I think capitalism's still going to be better than communism, so... waiting for multiplayer to be game, trying to turn 20% of your pop into manpower. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I think pop's important, is because I think that multiplayer is going to turn into wood chipper simulator for pops. Are there ways to reduce distance costs for oceans or deep oceans? There's like 1 or 2 techs, but I don't think it's enough to make it feel very good. I don't think I've seen one for deep ocean, so... I wonder why they didn't go with multiplicative modifiers. That's how many devs pivot once they run into stacking issues. I don't know either. I think it's just like that's how EU4 does stuff. Maybe didn't think of it. Maybe it's easier to code. It's certainly easier to think through modifiers when you think through discount modifiers rather than efficiency modifiers. Do you see EU5 being a superior game to Vic 3? I hate this question. People keep asking this question. I think they're like really different. I think Vic 3 is more niche. Vic 3 is doing some really interesting things, but they're more niche and they're less warfare oriented, so it's going to be like less accessible to other people. I'm going to enjoy and have been enjoying playing EU5 more, but that is a big function of that is the fact that I have 3,600 Vic 3 hours and I don't really get to feel like I'm discovering new things that much in Vic anymore. Is it viable to build around clergy as Orthodox, Protestant, or other Christian denomination? To some extent. I think you really have to, as far as estates go, you extract more tax from the burghers than the peasants, kind of no matter what, and you have to lean into them. You can't, like, build around the other thing just because of how modifiers work, because they have weighting towards which the tax base is kind of pulled. I think right now meta is really to give out a lot of estate privileges to everyone, so I don't know, specifically increasing power of one estate versus the other doesn't really yield you too much, which from a flavor perspective, maybe it should feel more substantive. Like right now I don't really care which of my estate is more powerful all that much. Historical materialism is both based and woke. Dialectic synthesized. Yeah, I think that, I mean, I disagree with Marx on a lot of stuff, specifically, like, the end of history notion, but, like, yeah, I think material conditions are important, and also I think that, capitalism, naturally squeezes money, like, to people. I think value is created through labor. I think capitalism is a system in which the people who are doing the valuable labor are not allocated the resources towards, and it gets progressively further and further removed from the people actually producing value. But at the same time, I'm not a communist because I would want a meritocracy. Like Marx said, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. And my perspective, politically speaking, and this sounds a little callous, is from each according to their ability, to each according to their ability. I want people to get the actual value of their labor, not the value of their labor as mediated through the capitalist system, where the people who own the means of production or own the companies get a lion's share of the value. Basically, like, all the marginal value, and wages get depressed towards subsistence level as a natural progression in terms of the economics, and it doesn't have to do with the labor becoming less valuable. It's just the nature of the asymmetric leverage of someone owning the thing being able to push down wages as a matter of practice. Capitalism in theory works great. So does communism in theory. But in practice, people who I think are not deserving of the money and resources end up getting a lot of it. When I say woke, I mean belittling of Christianity and Western culture, masculinity, and that sort of stuff. something like the gay pope in CK3 or making communism stupidly strong in Vic3. So let's address these like point by point, starting from the bottom. We can make a joke about being a bottom here or the pope being a bottom, but communism is awful in Vic3. It's just like really, really not meta. For a while, the cooperative ownership was meta, but notably, command economy's always been awful. And it's like real bad. It might look when you swap immediately towards it like it's good, but that's because your SOL hasn't fell yet. Or prices haven't depressed yet, or a combination of the two. I don't think that the game really has much commentary on masculinity or femininity at all. I think that the number of popes that were gay is possibly non-zero, so I don't think that has... and it's certainly possible for there to be a gay pope. To the same extent, it's possible for there to be gay people. Like, and so, in a game that is not representing all the historic popes, like, let's just assume that all the historic popes were not homosexual. In a game that is representing non-historical people in historical positions, like being the pope, it's definitely possible for there to be one. And then belittling of Christian and Western culture. I don't think that EU5 takes a disrespectful slant towards Western culture or Christianity in general. I mean, the technology seems on the weak side. I guess that's belittling, but I don't think they are derogatory towards it. But I think that also, a lot of times when that type of complaint is getting levied, for some people, a failure to pedestalize is considered belittling, and I don't think that they really pedestalize Christianity either. Although Jewish giving +5 control, maybe they're on the pedestal now. That's a good modifier. This game has sufficient parallel. Yeah, I don't think the game. I know what you're saying with the masculinity thing, and like also like we might have we probably have different understandings of what masculinity is, but I do think that like in general, like men and young men specifically like get a rough shake in society in a lot of ways. But I don't think that there's like any social commentary on masculinity like in EU5. Like your pops aren't even gendered, so it would have to be through events or something like this. Does the game have... I mean, I guess you could go ahistoric and allow, like, more matriarchal stuff in terms of the game's mechanics. I do think that they allow you to change, like, succession laws and go more egalitarian, and maybe you consider that woke. I don't know. Does the game have enough sufficient parallels to modern politics that we could still bait you under ransom? Yeah, exactly. Yes. Since plantations required slaves, are there other buildings that can be used... that can be used that use peasants / laborers. Well, so RGOs use laborers or slaves, but plantations require specifically slaves. There's a lot of other buildings you can build that don't require slaves. Plantations, there's only like 4 different types of plantation, so it's a very niche building, but it's a very powerful building. And most buildings you have just do not require slaves. Yeah. The guy complaining about gay Pope in CK3 is back. It's definitely a fixation. Maybe a little bit. Like, brother, yeah, like, if you're... I don't care who they make gay. Like, honestly, like, this isn't something I care about, like, at all. I'm a big fan of a lot of Greek philosophers who swung it both ways, you know what I mean? And also, like, I'm a fan of Christopher Hitchens. He was bisexual. Nietzsche's maybe a little bit ambiguous. He liked Louis Salom. But, like, Alexander the Great, he was gay, or if you're trying to be, if you're trying to be a little bit more, I guess, generous to, like, his opinions towards women as it relates to sexuality. He was bisexual, but he was definitely pitching for at least one of those teams. And like, who else? Hannibal was probably homosexual, or he was probably bisexual. I'm not really sure. It's very, very common back then. But how many languages, cultures, dynamic naming, and locations? How much do you actually see it? I kind of just like look through that type of stuff, so it's hard for me to report on it because like I just like see the location and the numbers and this type of stuff. 5 hours, damn. Yeah, I'm trying to clear the chat and answer everything before I go, and then you guys are keeping asking stuff, so we're keeping going. Is communism really stupidly strong in Vic 3 though? No, it's not. We already had the HRE in game. Yeah, the like yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't have an objection to being called the Holy Roman Empire, but if someone calls the HRE the Roman Empire, I'm just like not going to be having it. Are you going to use EU5 money to upgrade your PC? Yes, I have to upgrade my PC. EU5 is more intensive than Vic 3, and I don't think the performance is going to be, especially after like OPB talking about how fast his game was running. I was like, brother, that's not my experience. I probably have to upgrade. Yeah. What game is this? We're looking at EU5 stuff, because we can't show the game right now. We have access to the game, though, and we're just doing a Q&A. The Pope has many times been a sinner. Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, as an atheist, I don't believe in sin, I suppose, so maybe I would not consider that true, but at that point, I think my opinion probably is going to matter less to Dominus here. Yeah, I think that the Crusades were probably just in general sinful. So, calling the Crusades was probably I think any systemic as someone who values like human life, one life pretty equally to the next. Before you consider what people are actually doing, because, like, obviously if someone's a murderer, I don't value their life as much. The Crusades are pretty hard to, like, morally justify. Mart, thank you for the follow, big nice. What did I miss a sub? Oh, I made that, I saw that sub. Once we get a subject with citizenship alongside ethno-nationalism in Vic 3, we can really argue about who's really Rome again. Ayy! It's true, that's true. I'm excited for that. That's gonna be cool. I'm a Catholic too, keep trying. Yeah, but he's gonna hit you with the, yeah, but you're not a real Catholic. ERE is also a historiographical term, so I think it's funny that people think it's different from calling it Byzantium. Yeah, I mean, I think... the people, in my opinion, who are insistent on calling it the ERE are, like, also a little bit smug about it. Like, in the, I know and understand this thing better than you do. It's like, you probably know more about Byzantium than I do, but, it's like, it reminds me very, not to the same degree of the people who correct you on the usage of the term, we were just talking about this in a video, usage of the term decimated, which literal definition, or like the historic definition, means to kill 10% of. And the colloquial understanding is really to kill 90% of. And I think if someone's using the colloquial, like, understanding of the word decimate, and then you correct them and be like, actually, it really means this, I think you're kind of being a dick. Actually, you know what? I think most of the people who are doing the ERE thing are just memers, and I think it's funny. But, like, the people who are really serious about it, and, like, when you say Byzantium, they're like, no. 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 I think that's just weird, bro. Like, I've successfully referred to the nation and summoned into your mind what I am talking about, like, correctly in a way that fits a general social convention. And if you're going to get uppity about it, then, like, I think that's just, like, weird. In Danish culture, we call the HRE the German Roman empires, which I think kind of fits. Interesting. Persia has aura. Persia does have aura. Persia once had over 50% of the world's population. Best game of all time is the last game I played and liked, basically. Sorry for repeating the question, but do you think there's enough goods in the world to support pop demand? I think there's not enough pop demand. I think you could produce too much goods. I think that stuff's probably been tested. So pop demand does not seem to scale up really, really hard with additional goods produced. And your ability to produce more goods really does scale. And I think it scales at a pace which outstrips pop growth. So, as a consequence, I think that, like, theoretically, I think what's going on in a lot of, like, testing runs, that when they're testing the game, is the AI under ecos, the player pops off, the player is ending up exporting to other parts of the country, and they're effectively stealing the demand for, or other parts of the world, and are effectively stealing demand from other parts of the world. When this isn't happening, like, if everybody's producing well and ecoing up, what's going to happen is prices are going to get shoved down really hard, because you won't be able to steal other people's buy orders or stimulus from their pops for demand of their goods, because they'll be supplying their own pops with goods. And stuff will become very not profitable, just by virtue of the prices getting so low on everything. And there's not, like, a loop like SOL in Vic 3, by which pops consume more, as far as I understand, unless I'm misunderstanding something, to really start re-injecting stuff. So you eventually start getting very rich and not making a lot of money, is my intuition / observation as time goes on, is that there's fewer opportunities for profitable buildings, despite you, like, numerically having better numbers as a result of prices starting to come down. And so, yeah, I think it's, like, if anything, it's the reverse. You just get, like, stalled out from the other end. Are you playing? We are not playing. We have the music playing on in the background, and we're looking at a screenshot. The only Constantine I respect was made in 2005 and stars Keanu Reeves. I enjoyed that movie. Objectively bad movie, I think. That's on my list of movies that are bad that I like a lot, along with Lincoln Vampire Hunter, or Slayer, whichever one, I forget. Do we see people / goods traveling on roads? Not on what I'm playing, but I'm playing with, like, low settings. They might be stuff on higher settings. Would Marx enjoy playing Vic 3? Probably. It's kind of a hard question to answer. He would if he was drinking, because he was an alcoholic, but that's kind of a different question. Or my understanding is he drank a lot. I don't know if calling him an alcoholic's fair. Have you tried using the conquistador subjects? I have not. State capitalism enjoyer? Not like this. Colonizers can enjoy both. FDR's style social democrat? Me? No. He's playing or chatting? We are answering questions about the game. Sorry, just to clarify. We're looking at screenshots of what's going on. I think it was a Playmaker who said Cornwall has minus 25% control modifier. Can you confirm? Brandenburg's got, like, minus 20. Because until you change your dynasty. If Cornwall has minus 25%, that's really rough. I don't know how you'd get rid of it. That's, like, insane, though. Nobody's allowed to stream gameplay. Yep. +1 radical, exactly. Asymmetric leverage is decently well counteracted by collective bargaining and the like, though. Yeah, well, if you look, there's a correlation between unions and wages and buying power. As unions go up, they go up, and as unions go down, they go down. But if you look at the natural progression of things, I think in the past 50 years, the amount of unions has gone down. Specifically, and most, like, I know it's less the case in Europe, but in the United States, it's pretty bad. And a massive corporation's ability to evaluate the information regarding wages is vastly superior to the individual worker. And I think that they also have more resources and are better equipped than the union itself. And so if anyone's going to get squeezed, it's going to be the union, but also lobbying and money buys political influence, and there's been a lot of union busting in the U.S., and I don't think we are moving in a direction of more unions. I think we're moving in a direction of less unions. But even if there's a ton of unions, I still don't think it gets on to par because of the asymmetries in terms of what's going on. Because I think eventually there's going to be surplus labor, and whenever there's surplus labor, you can negotiate people down to subsistence. Like, as a gross oversimplification, because I don't want to unpack a ton of theory. It's been a while since I've read theory. But, like, the example I use a lot is Crassus, who's the richest person in Rome at one point. Obviously he's not, because Rome doesn't exist anymore, and Crassus is dead, but he started, like, the first fire brigade, and what he would do is he would come to your house as there was a fire, and he would offer to put out the fire, but you had to give him the house, and he would give you like 7 cents on the dollar for your house. And this was a benefit to you, because if you just lost your house, you would have nothing. 7 cents on the dollar, that's 7 cents you didn't have before. And so you would sell it to him, and then he would rent the house, put out the fire, and rent the house back to you. In that exchange, assuming the house wasn't damaged at all, which this is the thought experiment, so we're going to assume that because it's nicer, you got 93% of the value, or sorry, Crassus got 93% of the value, you get 7% of the value, right? That's what asymmetric negotiation looks like. Both parties are better off, but Crassus takes the lion's share of the value. In general, I think capitalism does this repeatedly over and over and over, iteratively, where the people who own the means of production or own the companies get the lion's share of the value over and over and over again because they have more bargaining power or the asymmetric leverage. And Crassus is, the example is, there's no one else you can go to for the fire stuff. And so Crassus is there to put out the fire. You either get your fire put out or you don't, so you have to take it. And he has unlimited leverage, and because of that, he can get the better side of the deal. Now, for people with very, very specified and highly, really, really high, job skills required to do the job, I think that it does function pretty close to meritocracy. So doctors who have to go to school for like 15 years, I think in general do earn pretty close to the value of their labor, or maybe even more because like it's bloated in terms of providing medical in the US. But I think there are some professions that are like that, but the unskilled ones specifically, they really don't have a lot of leverage, and they get pushed towards subsistence as a matter of practice. A system with capitalist core is essential, but you should play with some welfare and regulation on the edges. Yeah, I'm open to universal basic income, but it makes me really uncomfortable. But I'm open to it as a means of counteracting the way in which money is pulled towards capital rather than the value of labor. Unfortunately, I have a nuanced view on mixed economy is not popular notion, and purity tests destroy dialogue. Yeah, on how to best distribute wealth into buzzwords that can preload with meaning. Yeah, I'm caring about how like value is created. Most capitalists do not. I mean, I identify as a capitalist, but most capitalists do not agree with the labor theory of value. They don't think that value is produced through labor. They think value is inherent in objects itself, and that's like a difference in like at a very basic level how we view value. Oh, OPB's still in here? Wow. Or he probably came back. He probably got something to eat. Do you think... I don't know why I'm speculating there was something to eat. Do you think European tech will get a boost before release, or do you think it's on the weak side at the moment? I think... I don't think it'll get something, but I think it should get something, but maybe I'll leave some feedback on it. Is there anything India or China want from Europe in EU5? Institutions. Roser says $5. I don't get the hate for portraits and the characters, to be honest. The game starts in CK3 time period. The characters are really important still. Love your vids. Thank you so very much. The characters aren't as important as they are in CK, I would say, but I think people are just so overreacting over the portraits, just in general. Yeah, I would agree. I also think they're good for the health of the game in that it helps to build a larger ecosystem with more players, because I think portraits and portraits are very beginner friendly, and I think that they're people who don't play like spreadsheet games like a spreadsheet game friendly, and I think that they're a good thing. It's Stannery Court contents, by the way. The most woke part about Vic 3, the mass migration meta, which makes sense with the game's systems, and also more of a capitalist class agenda than historic communism. Yeah, I mean, you're pushed towards the egalitarianism, but you're also pushed towards maximal exploitation rather than increasing SOL of your pops. Especially now that the equilibrium is at 15 SOL instead of 20, where you maximize pop growth between 10 and 15 SOL depending on how many modifiers you have. So you really want to keep the people down. Well, it's definitely not provable that Alexander was gay. No, but like, I actually probably don't know enough about Alexander to have this conversation in like a very definitive way. But my understanding was that it was very obvious that he was had a very strong preference towards men, and that he dabbled with women. But maybe I'm off the base with this one in terms of my understanding. But I know a little bit about the time period of that, and I know about his teacher, Aristotle, and I know about Aristotle and Plato, and I've read extensively on Aristotle's notions of, like, bisexuality and this type of stuff. Where's it Plato? Plato or Aristotle I've read a lot from Foucault, and the Foucault's History of Sexuality series. And back then, pitching both sides was the norm. And so if there's like a lack of historical evidence, you should assume, if you have to make a judgment, that they are more likely to be whatever. What's the word for it? The standard distribution? That's not it. Some regressive. You're more like, it's better to assume a regression to the mean. So in lack of any evidence, given the time period and his upbringing, if you have zero evidence, you should assume that he was bisexual, just based on what was the norm at the time. And so you would need like evidence to the contrary, almost, at that point. But at the same time, if you lack evidence, asserting anything super definitively is not something you should do. But like, if you have to make a judgment on what's more likely, it would probably be that. If the metagame is hard enough, do you think it's possible to form Ruthenia as Kiev by 1500? Yeah, almost certainly. Cornwall has its own legal code, and you either let that happen or abolish it, which will make the pops very angry. That's worth 25 control, though. My reading of Plato was Socrates lusting hard after Alcibiades. I don't know how to pronounce that. That's not someone who I recognize from a dialogue that I've read out loud with. If you let it happen, you go low control, but they shut up. How fun is subject gameplay? I've not tried it. I have not tried it. Is 24 gig of RAM enough if you really have good CPU? I don't know how important the CPU versus RAM is. Thank you for the stream. This has been really fun/informative. You're very welcome. It's starting to wind down a little bit. I feel like we're approaching getting caught up. I think Paradox games are heavier on CPU. Yeah. Generalist and OPB, my two favorite content creators. Thank you so very much. We got Generalist theology before release, not like this. Is losing wars as punishing as EU4? I'm really bad at the EU4 comparisons. I'm sorry. I like don't have enough EU4 experience. In EU4 it felt crippling. AI demands way too much. Well, right now the AI under-demands stuff. and is not the brightest about it. And I think this is an AI weakness. Right now, you can send them like one ducat and they'll get off your back. But I think that's I think that's a problem. I think the AI should be like pretty aggressive about grabbing stuff. And maybe in the stuff they send you, they're pretty aggressive, but you can send them a deal that's pretty bad for them and they'll accept it. Dario says, first of all, congrats on the money you made with the code. Thank you so much. I'm sad I have the money saved in my Steam already, so I couldn't support any of you guys. How crazy are the Majapa hits? EU4 level? I don't think it's EU4 level. They seem like kind of okay. They got some flavor, they got some bonuses, they have some stuff. Yeah, I'm not, I don't think it's anything crazy. EU4 comparisons are hard for me, though, because I don't know how crazy it is in EU4. Isn't pop demand actually connected with control? I think it's supposed to be connected to development, but it's not really represented in game in a way that's transparent. I actually have to ask around on this topic specifically. If you do a resources ranking video, we probably will. Will you also mention if you want to have as many as possible, or just having one is important? Yeah, this is something we'll discuss. Like, marble and sand, specifically having one is really nice, but having a ton is, like, not necessarily something you want. Marble has a high enough base price that you're okay with having a lot, but, like, sand does not have a very high base price. It's just nice to have a little bit of sand. What does the Pope's sexuality matters if he makes the required vow of celibacy anyways? Probably depends on your interpretation of the Bible. Impure thoughts are a sin by itself, is my understanding on a lot of the interpretations of the Bible, even if they're not accompanied by corresponding actions. How do you fix pop demands? Just have every institution increase demand every era. If they have demand met, increase pop growth or something. Well, you could have the higher tier pops, if you have more of them, increase pop growth. So more pop growth could push the increased demand. Demand profiles should maybe just look a little bit different. Maybe demand should scale with age. I don't really know, because they don't have SOL or a way to do SOL, which is kind of a good system, I think. And also, the economy is a little bit too fast, so if more money that was going into your treasury just got pulled into consumption than does currently, that'd be maybe good, but you wouldn't want that in the early game, because then early game would be really rough. It'd be difficult to snowball, so it's like a pacing thing, where your economy gets hyper large a little bit too early, I think. And you have to, whatever the suggestion is, can't just nuke one aspect of the game. Wow! Shabadog Ding Dong, thank you for the $50 donated to the Ukrainian Defense Fund. We are currently raising money. It is on the Twitch if people are interested in giving. We've been raising some money for some time for that. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated. The money goes to Ukrainian Defense Fund, which supplies weapons, or sorry, not weapons. It supplies non-lethal aid to the international force fighting in Ukraine. Because that's the one you're allowed to give money to. The Cario, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Let's catch up a little bit on the Twitch chat. Let's see. What's your excitement level for the game out of 10 right now? For playing, it's diminished quite a bit, having played hundreds of hours. I'm really excited for the release, but that's tied to, like, the YouTube channel thing, so there's, like, a confound. And also, I've been playing hundreds of hours of the game for weeks now. Or over 100 hours a week for weeks now, so I do want to take a break before release, or before I start recording videos, at some point. But I would say, like, somewhere between a 7 and an 8, and this is with, like, a scale where I don't give 10s, and I try and have the average be, like, a 5, because I think most people have, like, an insipid scale for, that type of thing, or, most people don't use, when they use 1 to 10, for most people it's actually 5 to 10, in terms of the scores they actually meaningfully give, so... You said Denmark sucks with no pops or resources. Does that mean OPMs aren't viable? One location is rough. If you mean one province, you can play tall in one province. You need pops, though. Like, you need the pops to really have that good experience, I think. And so you'd have to find something that has a lot of pops. How hard is it with 100 years to win the 100 Years' War as England? It's too hard to evaluate because the AI kind of sucks right now. We were able to do it without too much difficulty. The AI hires mercs, so you just have to be aware that they're hiring mercs. England, I think, has the better levies, and so I think England kind of has the upper hand, but England needs to win more wars. France, you only need to win one war. England, you have to win 5 or something, 4 or 5. Well, how did Castile deal with 2 markets back in the day? They had a rough time. It was a vibe back in the day for Castile. The tension between their administrative, being able to administer the north and the south. Eventually they moved their capital halfway in between to, like, Madrid or something, I think. Is the HRE more or less Rome when this guy became Rome after taking Constantinople? They're both pretty not Rome, I think. But if I have to rank one, I would say... I guess it depends on HRE during which phase. Because there was a phase where the HRE had Rome, right? Probably Osman, though. Because just chronologically closer to Rome. And benefiting from Byzantium's clout. You keep what you kill. Warcraft 3 started the whole MOBA genre. But that wasn't the game itself. That was what's it called? A sub-game or a custom game or whatever it is. Team Fortress 2? Yeah, maybe Team Fortress. Saying League over Dota is wild. No, Dota's not an individual game, though. I would have to say Warcraft 3. So you're a social democrat? No, because I don't believe in entitlement programs for the sake of humanity itself. I believe in entitlement programs because I think that the system is inherently not meritocratic. And so redistributive methods are something that should be considered to offset it. My motivation is different. Even if I am okay with some social democratic types of way of approaching things, my motivation behind it is different. I think the political system should be meritocratic and freedom-oriented, and those are the 2 major values that should underpin stuff, rather than being universal basic human experience or something like this. I mean, emotionally, I'm very sympathetic to that, but just as a matter of political theory, I think that my notion of what's valuable is different than other people's notion of what's valuable, and so if you don't know what's truly valuable, committing to as few values as possible is preferable, and I think that meritocracy and freedom are the 2 most basic values that are consistent and preferred very often in the largest number of societies of this type of thing. How can you nationally tax the rich in a globalized world, though? You can do so with VAT. You can also do so with wealth tax. This is a lot more to unpack, though. At some point, giving labor became inconsequential with automation. Doesn't giving labor become inconsequential? Yeah, but the people who designed who built the machines, who designed the machines, this type of stuff, who service the machines for the automation, these people are underpaid relative to what all the machines end up doing. In capitalism's perspective, it's the machines that have value, but the machines don't get produced without labor. Nothing gets produced without labor. At its more basic level, it's just all these relationships in which labor is involved in the production or the bringing of something to the market. These get obfuscated and removed out from what we see, and we only see the object itself. And the labor, I think, is where the value is. Everyone gangs up on you, no? Yeah. Nah, I wouldn't say so. Generally speaking, people don't gang up at me at all on chat, and people generally agree with me or just don't say much. Is EU5 more optimized than Vic3? I don't know exactly. Like, is it doing more calculations but doing it more efficiently? This is not a question I would be good at answering. Isn't war, then, according to your values, generally wasteful and sinful? 1 in 10? What? I'm not sure. Is EU5 fun? Yes, it's a lot of fun. Rip my question. Oh, did you get bopped? Rip the dream. Trade unions is like the default. In US, it's like union bad. Yeah, I mean, maybe this is just my US like perspective. Type of thing. Let's see. I think we are getting close. I'm just finding my spot on the YouTube chat. Something about a pope's sexuality. Yeah. Do you consider yourself woke? No. Depends what you mean by woke. People have radical definitions of woke. I would maybe be woke to a conservative and, like, anti-woke to a liberal, something like this. I aspire to be like Crassus. Oh my god, this chat, yeah. Didn't he get poured into gold in his eyes or something? So this isn't true, but I like the story, so I like bringing it up. That he was murdered by having, like, gold poured down his throat, or something like this. He died in an expedition in, like, Scythia or something like this. But I don't think he died via the gold thing. That's just a story that makes everything nice. Would you support a Friedman-esque NIT? Ooh, I don't know what NIT stands for. Talking Milton Friedman? I would have to look up to what exactly that refers. That, like, that's not summoning up in my mind to, like, a very clear, thing. This is, like, the name looks really familiar, but, like, I'm just not pulling up the file. They're trying to proselytize doctors, which is hilarious. All psychologists will be BetterHelp texters before they're replaced by chatbots. I'm not sure what that's in response to. What that's in response to. Do slaves that you move to locations with different dominant religions convert and become free? Yes, they convert and become free. You can have a law that either allows them to convert or prevents them from converting. We were playing as the Mamluks, and we were having our slaves convert too fast, so we enacted a law where they can't convert. Alexander was totally gay? Well, like, I would have to look at, like, what historical evidence there is, but, like, if you don't know which, you should assume he's at least bisexual, given the norm at the time. Very concerned for EU5 performance, made my peace with needing a new PC in 2 years. I am so happy that they're not, like... Look, I can run the game just slightly above minimum requirements, and I've abandoned runs for performance, but I've gotten, like, 200-300 years in. Also on builds that are not, like, finished builds, this type of thing. I think that I'm happy that they're not, like, underselling the system requirements. Instead, I think giving, like, a fair estimation. I think Plato later softened his support for pederasty, though. I don't know exactly what pederasty refers to. Is that the convention of, like, the like student teacher relationship as it relates to, like, the homosexual relationship? Because that's how it was in Greece at that point in time. I mean, I know there's, like, the Platonic thing, but I do think he wrote quite a bit on it. I think Aristotle probably wrote more on it, though. I don't know. Turn ownership of industry to laborers. GPU also pretty irrelevant to EU4. Women? What? I'm not sure what that means. Were you able to play any building-based countries? I did a little bit, but I wasn't really enjoying the experience, and I just like wanted to get reps on like what in my mind is the main game. I think it's like playable and interesting, but it's probably not going to be like. I think someone who only plays building-based countries would just be like a psychopath. But I do think it's going to be interesting and novel experience. 6-hour stream answering questions. How's the voice? It's getting a little scratchy. Coffee should boost productivity for pops that consume it. I agree, and so should tea to a lesser extent. I kind of don't agree. I think that's a weird balance thing, but like maybe it makes sense. You'd have to like simulate a lot of other things if you want to get that granular. Am I right in thinking Calvinism is just worse than Lutheranism in EU5 terms? Seems to have plenty of negative modifiers. I'd have to see the modifiers in front of me to really have a good look. I imagine one of them is going to be better than the other, though. Can you get a noticeable pop boost by doing a lot of wars to capture slaves, especially in smaller countries? Yes, absolutely, yes, 100%. The slaves you capture go to slave centers, so it is so noticeable. And what we did as Mali, was just like really like burned into our brain just how like substantive it is. And maybe like this is why we're like hyping slaves and like other people in my opinion aren't like just in terms of how good they are. Where's West Africa, my guys? And when we played as Mali, we built a railway. We built a slavery superhighway. And starting from the capital, just every location all the way to the coast, we put in a slave center. And we deleted slave centers everywhere else. And so we would have, basically everywhere else was like 10 to 25,000 pops. And then everywhere on this road was like 80,000 pops. Because we just took slaves from all the rest of Africa. And it's just like, bruh. And this was really useful because you have to get past a certain level of pop in order to make something a city. So, and the slaves count towards that. And so you can use them to also force your ability to be able to found cities. Let's say I'm loving these QA streams. Thank you very much. As long as we still get a lot of viewers, and a lot of people have been very generous throughout the stream, the QA streams as well, we will probably keep doing them. We might start doing more than just the one on the Saturday, but we'll see. Am I can you get a noticeable pop? Yeah, we answered that. Sounds like a classic liberal, to be honest. Yeah, I'm probably not that far off of like a classic liberal, just like a little bit more when people ask, I tell them I'm a libertarian who believes in externalities. Is kind of the short answer I give. The problem with the whole you can't tax the rich is that they think of money as a resource when assets and labor are the resource, with intangibles like leadership as a multiplier. Yeah, well, I mean, like, look, Jeff Bezos makes like $3 billion a year or over than that. You cannot convince me that you could not hire 30,000 people at $100,000 to do Jeff Bezos' job better than him. I don't believe it. You could not convince me. There's nothing in the world you could, can't be done. Ownership through multiple public markets and private ownership is just optimal for directing capital cash flows and encouraging investment outside political pressures, which is less optimal. Yeah, that's the thing about capitalism, is it gives you efficient allocation of resources. It just, in a lot of ways, in terms of deciding how much stuff to produce and where to put it. And capitalism is really, really good for this. Damn, I just want to say respect for the streams. Thank you. I would most literally and don't comment for all these hours, but thanks for the streams. Thank you, much appreciated. The meta for England is to expand a long channel along the North Sea coast. How valuable is Ireland, Wales, and Scotland during the game? Less valuable than every place in northern France. Wales has a silver, which is kind of nice. No, but like we could push more we could probably push control easier to Orleans than we could to the middle of Ireland. And so, and the resources and to be fair, part of that is Ireland and Scotland have low dev. But in terms of what we are observing, we could push almost to central France easier than we could push control into like Scotland and Ireland. But a big part of that is probably the dev. But a better terrain for pushing dev as well. Will it become a part of the Heartland? It doesn't feel like part of the Heartland. As you get more dev, it'll catch up. But eventually, roads get really, really powerful relative to maritime. And Ireland's not connected by a road. So Scotland might start to feel a little bit more like Heartland, but I don't know about the other one. Freedmen negative income tax. Earners below a certain threshold receive money from the state and vice versa. I don't like that. I would prefer universal income. Universal income, in my mind, is more fair. And negative income tax seems like it creates perverse incentives. I think I would prefer a VAT tax alongside universal basic income, which I'm not a fan of Andrew Yang, but I read his book, and I do think that the idea of having UBI, like, for example, just as an example for the numbers, everyone gets $1,000 a month, and then have a VAT tax of 10%, such that everyone who earns under $120,000 has more buying power. That is an example of something you could do as a way of paying for the UBI, is have a VAT. And so it would be, I think the negative income tax, I think that sounds like it has perverse incentives. You're incentivized to not earn money in a way that UBI doesn't create that incentive. Like UBI, when you make more money, you get all of it. With the negative income tax, when you make more money, you like get proportionally like less of it, if that makes sense. The Persians who killed Crassus used his severed head as a prop in the theater plays, if I remember correctly. The gold thing is fake, yeah. Are there slowdowns? Yeah, there's slowdowns. In particular, like, the biggest thing is, like, the biggest slowdown is actually in, like, the 1400s, from our experience. And this is when everyone starts getting professional armies. And so, scrolling over the HRE is something we try and avoid when everyone has a professional army, and before the HRE has gotten somewhat consolidated, because every single army being loaded in is a struggle for our computer. That specifically is something we try and avoid. Because you're talking like hundreds of countries in the HRE, and so they each have their own stack for a unit. So it has to like load those assets for each one of those armies. And so I just think it's like, I think that is like, the biggest noticeable jump is like when everyone gets professional armies. If you're in a place with a lot of different countries, it's painful. I like playing tall/trade nations like Persia, Portugal, or Holland. Same. Will EU5 trade system? How will overseas trade work for making money? You get the value equal to the difference between the two markets in terms of price, minus maintenance cost for the trade. Is like how you generate money, and then plus your trade efficiency. So you need to have expensive or cheap prices in your market, and you need to import things that are expensive and export things that are cheap, and that's how you get value. Does the EU5 fort assault system like EU4 are the only way to expedite sieges through cannons, generals, and tech? There's no barrage. You can assault. Assaulting's just... if there's no breach, assaulting just, like, kills a ton of troops and you get almost nothing. So, you have to wait for a breach. For the most part, the best way to speed it up is with cannons. I feel like Calvinism is everything determined modifier for warfare is silly and strange. I think that's kind of a joke. I think it's funny. It's in-game, though. It is a joke, but it's also in-game. Hey, Robert, thank you for the 12, that's Euro, right? I pre-ordered before I knew your content creator code. Time to rectify that injustice. Thank you so very much. Plus tax adjustment. Keep up the good work. Much appreciated, my guy. I appreciate it. Thank you. That is very generous of you. Because you're just adding on. That's like a reverse discount. Plato thought it would help in the education of the child, but later said there are some drawbacks. Yeah, that sounds like it could track with Plato. Plato did not like it, plus claimed that it was cynically promoted for population control. Maybe I'm thinking of a different Greek thinker that was referenced then, or I know I'm thinking of Foucault, and Foucault had prescriptive injunctions from the Greeks, and he cited a lot of different Greeks. So my ability to tie it to a specific Greek is like not that good. I can tie it to Foucault's tying it to them a little bit better, but like there was a lot of prescriptive descriptions on the way to do it such that it was moral, which is interesting because the Greeks like ethics regarding sexuality, like so the West right now it's very like sin based, where you absolutely can't do XYZ thing, and it's like very taboo, and like certain like sexual proclivities, just for like some people are just like completely out there, and like the most out there one that people don't mind having brought up is like baby play or wearing diapers or this type of thing, and it's the actions themselves, and it's very like about violating a particular thing, and it's like a sin based, and you break a rule, and that's bad, and that's how like the morality works, regarding like kind of contemporary in the West. But for the ancient Greeks, it was style based, it was stylized, and so what it was is like most things were permitted. You kind of just got to do everything, but to do them in a particular way was considered immoral, not because it was bad in like a sinful sense, but because it was an indication that you were a weak person. And their morality, like arete, if I recall correctly, was like the word for morality in some sense, but is also their word for excellence. And so is a Greek concept in ancient thought that refers to excellence of any kind, specifically for things full realization of its potential. But for them, this was a moral concept, and so a lot of their writing regarding the moralities, regarding the pursuit of excellence as it related to the like realm of sexuality, and so this would be fulfillment of purpose. See, living up to one's potential. Person's arete is effectiveness, such that the person uses all their faculties, strength, bravery, and wit to achieve results. Let's see if we can find something specifically referring to morality. Explicitly linked with human knowledge, where the expressions virtue is knowledge and arete is knowledge are used interchangeably. So, virtue is knowledge and skill is knowledge, and so they're both using virtue. And within this like context, a lot of like the injunctions are not, oh, you can't do this, or you don't do this, or you don't lay like with a man or something like this. It's like, if you lay with a man, you got to do it right. If you're the older guy, you got to be pitching, and if you're the younger guy, you're the catcher, and that's how this works. Otherwise, it's immoral. You're supposed to do the deed less in the summer because you're trying to balance and achieve balance, and that's a hot time of the year, and so you want to have your passions cooled, and you should do and get it on more in the winter because that's when it's cold, and that's when you need to rev your engine, and like that's the way like morality worked, like for them, like within that context, which is like just completely different. So like hearing that like Plato or Aristotle were like for it or against it is a little bit strange, like within the context of how we understand like virtue and ethics in terms of like how the Greeks or ancient Greeks like interpreted these types of things. But I remember mostly the overall summary from not like Plato or Aristotle specifically, but Foucault's summary of the ancient Greeks. Ooh, we got another dono. Thank you so much for the $5. I've really enjoyed spending the day shooting the shooting the shit in chat. So here's $5. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated, my guy. Big nice. It's kind of just a little bit of a aside. The Foucault is coming in hot. I think the issue with UBI is it stabilizes subsidizes demand without improving supply productivity in itself. I would rather attack the. I would rather like do something like so if the status quo is either decreasing taxes for the upper limit and going supply side economics, or giving additional buying power to all people and attack on demand side economics for stimulus, I'd rather do the demand side. And so, like, the wealth over time will just still flow to the top. This is a problem. In my mind, it is a band-aid. The point is the inclusion of a VAT alongside with it. And the VAT would have a downward pressure squeezing effect on the people who are the very most rich. But yeah, I don't think it would solve it. I don't think that it's possible to have your cake and eat it too, really, unfortunately. To have the efficient allocation of resources that you have with capitalism alongside somehow avoiding this effect where you squeeze money to the top and you don't reward labor for the value of that labor, and instead some of the value of that labor goes to whoever owns the company and this type of thing. Better use of funds would be to collapse prices for goods, services. Unironically, great strat IRL too. I'm not a huge fan of like. Generally speaking, I think the government telling you how to spend your money is not as preferable. So if you're talking about giving people credits to pay for childcare or something like this, I would rather give people money. But if you mean like providing a service like education or government provided childcare, I would maybe be on board. I would have to think of whether or not the government can provide that thing more efficiently, which often is not the case. But in general, I'm like not a fan of like food stamps relative to like giving people money, because sometimes you're behind on the rent and your bag of rice is still not empty yet, so you can eat, but you're gonna get evicted. And often when there's an intervention that tells you exactly how you have to spend your money or get your stimulus, I think it leads to a lot of inefficiency. So I'm less a fan. Not categorically opposed though. You can convince me and get on board, but like I think restrictions that are placed on like aid are generally more destructive than useful. Markets can still mediate the allocation of resources in an efficient way outside of capitalist context. Capitalism is the #1 warper of market incentives of all time. You need firms to be able to, like, you could have workers' co-ops, but that's still, like, the co-op is still owning the capital. Moai, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Unless we just have a different kind of understanding of what it means to be a capitalism. Can you have several different single provinces around Africa into different markets and then chain import-export? In theory you can, but I think that this is not going to be worth it. I think you're spending too much to move goods around. I think this requires some testing though, because part of the thing is the distance in terms of the cost. So if the number of markets is irrelevant and it's only the distance that matters, maybe you actually should have more markets. Like way more markets. This is something to take like a really deep dive on and really try and unpack, and I'm trying to understand the game at more of a surface level at this point. The #1 warper of market incentives is government intervention. I agree with that. Or that's probably true. So you're saying if I want to be gay, you gotta be gay the right way? That's exactly it. That's exactly how the ancient Greeks would look at it. Which is like, you can kind of do whatever you want, but you gotta do it right. You gotta express excellence in that endeavor. which this is like so far from how the West and modern society views morality, and like really studying like the history of thought and the way that people look at things is like super eye-opening, because people really perceive stuff through an entirely different lens. Like the way that we look at time, the metaphor for how we look at time, we view time as a timeline, and that's why we have that language for it. But we see that we're here, okay? And this is the future, right? Or this is the timeline. And we look forward in time at the future, okay? The ancient Greeks, in terms of the way they think of time, they process it through kind of a much different metaphorical structuring as it relates to kind of this linearness, which is they look backward at time. Okay, so when we're looking forward in time, we're processing it in terms of what's coming up, and like what are we gonna do? What will our legacy be in the future? Like these types of things. And the way they look at time is on the past. And so it's not that you yourself are traveling forward through time. For the ancient Greek, the story of your life is unfolding behind you. So you are not moving forward in time. The story of your life is unfolding behind you. And when you have that structuring of thinking, it is easier to understand why they are excellence-oriented, because they're not trying to get to a specific destination that is forward in time. They are trying to write a particular story about themselves as the story unfolds right behind them. So it leads to a very different orientation in terms of how you process what the good is or what virtue is, whereas this, the time is working in a different way. It's happening as we travel through it. Here, it's appearing behind us. You began any way as you want, as long as you're not interfering with the liberties of others. This is exactly my perspective. I do not care what people do one iota, as long as it's not interfering with the liberties of others, or even if it is, as long as those people consent. The free market is very... well, actually, I think some things should be regulated to prevent certain abuses, but, like, let's not get into that. The free market is a very inefficient system to direct resources. Look at the 3K rents and subpar apartments and homes in the US. Yeah, but that's not the same as Mao's Great Leap Forward killing millions of people because they didn't make enough food. Like, everyone gets a $1,000, no one has Q0. I'm not sure what that means. I could say living in New York City, that's largely due to government regs that limit return on investment on apartments, so a ton of units stay vacant. Not a fan of landlords at all. Yeah. We're slowly getting caught up on the chat. A lot of inefficiency in housing comes from regulations on development and mixed zoning alongside rent controls that disincentivize investment. Yeah, housing is a really complicated one. I think that government should probably do something in regard to housing, but I'm not sure what, because a lot of the government interventions are inefficient and cause housing to be underprovided, or yeah. Housing market in places like New York is definitely not a free market. Yeah, there's a lot of regulations. Where's mercury found in EU5? It's found in a few places. There's not a lot of locations, but overall aggregate demand of mercury is relatively low. There's a mercury pile in there's a mercury pile in Anatolia. There's a mercury pile in Spain. I don't know where there's another mercury in Europe. But roughly, there's not a lot of mercury piles. It's the most rare resource, and it's really, really important for the this building that doubles the output of silver and gold buildings. So it's very valuable if you have a lot of gold and silver. So we from Sevilla, playing as Mali, we imported a lot of mercury. There's one mine in Spain and some in South America. Yeah, there's one in Anatolia as well. We won't look through all the resources just to find them all, though. New York has a problem of not enough regulation. They have rent fixing. My landlord and rich people's say don't build houses for lower income here, and not in my backyard. Yeah. Gentrification is also a problem as it relates to like housing. I don't know, like the housing's a vibe. I wonder how the topic moved from EU5 to trade merchant to ancient Greek gays. Yeah, it just be a vibe like that. I think it was the guy who was asking about the gay pope thing. This was eudaimonia, according to Aristotle in the Nicomachean Ethics. I think eudaimonia is slightly different. Because eudaimonia, if I recall correctly, is less about moral and more about a state. Translating state or condition of good spirit, commonly translated happiness or welfare. Eudaimonia was the highest good for good in older Greek tradition. It's the aim of practical. Okay, so achieving eudaimonia was the end, including ethics of political philosophy to consider and experience what the state really is and to be achieved. Thus, the central concept of... so this would be the teleological end of arete would be eudaimonia. And teleological is like the end point. Although I'm rusty on my Greek philosophers a little bit. As you guys can kind of tell. Credo sounds like a Freudian split, not like this. Schools and government provide healthcare and childcare in many ways. Yeah, but I think that the government can provide schools better than private industry can. So I think that the government should be doing it. What do you think about surveillance capitalism as being a bottom-up central planning? I'm hugely not a fan of like surveillance state. I think it's a violation of freedom. It creates possibilities for extraordinary interventions and violations of freedom that are not worth the trade-off of the state being more well-informed. Demand-driven central planning. Amazon and Walmart knowing what you buy each month and how much combined with modern logistics and just-in-time inventory management sounds like what the USSR wanted to do but failed because they didn't focus on people's comforts as much as China had done. Yeah, I mean, maybe the technology gets to the point where like a command economy becomes much more viable, but we've seen transitions from China started popping off when they started becoming a capitalism, which now they're a capitalism with like a very significant hand on the wheel, kind of. In China, housing rent is very affordable. Buying property is very affordable, though. Yeah, they have a huge housing bubble weirdness, though. They have an oversupply of housing. Housing in the U.S. is affordable if you buy in the right place. That's true, too. That's true as well. They're adding time to EU5. Hell yeah, brother. I feel like the problem here is speaking of regulation more as a nebulous monolith. Yeah. Usually when someone mentions regulation, they're not talking about something specific. Voted for Mamdani, but I think expanding rent control is not the solution, but agree that the stance that government spending more funds on building more housing in it of itself is positive. The thing is you have to... I think what you have to do is you have to somehow make housing a less... you have to somehow make it a less lucrative vehicle for investment while simultaneously not decreasing the supply. And I don't know how that's possible. Like you have this issue where you want you are trying to remove the... So right now what happens is landowners buy the property and they rent it out, and the margin between what the person and there's a margin in which the landowner is making money, and ideally what we would want and what the landowner paid for it. So there's the landowner paid here. So so there's a baseline. The landowner pays this much, and they extracted this much, right? Ideally, we would like a system where the landowner is removed, and the end consumer ends up paying this much, and you are not having any additional or any decrease in demand for the thing. You are just removing the person that is not really adding value, that is increasing the price of the good, effectively. And then this extra gain would be going to the consumer in terms of value. If that makes sense. Right? Because they would be having cheaper housing. This is the ideal. How to do this, I know not how to do it. But that's what you would want. I don't have the answer, Sway. We do have the Spain thing open, so we actually can play Where's Waldo with the Mercury. There's a Mercury somewhere in the Sevilla market here. Rent laws in Argentina were taken down and rent went up a month, and then after competition kicked in, it became more affordable. That makes sense. Victory moment. Housing sucks and is especially annoying because it's a local good. Yeah, that's true. How democratic can you become an EU5? Like Democratic Republic with universal suffrage? There's no political system or voting representation. The politics system is estates. So, yeah. Hit that like button for loud cars outside. No, not the loud cars. I hear they does summon them, though. And the effort to build more houses takes more time than subsidizing demand. And kicking can down the road for voters like a government transfer payment to help with initial home buyers that just raises price level. Yeah, so the problem is, yeah, this is another thing. The problem is if you give people more money with which to pay for housing, here's what happens. This just goes up. You have to like remove the relationship here. So instead of the renter or the landowner just extracts more value, they just extract the amount of value you added on. You have to somehow remove this as a potential, right? While simultaneously not decreasing initial demand and development of like the thing. I don't know how you do that. The best system for housing is the Vienna system. Government builds socialized housing ahead of demand to keep rents down, completely eliminating profit incentive from the equation. Yeah, maybe. I don't know how you create the incentives to make it the case, but I also really do like collective, or what is it? Co-op apartments, where all the tenants have equal ownership of the apartment, and then when they leave, they just give up their ownership, and then when someone moves in, they gain ownership of the apartment, and they regulate how much money they pay in to they vote and determine how much money they will pay in to the maintenance of the thing, and I think that creates good outcomes. I don't know how to incentivize that, but I think that creates good outcomes. They're really putting rice to medieval Africa? Hell yeah, brother. Hey, Popolop, how's it going? We're kind of at the tail end of the stream, I think. We're trying to catch up, but we're getting closer and closer. Is it easier for Mali or another West African nation to colonize nearby territory in comparison to Europeans? Yes, it is easier to colonize territory next to you. Also, Mali is colonizing from areas that have malaria resistance, is my understanding, so they are not negatively impacted by malaria. So Mali gets to colonize all of this effectively way cheaper than Europeans because of the malaria specifically, but also because of the distance. But also on top of that, the entire market is the Niani market, and so one of the disadvantages of colonization is you send your pops away. Well, you send your pops away, the location flips to you, and then they just migrate back. So you don't lose the pops either, so it's way more valuable. In multiplayer, I do think you're going to have these interesting dynamics where like Mali and Ethiopia specifically are going to be able to get a lot more value out of this African land just by virtue of like these two pressures. That is like interesting type of setup. Columbian Exchange will make North American East Coast competitive in terms of resources. Eventually, it comes into play like really late in the game, but I think eventually you do get to put in a lot of cotton. You still have the problem of the entire area being forest, though. But it's going to be good for RGOs. You're going to get to put a bunch of like cotton plantations down, and then, God, I hate saying this, and then bring a bunch of slaves over from Africa, and then ship all that cotton back to wherever you are in Europe, so that you can make the textiles really cheap. And it's going to be good. It's just, it takes a long time for it to pay off. I think OPB was in here earlier, and he was talking about Cuba paying off pretty well. Like, Cuba can pay off quite a bit faster, I think, as can, like, South America in some spots, but you don't get to colonize those as fast. What determines who gets a royal marriage? When multiple powers are competing over an heiress, whoever sends it first. If it's an acceptance thing. There's no mechanic for jockeying for a marriage. Do diseases keep coming back until it's cured in the tech tree? There's no curing in the tech tree, but you build up resistance in locations against particular diseases, and then they can never come back. Unless it's like a different strain. Fulfilling my obligations to the Q&A nature of the stream. Apologies if you're making you repeat yourself. No, that's good. Is Australia seeing much attention from Europe in your runs? We have not gotten to a run where we don't beat people to Australia by a significant enough margin that the Europeans are able to colonize there. We have seen India colonize it, though. Jockeying for a royal marriage would be fun. It would be marriage. Thank you for the follow, Dozan Ski. Big nice. Someone says vroom vroom. I agree. Let's see. We're getting caught up, and then we're falling behind on the Twitch. Twitch tends to get more viewers as time goes on, but YouTube like peaks and then just declines over time in terms of the algorithm. Depends on where you live in regards to rent. Yep. It's true. Let's see. We're kind of losing our spot because the chat's jumping around. But if you want to live further out, then there's a little wait, and government builds transport to be easily accessible. That's something that I think that the government could do, is make better public transport, just in a general sense. Mercury in the center, west of the fruit. Someone found Waldo. There we go. It's the same color as the fruit, just right in the middle. Yeah, so that's going to be the good resource. We'd like a situation where the landowners are removed. Generalist stream just went from Financial Times to Little Red Book. Yeah, I mean, the problem is like as a class they provide little value but extract it. There's a reason why there's like, I forget what it's called, but like Smith uses this term like rent seeking. Is when you're trying to extract value when you produce nothing of value. A rent-seeking behavior. There's a reason why. We need the government intervention in the housing market. But they should be regulating demand, not supply. Regulating demand by preventing the companies from seeing it as profitable investment. You have an idea how Vic 3 could rework energy? Make it a market resource with really bad mappy, and make it a national market resource, not a tradable resource. And this would be better from a player perspective. It's not as good a simulation, but that's fine. You're basically describing what socialist housing does. No, it would still be privately owned instead of being owned by the government, in terms of what I'm describing. It's just owned by the people who live in them, rather than owned by the government. Bitcoin can't be debased by panicked leaders. It makes everyone play by the same rules. Speaking of housing, do you think housing should or will be a good in EU5? It's not. I don't know if it should. I don't know if there's a good way to represent it. 6-hour stream, this man's addicted. We're trying to clear through every question, but we maybe should have just cut it off. Have you discussed multiplayer much? I haven't played enough, so I don't have a lot to say. Awful to say out loud? Yeah, I mean, but it's like, it's probably the meta. What's the migration system like? You can only migrate within a market, and it's pretty slow. It's only within your market, so it's really, really limited. Which is why the pops you start with are actually an enormously important factor. Can you lure an army deep into your territory and then cut off their supply lines? You kind of can. The AI doesn't really like chasing deep into your territory, though. They seem a little bit leery of getting... Also, losing supply is really not as bad as I think it should. I think supply limit is crushing, but losing a supply line is not that bad, unless you have lost your supply line for like 8 months, which is like forever. And so I would like to see there be a lot more of the malice from being over the supply limit. I think being over the supply limit should just make your pops eat way more food, so that they run out of supply dramatically faster, and then you get crushed by your lack of food and this type of thing. Winter seasons impact wars of fighting. The biggest impact, there's more attrition, but the biggest impact is you can't go through mountains in the winter, and that's like actually a huge deal. Or if you can't go through mountains if their place is experiencing winter or something like this. So you can go through mountains, I think. If you're close to the equator. Actually, I think it might just be in the winter, you just can't go through mountains. I can't remember with. Hey, financial literacy, thank you for the £5. And with that shift, I think it's time for the capitalist to bid you farewell for the night. Thanks for a great and informative stream. God bless. Have a good rest of your night. But yeah, we are winding down. Now we're starting to talk about not EU5 things. Should they add market to market migration, or is there some reason why not? Well, I think it's really non-performative. I think that's the biggest reason to not do it. But also, there wasn't massive migration for the most part during this time period between places like there was towards the Victorian era, this type of thing. Are you able to support a large army in the New World as Asia or Asia as European? Well, it's difficult to resupply. You need goods to resupply your units. And so if you get casualties, it'll be really hard to reinforce. If I export a bunch of salt to Tunis, someone time this guy out. Inflation is a flat regressive tax. What? I feel like... When inflation affects every single thing equally, it's not regressive. Or I mean, I've heard this articulated before, but I'm not sure if it's properly considered regressive, just by virtue of it. If everyone's prices go up by 10%, this is worse for the people who have their basic needs as a higher proportion of their income. But I don't think it's regressive. My understanding is for something to be regressive, and I can be mistaken in this, is that it has to disaffect, be a larger proportion of your income in terms of how much it's taxed. So a tax on food is regressive, because people who are poor spend a larger proportion of their money on food. But if everything gets more expensive in unison, I don't think it is regressive. But if the inflation is specifically on like housing and food and this type of stuff, then that inflation would be regressive. But I think if it's on all goods across the board, it's not regressive. At what age can characters marry? I can't remember. I think it's somewhere between 16 and 18. I can't remember. There's no betrothals. I respect you for your effort to include all the chatters. Thank you for the great stream, Jones. You're very welcome. Is there an unofficial Generalist Discord where people could go after the streams? Yes, there is an unofficial Discord? There's the Discord that's in the description. I don't know if there's a secondary Discord. I have a Discord. That's the Discord for me. In EU5, can you determine who becomes a slave? Could I, as a European nation, take, say, Egypt to make the local slaves instead of doing New World colonization? Well, as Europeans, you can't take slaves, or as Christian religions, you can't take slaves. But if you're a European and you flip Sunni, you know what I mean? But New World colonization is mainly about unlocking the RGOs for a relatively low investment. So, yeah. Inflation is a tax. They are debasing the currency. Well, then that negatively affects people who hold capital more if you're looking at it from that perspective, so then it's progressive. Inflation takes more from the poor than the rich. It disaffects the poor more than the rich, but not because it's taking proportionally more money, but because the poor are spending proportionally a larger percentage of their money on their basic needs. So I don't think that's, like... I think that in terms of, like, the proper terminology, it's not necessarily correct to refer to it in this way. I know what you're saying, but I don't think the words are correct. I'm not as confident on this, though. Inflation does a lot of different things, but broadly speaking, as long as wages go up with prices, people on the lower end benefit just fine. In particular, being poor, they have long-term loans. Yeah, so if you have loans, your loans are effectively decreased when wages and inflation go up in concert. Just generally, they also don't go up in concert, so... Here we have nuance, many different inflation rates for different goods. Yeah, when basic needs are going up more than everything else, that's super regressive. Can you enslave your own culture? No, you cannot. It's good for the rich. It inflates assets price. That's only if wages don't go up alongside it. But yeah, usually that's the case. So maybe that makes sense to me from that perspective. But they're also holding just... To the extent that they're holding liquidity, it devalues their liquidity, but they don't hold liquidity. Inflation's usually harder on basic goods. I'll buy that, but just inflation and inflation in practice versus inflation just in a theoretical sense are like kind of two different things. All right, so we caught up on YouTube. Let's catch up on Twitch, and then I think we'll be out of here. Buying property in the U.S. is very affordable, assuming you buy in the right place. Yeah, this is true. You can buy a house for $50K. You just can't buy it close to, like, what other stuff's going on. But yeah, this, like... If we were to move out, the way we would do it is we would probably go to, like, Nevada or, like, something like that. A place that doesn't have a state tax. Maybe we would not even just try and dodge the state tax, but, like, Nevada doesn't have state tax, and they have cheap housing, so... It doesn't make sense to have basic housing be a speculative property. Imagine your body's organs being a speculative property. Yeah, I would like to create a system where it as an investment vehicle is not particularly lucrative. I just don't know how you do that without decreasing demand for new construction. Creating better education in rural areas and better utilities, aka internet, would drive up property values in rural areas. Yeah, this is maybe a way you could do it. Work from home is a great way to decrease property values, unironically. Inexpensive areas, yeah. So Absolute Chat has spent 6.5 hours talking about a game, is not even out yet, and has spiraled down in the numbers, out of numbers games, yeah. Only way I see working for the government is owning land, only selling leases and not land itself. Triangle trade in many ways. Mercury mines were actually, turbo important for Castile in the extraction and processing of silver in the Americas. Lady Saffron was telling me about that. She knows a lot more about that than I do. It was very interesting. What's your favorite region playing so far? I really enjoyed playing Mali. The times I've played Mali, I've played Mali several times now. Mali is just kind of like feels very isolated though. Just like beep booping, making my like economy. Inflation is unequal because of the time factor. Yeah, this is fair. The people who spend the newly created money first suffer from the inflation the least. You don't have a link for your Discord or on your Twitch? Oh, it's not on my Twitch, it's on my YouTube. Sorry, if you YouTube, you'll be able to see it. Is EU5 more optimized than Vic3? At launch Vic3? Maybe? The UI is way better than the Vic3 launch. Tennessee is dirt cheap. Can you explain how vassals work? That's like an open-ended question. They'll join wars for you. You mainly want to expand to using vassals because you could integrate them, and when you integrate them, you use your Diplo mana as a resource rather than your cabinet actions. And your cabinet actions are a more important resource, and so when you integrate them, all the area will be incorporated, and so you don't have to spend time incorporating it. So generally, I think it's better to expand through vassals. They incorporate the land for you, you integrate them, and this is kind of how you want to play, and they will pay you like 20 or 30% of their income, depending on what type of subject type they are. And so if you have really low control, spreadsheet warning, hide your kids. If you have really low control, there's a breakpoint. Here for calculations using our assumptions, it's at 15%, but that's without considering the fact that low control decreases your crown power. At a certain breakpoint, it's actually, you get more income from having vassals on the land instead of you. And so they can manage the territory to some extent. I think around 25% is maybe where you probably start preferring your vassals to own it or this type of thing. And so it's a way, because your vassals can have high control, it's a way of kind of having a little bit of a feudal system, especially early in the game before there's infrastructure. Inflation is usually harder on basic goods. Yeah, that's if someone is qualifying it with the way inflation works in practice generally, it's like what is it, regressive? I would bite on that, but inflation as a concept in isolation, which is goods becoming more expensive, I don't think is in isolation regressive. It's crazy to me that you could catch up on chat's comments, and even crazier that you actually did. He didn't though, he skipped 75% of mine. Not like this. Did I really? I skipped a lot of things that were statements. I think I tried to answer every question. Did I skip? We can go back. Bruh. Oh wait, no, okay. I was about to, I was reading the summary of all your chats. You asked why are you doing this instead of playing the game? We responded to that. Are there bonuses to make a market area larger so you can have fewer markets? We answered that. At the start, if you play a tiny nation near the Mediterranean Sea, how many markets away is your trade range? Oh, we didn't answer that. It's, like 2. Let's see. Fiat is capital by the central planners, Bitcoin, etc. Bitcoin can't be debased by public leaders, makes everyone play by their own rules. Fiat is government rent-seeking. Inflation is a flat regressive tax. We agreed with that. MMT is fake news. We read that out loud. Yeah, I didn't skip your comments. I just wasn't responding to every statement. I think I responded to every single question. I did miss one of your questions, though. That's fair. That's fair. Fair enough. I did definitely not skip 75% of yours, though. Can you change your vassal type? You can. They get pissed when you do it, though. Is it possible to create Mexican culture? Not as far as I understand. Quick add extra question to every comment. Not like this. All right, we caught up on YouTube. We're gonna be out. Bohemian Hussites, any flavor on that? Yep, there's a whole situation for Hussites. Very cool. We played the Catholic side of it. Go in and you clap Bohemia. To be fair, that might actually be a significant struggle for Bohemia, who's very, very strong at game start, if the AI gets stronger. Thanks for doing these QA streams. Have a great day, evening. Thank you so very much. EU5 had 2 types of vassals, right? No, they have more than 2. Vassal and fiefdom are possible for most, but there's also like tributary, and there's like a dozen different types of vassal types, and they have different rules, and they have different mechanics, and they have different numbers. And so, generally speaking, though, when you're choosing between vassal and fiefdom, the important difference is that fiefdoms integrate twice as fast. So, in my opinion, you want to do mostly fiefdoms. And it's not your culture or your religion by necessity. It will generally adopt the majority culture and religion of the place you make the subject in, is my understanding. But I could be mistaken. But we are now caught up. I didn't hear you mention MMT. I read it out loud. I wasn't sure what MMT refers to. I don't know the acronym, and then I continued on. I did read it, though. Will the S&P be accurately represented in 1337? Yes, because it won't exist. So I think we're through all of the comments. Thank you so very much for coming out. We will see about rating someone on Twitch to see if anyone is active that we want to kind of send anyone through to. We will see if anyone's streaming European or Solus 5, which we assume that this is not going to be a category that is populated most of the time. We see EU4 is populated, but not EU5. So I think we're just going to call it a day. Thank you so much for coming out. We'll probably do this next weekend. Maybe we'll do a weekday stream, since these have been kind of popular, but I got a lot to do in the next week, so maybe not. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please feel free to like, comment, subscribe. One final plug. If you did want to pre-order the game, or you're going to order the game on release, and you use our code, it will send 12% of the sale our way, which of course would be very valuable to me. It doesn't make the game cheaper for you. It's slightly inconvenient, but this is a big revenue share from Paradox, so it would be much appreciated. Also, if other content creators have codes, so if there's another content creator you want to support, make sure you ask them if they have a code before using our code. And so, with all that said, I think we're going to be out of here. You guys all have a good one. Bye-bye now. We're going to end the stream for the YouTube viewers, and then we're going